Chapter 306. If the second prince, Jun Moxie, or anyone else were to know about this, they would certainly understand why the second prince would always send assassins from the Bloodsword Hall to carry out a mission, and would always send someone who was only a hair's breadth away from completing the mission. The Bloodsword Hall was an extremely famous assassin organization within the Tianxiang Empire, and even the entire Shenzhen continent. The mastermind behind the scenes was this was extremely unexpected. But if one thought about it carefully, perhaps this was the most normal and logical thing to do. Was it not? Why was an assassin organization known by many of the upper echelons of the Tianxiang Empire able to act so openly and unscrupulously? They were able to have close contact with many of the aristocratic families of the imperial court, and even the royal family. This kind of behavior would not be strange if it were in a weak country where martial power was respected. However, Tianxiang was a country with tyrannical military strength and a high degree of centralization of power. Moreover, the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire was a rare and outstanding person. So, how could he allow such an unscrupulous assassin organization to exist in his country? Assassinating the royal princess, and slaughtering the bloodline of important ministers, all of this was too much of a trifling matter. Moreover, this trifling matter was far more than that. For example, the assassination of Princess Raimu was a well-known assassin organization in the Tianxiang continent. So, the existence of Yi Guhan was admittedly a secret and also a taboo. But, how could such a secretive organization like the Bloodsword Hall not be able to find out about the existence of a powerhouse like Yi Guhan? But they still only sent 2 Gold Shen assassins. In the face of a target that had Tian Shen as a bodyguard, would Gold Shen assassins be of any use? Would there be any meaning? It was a pity that the second prince was still buried in the dark. He was even sent away by a Bulsh *T. Your information is wrong. Perhaps, for the rest of his life, this second prince would never understand. From start to finish, everything he had done had been used by his father as an excuse and tool to clean up the bureaucracy, reorganize the court, and even purge the harem. His exploitation was too thorough. Even if the hitman Jun, who was also a top-notch assassin, were to find out about this matter, he would also be convinced by the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire. Harem. Ming, tell me honestly. Did something happen to her? Are you sick? It was a graceful and elegant lady in a yellow robe with a wind crown on her head. She was the current empress and also the biological mother of Princess Raimu Murong Xiao. No, I'm fine. Everything is normal. Why would you say that, mother? Princess Raimu refused to admit it. If Imperial Mother knew about Yi Guhan's current state, Raimu really didn't know what would happen next. She could only deny it. Normal? You child, you can't lie since you were young. Once you lie, you will stutter. The empress smiled gently and looked at her daughter lovingly. These days you are sometimes worried, sometimes secretly laughing. At night you often cry. Your tears wet your pillow and quilt. Do you still think that this is normal? Mother? Princess Raimu acted like a spoiled child. Would your daughter lie to you? I really don't have anything strange. Could it be? The empress smiled and pinched her daughter's little nose dotingly. Perhaps you have taken a fancy to a young man from a certain family? Imperial Mother, what are you talking about? Princess Ling Ming shouted, her face red with embarrassment. But in her heart, she was hesitating. Should I take this opportunity to tell Mother about Jun Moxie? At the thought of that person, Princess Raimu couldn't help but blush and blush. The empress looked at her daughter's expression. How could she not know what had happened? Didn't she have such a strange body of a little girl in the past? Her daughter had finally grown up. You little girl, do you know which family's son is from? How could he be favored by my precious daughter? The empress looked at her daughter teasingly. Mother? Princess Raimu twisted her waist and hesitated for a while. Finally, she decided not to say what was in her heart for the time being. Raimu was not a fool. How could she not know that Jun Moxie's attitude was thought-provoking? She was afraid that this guy didn't have a good impression of her at all. If she said it rashly, she might ask for a snub. However, in the heart of the princess there was a lot of dissatisfaction. You pretended to be a playboy a few years ago. Any girl wouldn't be moved by you. Even if you tried to please me, why would I care about you? Now, I don't have a problem with you, but you, a lecher, put on airs again. Little girl, don't be shy. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I won't force you. Ming, if you have a sweetheart, you must tell me as soon as possible. Do you understand? Otherwise you're not young anymore. If your father decides to bestow a marriage to you on a whim one day, it would be troublesome if there were any objections at that time. The empress stroked her daughter's hair and said dotingly, Yes, I understand. Princess Raimu snuggled in her mother's arms. She couldn't help but think of Yi Gohan and Uncle Ye's miserable situation for so many years. She suddenly felt a lump in her throat and wanted to cry. I don't know why, but I've been on tenterhooks for the past few days. I keep feeling that something bad is going to happen. The Empress smiled faintly and muttered to herself thoughtfully, "What could happen? I always feel pain in my heart." Princess Raimu's heart tightened. She didn't dare to say anything. How is Uncle Yi now? And that damned enemy, he doesn't even let me visit Uncle Yi. The Jun family. Jun Moxie was speechless as he looked at the little girl who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws in front of him. He was truly speechless. Because, I want to go too. Dugu Xiaoyi was holding Little White in her arms as she arrogantly announced. Elder sister, what are you going to do? Feed the Shen beasts? Are you going to help me or the Shen beast? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes in a bad mood. Oh God, please spare me. I've been pestered by this little girl for the whole morning. Humph, you're the one who's going to feed the Shen beasts. I'm very powerful now. Even my 7 brothers are no match for me once I use my blade skills. I'm invincible under the gold Shen level. How can a mere profound beast do anything to this young lady? Dugu Xiaoyi proudly said, besides, Little White is still a level 8 Shen beast. Isn't he just like a puppy? If everyone is like this, then what am I afraid of? Killing 1,000 or 800 a day is just like playing around. Who knows, I might even be able to find a few more Little Whitey. Little White whimpered in dissatisfaction. How could such a high-level Shen beast be so easily touched? He rolled his eyes and looked at her, but he also knew that it was a very unwise move to reason with this mistress of his, so he ignored her and continued to sleep. Jun Moxie felt helpless. Big sister, how can you compare like this? Although Little White is a high-level Shen beast, he is still underage, okay? I shouldn't say it like that. It should be, just born. How could this be compared? Haven't you seen other Shen beasts? Even if I've never eaten pork, I've never seen a pig run. What nonsense are you spouting? I've never seen a pig run. Other Shen beasts? What's wrong with the other Shen beasts? When they see this young lady, they immediately become dispirited and don't even dare to raise their heads. The little girl said proudly. Jun Dashao's cheeks streamed with tears. That's right. How could a daughter of a rich family have seen a pig run? The ones you've seen are the lowest level Shen beasts that have been tamed by others. Big sister, don't make a fuss. You always carry your Little White every time you go out. He is a standard high-level Shen beast. Those Shen beasts in our Tianxiang will certainly become dispirited when they see him. What does this mean? Here Little White is very strong. But in Tianfa Little White is nothing. He's nothing. Jun Dashao earnestly tried to persuade her. Are you trying to fool a child? Little White is so powerful, but he's nothing. I want to go anyway. I must go. Dugu Xiaoyi said rudely, my grandfather's 70th birthday is in 2 months. My grandfather fought on the battlefield in his early years and got injured. So, his waist can't be exposed to the wind and he can't catch a cold. I've heard that wearing the fur of a Shen beast, the snow ferret, will prevent one from getting sick. So, I'm planning to hunt a snow ferret for my grandfather's birthday. I want to show my filial respect to him. The little girl's meaning was that the snow ferret was already waiting for her there. So, she only needed to go there and take it. Jun Moxie almost fainted. Big sister, do you think that the snow ferret is a kitten that you're raising? Is it that easy to catch? That thing's level is even higher than your iron-winged panther. It's a level 8 Shen beast that's not only in name but also in reality. Even saying it's level 8 is a conservative estimate. In other words, that thing can evolve. Do you understand? During this period of time, the little girl's behavior was as gentle as water. So, Jun Moxie had almost forgotten about her previous domineering behavior. Now, it seemed that she had reverted to her old ways. No wonder people say that it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change a person's nature. So what? No matter how powerful it is, it's just a small ferret. What's the big deal? Dugu Xiaoyi waved her hand carelessly. She didn't take Jun Dashao's words to heart. She rolled her eyes and instantly lowered her head to plead, Brother Imosia, take me with you. Isn't it just a matter of one more horse? Is that okay? No. There's no room for discussion. Jun Moxie didn't even think about it and flatly refused. Isn't this a matter of one more horse? If something were to happen, wouldn't the Dugu family's hooligans skin me alive? Besides, I'm not a gentleman. If my bestial nature flares up along the way and I do something to you, that's not a big deal but not a small one. Let me go, Brother Imosia, I beg you. Dugu Xiaoyi grabbed his arm and acted like a spoiled child. No. There's no use in calling me brother. June Moxie snorted. He thought for a moment and added, "There's no use in calling me husband either. In your dreams." Duguxiaoyi wrinkled her nose, stuck out her tongue and said, "Humph, if you don't take me with you, I'll go with my brother." "Is that so rare? Don't tell me that I can't go to the southern sky city without you?" "Go ahead." June Moxie spread out his hands. "As long as you don't follow me, then everything can be discussed. If your 3 brothers are willing to take you with them, it'll save me a lot of trouble. Help me thank them for sharing your burden." Chapter 307. "But I want to follow you, it'll be fun if I follow you. You're not a quiet person. So, the journey will be very interesting. What's the point of following those 3 stupid brothers?" Duguxiaoyi saw that her trick was ineffective. So, she shamelessly pestered him again. June Moxie understood that the 3 brothers must have thoroughly rejected this girl's request. So she came to pester him. "Otherwise, why would this girl come looking for me? Let me tell you, there's no way. There's no door and there's no window." June Moxie's heart was as hard as stone. He wouldn't agree no matter what. "You'd better stay at home and accompany my sister-in-law. You can't go to that kind of place. Girl, you're risking your life not going on an outing." "I don't know if she's at home or not. But she certainly won't be able to accompany me. Because I'm also going to the southern heaven city," a cold voice said. June Moxie's back stiffened. He turned his head with difficulty, and saw that it was Guan Qinghan who had spoken. Guan Qinghan felt that something was wrong about this trip to the southern heaven city. Not many people knew about the Shuehan Manor's matter. But all the influential families of the capital must have gotten the news. And the imperial palace was no exception. But at this time Jun Wui and June Moxie were called to go to battle. What's the meaning of this? Even if Jun Wui is leading the troops, why is June Moxie also involved? Therefore Guan Qinghan was thinking a lot. And she was thinking the most. What if the Shuehan Manor finds an excuse to make things difficult for Jun Wui and June Moxie after we arrive at the southern heaven city because of me? What should I do? This uncle and nephew's temperament is worse than the others. How could the 2 of them resist the might of the Shuehan Manor if they were to fall out with them? However, as long as one of them brought up this matter, based on Jun Wui's and June Moxie's temperament, they would definitely fall out with each other. At that time, how would it end? These 2 people, especially Jun Wuxia, had always been a fearless person. What couldn't he do? Therefore Guan Qinghan had to go, even if she had to die. "Even if you don't bring me along, I will go alone. If there was nothing else, that would be the best. Everyone would return together. But if things got out of hand, Guan Qinghan would at least be a bargaining chip. If all else failed, he would rather sacrifice himself in exchange for the safe return of Jun Wui and June Moxie. However, he couldn't let this uncle and nephew know of his thoughts. Otherwise they would rather break his legs than let him go. The 3rd uncle was a bit better, but his brother-in-law, June Moxie, was evil. He would definitely imprison him. Guan Qinghan was well aware of this point. "Oh my God, sister-in-law, my dear sister-in-law, why are you causing trouble at this time? Why are you looking for me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" June Moxie scratched his head. He seemed to be going crazy. "Even if you want to go, don't look for me. I don't have the final say. You can go and look for 3rd uncle. It's your business whether you have the final say or not. But it's my business whether I go or not." Guan Qinghan faintly looked at him. Then she pulled Duguxiaoyi's arm and left. Before leaving, Duguxiaoyi winked at June Moxie to show off. "Show off? As long as you don't cause me trouble, I won't mind." June Moxie's mouth twitched. In the afternoon of the same day, Jun Wuxia and his 200 or so bodyguards dispersed, and silently disappeared from the Jun residence. At night, Grandpa Jun's burly body stood in the courtyard. He said a few words to the dozens of black shadows in front of him. Then the dozens of people dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Grandpa Jun sighed and asked Old Pang, "When will they arrive?" Old Pang thought for a moment and said, "Probably tomorrow night." Grandpa Jun frowned. "Old Pang, prepare the masks and night clothes." Old Pang's eyes revealed a smile. In Jun Wui's courtyard, 3rd Master Jun clasped his hands together. The paper in his hand turned into powder. He smiled and muttered, "Tomorrow night?" Night fell. The long night passed quickly. The sun rose and set. It was dusk. The sun set and the moon rose. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Zhao Wuji had already forgotten how many times he had whipped his horse. It had already been 2 days since he had abandoned the boat and landed on the shore. 2 days of non-stop galloping. Ever since they had set out from Jiangnan until now, they had been on the road without stopping for 9 days. And after rushing day and night, The harvest was also very obvious. They had saved 2 days from the scheduled time, 2 whole days. With these 2 extra days he could avoid a lot of accidents. This was conceivable. This made him feel a little excited. In these 9 days, whether it was by land or by water, nothing unexpected happened. The journey was smooth. It was so smooth that it made him feel happy but also a little unbelievable. It was really too smooth. But because of this, Zhao Wuji's heart did not relax. On the contrary, the string in his mind was getting tighter and tighter. This situation was too abnormal. It was so smooth that it was surprising. Ever since Zhao Wuji received this job as the head of the Zhao family, he understood what this business represented and what it meant. But it was too late for regrets by the time he understood. Because the production of those things had already begun by the time he understood. Those things were what the second prince wanted. As a prince, what did he need these things for? Moreover, they had to be made in secret. Zhao Wuji knew that he had unknowingly boarded the second prince's pirate ship. Moreover, he couldn't get out of it. From the moment they received the order, every time these crossbows killed a person in the future, their families would be tied even more tightly to the second prince's war chariot. If they were to be stained with the blood of other princes or even, then they would have no way out. But he had no way to resist. Not to mention that the production had already begun. Could he back out even if it hadn't begun? His family had some influence. But it was insignificant when compared to the second prince's strength. Perhaps his family would be annihilated in half a day and a night if he were to decline this business. High risk often meant high return. As a businessman, when he received a business deal that could bring him 300% or even more profit, it was not a bad idea to risk his life for it. Moreover, there was a faint political meaning to this matter. If he could obtain a status or a reward because of this. Therefore, Zhao Wuji felt as if he had eaten a fly. But he still smiled and praised him. This fly is disgusting at first. But it's very nutritious. After all, it's rich in protein. The production of these Xian Beast crossbows had finally been completed in a short time. And there hadn't been any mistakes along the way. The Zhao family's patriarch Zhao Wuji had finally relaxed a bit. But his nerves had become even more tense. In his heart, he knew very well that the journey to the capital with the crossbow would be the real competition. Therefore, Zhao Wuji had stopped all of his family's businesses. Instead, he had gathered all of his family's experts to escort these crossbows to the capital. Moreover, he was still worried. So, he had hired the Jiangnan Trade Union at a great cost. He had even asked the Jiangnan Trade Union's vice president to personally lead a group of experts to ensure that nothing would go wrong. But he had just finished his preparations when the second prince had already sent his elite guards to escort these crossbows to the capital. This had been a surefire way of insurance. But it had only made Zhao Wuji even more frightened. He had arranged a considerable amount of escort strength. And it was enough to deal with the vast majority of unforeseen events. However, it was obvious that the second prince was still worried. Since he was so serious about this matter, didn't that mean that the delivery of this batch of hand crossbows might meet with some unexpected interception? Some interception that they couldn't deal with the strength of the escorts they had arranged? And it could be said that the true purpose of these crossbows was very clear. So, his previous plan to get lucky had also failed. The horse under his crotch had taken a step forward. And it was getting closer to the bloody struggle between the imperial family. Finally, they had arrived at Tianxiang's capital. Eldest brother, we can confirm that this trip is safe. We'll reach Tianxiang's capital in another 200 kilometers. Even if someone wants to intercept us, I'm afraid that they won't dare to commit such a crime in the empire's capital. A thin man chased after them. He had a gratified smile on his face as he said, "It seems that we've been worried for nothing. I hadn't expected that things would go so smoothly. It seems that the second master's security measures are quite outstanding." This thin man was Zhao Wuji's younger brother. His name was Zhao Wutian. He was one of the few people in the Zhao family who knew the identity of the consignor of these goods. I hope so. Zhao Wuji let out a long sigh. Looking at the sky that was slowly darkening again, he suddenly felt that this gradually darkening world seemed to have become a huge black hole that was about to swallow him and his clan in one gulp, and he did not have the slightest ability to resist. There's only one last stretch of road left. Everyone gather your strength and advance at full speed. We must reach the capital as soon as possible and hand over this batch of goods. Only then can we truly unload our burdens. Then we can rest in peace. Zhao Wuji exhaled a long breath, and tried hard to dispel the messy thoughts in his mind. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice, "Yes." Zhao Wutian replied. He then slowed down the speed of his horse. Then he took out a small flag from his bosom and waved it twice in the air. The entire team's speed had been quite fast, but it had suddenly increased by a lot. The sound of hurried hooves suddenly resounded. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man had caught up with them. He was riding a purplish-red horse. His face was covered with dust, and there was a faint trace of impatience on his face. Zhao family's lord were not far from Tianxiang. So, there's no need to hurry like this, right? We've been in a state of apprehension along the way. So, our brothers are exhausted. The sky is dark and it's difficult to travel at night. Moreover, it's very easy to change the situation. So, it would be better for us to find a place to rest for the night. Then we'll continue our journey tomorrow morning. We're already 2 days ahead of schedule according to the previous deadline. So, we don't need to fight over the remaining time, right? Chapter 308. Today's outburst, the fourth watch. Shout at the top of his lungs, I'm begging for monthly votes. He had been suppressing a belly full of anger along the way. Until now he didn't even know what he was escorting. Along the way they had been acting mysteriously. Apart from hurrying along, they had been hurrying along. He and his 20 companions were so exhausted that they almost fell apart. Yet, nothing had happened from the beginning to the end. Isn't this just tormenting us? The faces of the Zhao family's people were solemn, as if their mother had just died. The other group of bastards had come out of nowhere and they were extremely arrogant. Crap. They're treating us like odd-job slaves. Damn it. Do they think we're the emperor's imperial bodyguards? Therefore Meng Xiaosong had been very depressed along the way. At this very moment, especially after rushing for an entire day, his buttocks were almost broken from the jolting of the horse's back. Seeing that night had fallen, he was sighing that it was finally time to rest. He was thinking of finding an inn to have a good drink, and when he was in the mood he would find a girl to have some fun with. Who would have thought that there would be an abrupt order to speed up in front of him? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any reason for this? Every time we go on a mission it's like we're on a sightseeing tour. When have we ever been in such a difficult situation? If it weren't for the price of 50,000 taels of silver, I wouldn't have been interested in making this trip in person. But I'm treating you like people. Don't crawl into the donkey shed. Therefore, Vice President Meng Xiaosong couldn't bear it any longer. He came up and asked in a loud voice. This matter is of great importance. We have to be careful. President Meng is very magnanimous. Please forgive us. Zhao Wuji forced a smile and cupped his hands in obeisance. Crap. This matter is of great importance. You've said this sentence at least 800 times on the way. You might not find it annoying, but I find it annoying. Zhao Wuji, this man advises you not to refuse the face that is given to you. This man only came to escort you because you paid a lot of money. We are not your Zhao family's servants. You have to understand this clearly. Don't eat lard and be blinded by greed. Meng Xiaosong was anxious. He had heard the phrase, this matter is of great importance on the way here. He had heard it so many times that his ears had gotten calluses. And now he had heard it again at this critical juncture. He couldn't help but explode. Zhao Wuji forced a smile. He was about to say something and explain a little. After all, he couldn't allow an internal strife to break out. But he hadn't expected that 4 large horses would gallop over at the same time. The 4 riders had cold expressions on their faces as they rushed over. They glared at Meng Xiaosong. Lengling said, What's going on? What are you yelling about? You're making a big fuss here as if your own mother just died. What's the matter? These 4 knights were members of the Divine Storm Guard. They had been on a long and arduous journey. So, they had been complaining incessantly in their hearts for a long time. However, they weren't willing to see Meng Xiaosong take the initiative to launch an attack. We haven't even expressed our dissatisfaction. Who do you think you are? Meng Xiaosong could clearly feel the dense murderous aura coming from these 4 people. His heart was immediately filled with rage. A few insignificant Gold Shen warriors actually dare to show off their might in front of an Earth Shen expert like me? How dare you threaten me? Cursing at me? Is there still justice in this world? Isn't that logical? What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Meng Xiaosong coldly glared back at them. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword as he faced Lengling. However, Meng Xiaosong soon regretted his decision. Dozens of warriors had surrounded him from all directions in the blink of an eye. Shwa shwa shwa, a few sounds were heard as they unsheathed their long swords and broadswords. Dozens of warriors didn't utter a single word as they shouted. Instead they rushed towards Meng Xiaosong at the same time. Their swords and sabers mercilessly hacked towards him. Crazy. They've all gone crazy. It must be said that these people were only Gold Shen experts. So, they might not be able to deal with Meng Xiaosong who had already reached the Earth Shen realm. However, these people's actions were very unexpected. After all, they were all companions. Meng Xiaosong's mouth might be unhappy, but he wouldn't go as far as to start a fight. However, these people weren't giving him any face at all. They didn't even have time to prepare for a fight. Stop. Everyone stop. We're all on the same side. Zhao Wuji's forehead was beaded with sweat. He hastily rushed over to mediate. Bang. Bang. Sounds were heard as they managed to escape from the siege. However, another group of knights had already prepared to charge forward. It was obvious that these warriors weren't very strong. However, they were proficient in the art of joint attacks. Once they started to attack, they would advance wave after wave. They wouldn't stop until the enemy had fallen. Zhao Wuji was so anxious that he almost couldn't speak. Everyone, we're all on the same side. We're all doing this for the greater good. So, why should we damage our friendship? Both sides finally stopped after many attempts of persuasion. The second prince's imperial bodyguards were used to being tyrannical. So, how could they possibly put Meng Xiaosong in their eyes? So, what if you're an Earth Shen expert? Several Earth Shen experts have died by our hands. Do you think you're missing one? Don't look down on your Earth Shen cultivation. We're only Gold Shen experts. We're the imperial bodyguards. We're officials. You're a civilian. As long as you haven't reached a transcendent level like Tian Shen, we can do whatever we want with you. Do you still dare to have a temper? If you don't accept it, we'll give you a rebel's hat and make you stay in jail. Several of the prince's imperial bodyguards looked at Meng Xiaosong's plump buttocks with malice. I've heard that the felons in the prison like to play with flowers. Meng Xiaosong was about to flare up. However, Zhao Wuji whispered something in his ear. Meng Xiaosong immediately became well-behaved. These people are the imperial bodyguards. These few words dispelled Meng Xiaosong's anger. Instead, it turned into fear. Since ancient times, the people had never fought with the officials. This was a truth that had never changed since time immemorial. Even if the emperor's imperial bodyguards were to behead a local official for no reason, nobody would dare to say anything. So, why would I be a trifling Jianghu person? Moreover, I'm a Jianghu person with a family and a business. No wonder Zhao Wuji behaved like a grandson. So that's how it is. This is a mission for the imperial family. I wonder if I'll be able to get an official position after this mission is completed? Meng Xiaosong looked at these imperial bodyguards with a flattering look in his eyes as he thought of this. The team continued to move forward. The atmosphere had become much more harmonious because of this small disturbance. There was a mountain in front of them. This mountain was the Tianxiang city's Iron Wall Mountain. It was the natural barrier of the Tianxiang city. They could vaguely see the Tianxiang city from the top of this mountain. At this point, it could be said that the mission had been confirmed to be 99% complete. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Wuji let out a long sigh. He raised his hand and ordered them to rest for a while at the foot of the mountain. Then the team started to cook. They were ready to eat their fill. Then they would spur their horses to speed up the rest of the journey in one fell swoop. They wanted to find a happy place in the Tianxiang city as soon as possible. Smoke rose from the kitchen, and the fragrance of rice spread from the cauldron. The smell of barbecued meat also spread from the iron grill. The group of big men greedily swallowed their saliva. They had been mentally and physically exhausted this entire journey. It had been extremely unbearable. They could finally rest for a while. Then they could relax and eat a big meal. Let's eat. Zhao Wu Tian shouted in high spirits. He carried a big iron bowl and moved forward. Hee, let's eat? Do you still want to eat? I could have made you hungry, ghost. But our time is very limited. So, I have no choice but to send you to the underworld to eat. A sinister sneer, like the cold wind blowing from hell, spread out in a chilling manner. Who is it? Come out. Everyone tensed up. They stood up and unsheathed their swords at the same time. They then vigilantly looked at the surrounding dark mountain forest. I've come to rob you. A loud roar resounded in high spirits. A blue light flashed with a loud rumble. The 6 cauldrons on the ground exploded with a bang. The cooked rice was scattered in all directions. The fragments of the cauldrons were sent flying in all directions. 5 or 6 miserable screams were heard in succession. Several people had been injured by the fragments of the cauldrons. Tian Shen expert? Everyone cried out in alarm. No one was an exception. It didn't matter whether it was the Earth Shen expert Meng Xiaosong or the arrogant imperial bodyguards. A blue silhouette rushed out like a rocket. Several bang sounds were heard. Several warriors were thrown into the air like silk balls. Then they glided in the sky. A black-clothed and masked figure stood in the middle of the field. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhao Wutian's neck. Then he lifted him up. It seemed as if he was lifting a little chick. Zhao Wutian's limbs were powerlessly struggling in the air. His face had turned purple. "Speak. Where are those crossbows?" A blue light flickered on the masked man's body. His fingers gradually tightened. A tyrannical and cold light flashed in his eyes. "Kill?" Loud shouts were heard from all around. 30 or 40 people brandished their swords. They didn't care about Zhao Wutian's life or death. Zhao Wuji became anxious. He shouted, "Be careful of my second brother." Another excited roar was heard from the pitch-black mountain forest. Then another black-clothed and masked man's body flashed with a blue light. His left hand was holding a sword, and his right hand was holding a sword. The previous black-clothed and masked man, Lengling, looked at Zhao Wutian, who was struggling in her hand. Her voice didn't carry the slightest trace of emotion. "You'll die if you don't speak. Don't tell me that you're in a carriage. I don't believe in such a childish lie. You'll only have one end if you dare to deceive me." Die. At. Zhao Wutian's legs were flailing in disorder. His eyes were filled with fear. Suddenly a yellow light flashed, and Zhao Wutian let out a blood-curdling screech. He twitched twice and then stopped moving. "Scoundrel!" the black-clothed man cursed. Then he turned around and pounced. The caravan of nearly 500 people from the three sides fell into chaos. Zhao Wuji let out a mournful howl amidst the chaos. "Second brother." Suddenly he pounced towards a warrior in embroidered robes. You actually killed my second brother." This embroidered soldier was the leader of the second prince's divine wind guards, Zhang Xiuan Xiao. However, he became even angrier as he faced Zhao Wuji's questioning. His face turned red as he roared in a stern voice, "Zhao Wuji, do you dare to spoil the second master's great plan? Your younger brother is greedy for life and afraid of death. He would have already divulged the secret if I had acted a little later. So, it's a matter of course for me to kill him. Your Zhao clan will be beheaded if he divulges the secret and spoils the great plan. You idiot." Chapter 309. A loud shout came from the sky. "Senior brother, we might as well kill all of these people. Then we'll look for those crossbows. They must be among their belongings. Don't tell me that they're going to fly to the sky?" A figure flashed with a blue light as he flew out horizontally. The blue light of the sword in his hand flashed for several meters as he appeared, and gave rise to a series of pitiful screams. He broke through the crowd and cut open a path of death. Blood swirled in the air as he charged towards the center of the crowd. Zhang Xiuan Xiao shouted, "Everyone form a circle and form an iron bucket killing formation. Let's fight the enemy together." All the warriors responded to his command, and quickly moved towards the center. Shouts of "kill" could be heard everywhere. They couldn't resist the three Tianxian experts, but they were gradually able to stabilize their position. There was a towering tree. There was no one there, but a faint sigh could be heard. It was Jun Dashao who was hiding in that tree. Jun Dashao shook his head as he watched the fight below. He was speechless at these three people who had appeared out of nowhere. They're so unprofessional at robbing. I really don't know how Lei Wu Bei trained them. Jun Emosia's eyesight had allowed him to see that these three people were Lei Wu Bei's three remaining disciples. Acquaintances. They're too familiar. These three people can't do anything right, but they're good at spoiling things. They're typical good-for-nothings. It's a robbery. You came out without saying a word and then attacked us. But you even said a few words before you attacked. This left Jun Moxie speechless. What a load of crap. Damn it, not only did you fail in your robbery, you even messed up the perfect plan that this young master had made. How much effort would I have put in? Fortunately, Lei Jinhong hadn't said, "This mountain was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through, you'll have to pay for the road." Otherwise, Jun Emosia would have been so irritated that he would have fallen down from the tree. Jun Moxie had brought his guards here a day earlier. They dug traps and set up ambushes. In the end, Jun Moxie threw a pill to each of them to hide their aura. He arranged for more than 200 people to hide in the forest not far away. Naturally, they were all hiding in the underground caves that had been dug beforehand. Once this group of people entered the encirclement, he would immediately strike with lightning speed, then he would pack up his things and immediately escape. Who would have thought that before these people could enter the encirclement, they would be intercepted by the three hotheads and killed? This really makes me speechless. Jun Moxie quickly sent out a message and told his men to stay calm and wait. He wanted to see what would happen next. It seemed that these three guys were very strong, but it wouldn't be easy for them to succeed. So he decided to let them fight amongst themselves. Lei Jianhong was in the middle of his thoughts when he suddenly issued a low whistle. Then, a burst of orderly footsteps resounded. A large group of black-clothed masked men rushed down from the mountain and joined the battle circle in a flash. The deadlock between the two sides was broken in an instant. The leader of the godly wind guard, Zhang Xiuanshao, was hit in the chest. He spouted a mouthful of blood and was sent tumbling backwards. He shouted loudly and flipped his hand. Then a flaming arrow shot into the sky with a sharp whistling sound. It exploded with a bang and a blood-red firework appeared in the night sky. It looked extremely lifelike. It seems that the Blood Sword sect has been hiding in the dark. Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. In any case, I'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. I'll be the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Jun Moxie was squatting on the branch of a tree. The branch was moving up and down in the wind. It was very rhythmic. People might think that he was doing something secret with the tree if he were to reveal himself. Jun Dashao rested his chin on his hand and waited with great interest. It's very lively. The disciples of the Blood Sword sect, Lei Wu Bei, and Li Yuran's secret experts are going to fiercely collide with each other. It's best if both sides win. Well, it would be best if both sides die. I've thought about it, but I don't have any extravagant hopes. Well, I'll just watch for now. I won't say anything. It was a pity that the subsequent outcome was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The Blood Sword sect's signal had been sent out for some time. But not even a shadow of the Blood Sword sect's experts had arrived. The empty mountain was silent. Only the sounds of kill could be heard. Zhao Wuji and his men's faces were deathly pale under the illumination of the remaining flames. Their faces were full of despair. I thought that you had helpers behind you. But it turned out to be an empty fort strategy. Lei Jianhong sneered. He then ridiculed, "Is this empty fort strategy very amusing? You're using such a shameful trick to show off in front of me. You're not playing with the enemy, you're playing with yourself. If you're really tired of living, then tell me. I'll help you." Zhao Wuji rolled away like a lazy donkey. He cut a sorry figure as he dodged the incoming blade. Then he cried out, "Commander Zhang? Commander Zhang, where are our reinforcements? Didn't you say that they've been following us?" How? He had wanted to ask, how come there's no movement? But the opponent in front of him slashed his blade 3 times in a row. He was in a hurry to dodge and his words were interrupted 3 times in a row. It sounded like he was stuttering. "How should I know? Do you think I'm not worried?" Zhang Xianshao cursed, "You should take care of your own life first." At present, the Li family's elite warriors were under the command of 3 Sky Xian experts. They had already gained an overwhelming advantage over the enemy. Under the pressure, Zhao Wuji's forces were gradually compressed into a very small circle. Zhao Wuji's 100-odd men were lucky enough to survive. They had formed a defensive line with great difficulty. They had formed a circle, and were doing their utmost to resist the enemy's storm-like attacks. No one was left alive outside the circle. Meng Xiaosong, Zhao Wuji and Zhang Xiuanshao were in the center of the circle. Their complexions were deathly pale. It had been almost an incense stick's worth of time since the signal had been sent. But there was still no trace of the Blood Sword Hall's reinforcements. Meng Xiaosong couldn't help but curse. His voice had a sobbing tone to it. "What's going on? How can someone so brazenly attack the imperial bodyguards in the capital's territory? I say, sir, this lowly one has to take care of both the old and the young. It's not easy for me to follow you out this time. You should think of a solution quickly. You're the local tyrant of the capital. You should pay attention." Meng Xiaosong's Shen cultivation was very high. He had already reached the middle level of the Earth Shen realm. He was the strongest expert in Zhao Wuji's group. However, he had lived like a prince for many years. So he had lost his iron-blooded murderous aura. Now he cherished his life even more. Even if there was a great opportunity for him to be promoted and make a fortune, he still needed to be alive. He was already complaining in his heart when he saw the urgency of the situation. It was too late for regrets. "I've been drinking tea at home, fighting birds, walking dogs, bullying commoners and seizing a girl. I've been blinded by lard in order to earn those 50,000 silver taels. But I haven't even gotten my hands on the money. Instead, I'm going to lose my life here." Zhang Xianshao couldn't help but get angry. "What nonsense are you shouting for? The morale of our troops is in chaos. But you're still shouting for us? You're disturbing our morale and scattering our fighting spirit. Shut up. Do you believe that I won't chop you into pieces with my saber if you keep shouting?" Meng Xiaosong couldn't help but get angry when he heard this. He used his saber to protect his body as he angrily shouted, "What kind of reasoning is this? You're the imperial bodyguards, the emperor's personal attendants, and the government officials. We're just a group of ants. We followed you out to deliver goods. But we're about to lose our lives. And you're putting on airs in front of me? You won't even let me speak?" He didn't wait for Zhang Xiuan Xiao to reply. Instead, he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help me! Help me!" His Xian cultivation was profound. In fact, he was only second to Lei Jianhong and the other two Tianxian experts. Moreover, he had been holed up in the rear since the beginning of the battle. So, he hadn't sustained even the slightest injury on his body. So, his shout had shaken the surrounding area, and had spread far and wide. Jun Wuxia, who was still on the branch, almost fell head first. "Boss, you're still an Earth Shen expert. Even though you can't be ranked in the whole world, but you're still a high-ranking person in your area. Why are you so afraid of death?" The black-masked Lei Jianhong couldn't help but stagger. Then he burst into loud laughter and shouted in a sinister manner, "Shout! Shout! Shout louder! It's useless even if you shout until your throat is broken. No one will come to save you." Jun Moxie was left speechless. His whole body trembled violently. He felt a strong urge to faint. "Oh God! Let me die." How could I actually hear such a classic phrase in this world at this time? Meng Xiaosong's shout for help was probably because he was afraid of death. But Lei Jianhong's words were indeed famous. In a trance, Jun Moxie seemed to see a sinister and wretched man facing a weak little girl in a secluded alley. Then he laughed complacently, "Shout. Shout even if you shout until your throat is broken." That trance scene was a bit melodramatic. But it couldn't be compared to what was happening in front of him. A man was talking to another man in front of him. Jun Moxie swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit. It's too disgusting." The situation on the scene was still in full swing. Zhao Wuji had brought the Zhao family's troops with him. Almost all of Meng Xiaosong's Southern Trade Union's members had died. It had to be admitted that the second prince's 200 divine storm guards were of the highest quality. 8 or 9 out of 10 of the surviving 150 people were members of the divine storm guards. In fact, the strength of the divine storm guards couldn't be considered very high. In fact, they were slightly inferior to the men of the Zhao family and the Southern Trade Union. However, they were very experienced in battle. So, they were able to hold their ground even if they fell into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, they were very good at fighting together. Their teamwork was very strong. Therefore, the Zhao family and the Southern Trade Union had a formidable advantage in this pitch-black night. As for the people of the Zhao clan and the Jiangnan Trade Union, they were much stronger than the people of the Divine Storm Guard. But each and every one of them were used to acting alone. They were Jianghu people who rarely cooperated with others. Therefore, once they encountered such a large-scale chaotic battle, they would only rely on their own strength to kill. Therefore, the first to lose their lives were the experts, who were stronger, but lacked the spirit of cooperation. Lei Jianhong and the other two men were attacking from 3 different directions. It was obvious that they were getting impatient. After all, this place was too close to the capital. The consequences could be big or small if the news were to leak out. "I'm very ashamed that I've been disqualified from accompanying you to your bed. Woo, it's like this. I took a nap the day before yesterday. Then I stayed up all night. I didn't sleep yesterday either. I went to the hospital after my outburst. I was very sleepy. So, I unknowingly fell asleep on the hospital bed. My younger brother wanted to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. He kept calling me. But I didn't wake up. He couldn't move. So, he finally couldn't bear it any longer, and fell asleep. I was berated by the nurses and doctors this morning. My younger brother was filled with grief and indignation. He pointed at me and said, 'Get lost.' I apologized in every possible way. But it was to no avail. So, I was gloriously laid off. Sigh, as a punishment I paid for a special nurse from my own pocket." Chapter 310. Today's second update. Asking for monthly votes. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light blazed in the midst of the chaotic battle. Lei Jianhong and his sword had transformed into a blue tornado, and had appeared at a rapid speed. Then they smashed into the defensive circle of the Divine Wind Guards with a bang sound. A loud explosion was heard. More than a dozen members of the Divine Wind Guard were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying upside down. Lei Jianhong didn't neglect this attack. He lowered his body, and drew a large circle with his sword wrapped in azure shen qi. At least 7 or 8 people were cut in half at the waist by this sword attack. Lei Jianhong was fighting with all his might in an attempt to open a gap. His old strength had been exhausted and he hadn't yet recovered. Zhang Zuanxiao and the other members of the Divine Storm Guard quickly filled the gap. Moreover, more than 30 swords and blades simultaneously chopped down on Lei Jianhong's body. Lei Jianhong didn't have enough time to catch his breath. He swung his sword a dozen or so times in a defensive position. However, he had already reached the realm of Tianxian. So, he was able to hold his ground even though he was fighting against so many enemies. Lei Jianhong raised his Xianqi and let out a loud roar. His tyrannical sword power reappeared, and dozens of people fell to the ground with serious injuries. Lei Jianhong had broken through the encirclement with his powerful attack. However, he had exerted his Xianqi in order to resist the enemy's attack. And this had injured his vitality. Moreover, he had been stabbed by dozens of swords and blades. Tianxian's skin was as hard as iron, and hadn't sustained any injuries. However, his clothes hadn't been spared. His clothes had been torn to shreds and looked like the clothes of a beggar. He then turned around and withdrew from the battle. Lei Jianhong only needed to regulate his breathing for a moment, and he would be able to restore his energy to its original state. However, the result of Lei Beihong's powerful attack was very shocking. The gap on this side had been completely opened. The elite guards of the Li family shouted in unison, and rushed in like a tide. In the other two directions, the other two Tianxian experts also adopted a similar method to create a gap. For a moment, the Divine Wind Guards, who were originally well defended, were exposed, and their formation was thrown into chaos. Lei Jianhong and the other two had been saving their strength to deal with the experts of the Bloodsword sect. But those people hadn't arrived yet. So, it was assumed that they didn't have any backup. Therefore, the three of them felt relieved, and decided to end this battle as quickly as possible. So, they displayed their true strength at the same time. They didn't even hesitate to consume their Xianqi. They were like tigers in a flock of sheep and started a massacre. Manmeng, don't kill me. I'm the vice president of the Jiangnan Trade Union. I surrender. A mournful cry pierced through the blue dome of heaven. It was Meng Xiaosong. The vice president of the Jiangnan Trade Union could no longer resist the fear in his heart and his desire to live, so he proposed to surrender. Zhou Jiaming, Lei Wu Bei's second disciple, stood in front of him without any hesitation. Meng Xiaosong was about to chop down with his sword without any hesitation. But he hadn't expected that his only worthy opponent would kneel down with a plop sound. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he said, "Let me go. Hero, have pity on me. I have a 100-year-old mother at home and a young child who is crying piteously for food." Meng Xiaosong's tears streamed down his face as he said, "Hero, boo-hoo-hoo. I don't want to die." Zhou Jiaming was stunned. He hadn't expected that there would be such a cowardly and shameless person in this world. He's kneeling down in front of the two armies. And he's the vice president of the Jiangnan Trade Union. Isn't this too shameful? There's no such thing as the most shameless person, only more shameless. Shamelessness has no limits. Fu *k. Get up, you coward. As long as you tell me where those crossbows are, I'll let you live. Zhou Jianming glared angrily and shouted. Yes, those crossbows. Meng Xiaosong rolled his eyes. I would have told you if I knew. In all honesty, how would I know where they kept the crossbows? Isn't this going to take my old life? I really don't know. Hurry up. Fu *k. Why are you rolling your eyes, you coward? Do you want to die? Hurry up and tell me. Zhou Jiaming shouted. Hero, spare my life. I'm useless. I really don't know where those crossbows are stored. Meng Xiaosong was terrified and scared. He banged his head on the ground with a bang sound. I'll fuck your mother. What's the use of surrendering then? You're useless. I'll fuck you, you coward. Zhou Jianming opened his eyes wide. Then he raised his foot and kicked Meng Xiaosong's belly with a bang. Meng Xiaosong was sent flying more than 10 feet away from the ground. Zhou Jianming felt extremely depressed. This coward doesn't know anything and he wants to surrender. Really? Meng Xiaosong was still shouting in the air. Spare? The word life hadn't left his mouth when his voice suddenly stopped. A blood-red sword light had appeared in the air. It had easily cut his body in half. Then its speed hadn't decreased, and it continued to shoot towards Zhou Jiaming. Meng Xiaosong's body had been cut in half, and blood had rained down from the sky. A blood-red silhouette had emerged from the rain of blood. It had pierced through. With lightning speed, a streamer had flashed and had chopped Zhou Jiaming's leg. He hadn't yet retracted it. It had been cut in half like a sharp knife cutting tofu. This person's timing is extremely precise. Even Jun Moxie, who was far away on the tree branch, couldn't help but praise him in his heart. I wouldn't be able to do a better job than this person even if I personally attacked him. The level of this sneak attack has been brought to the point of perfection. It has reached the pinnacle. This person had chosen to attack when Meng Xiaosong had surrendered, and Zhou Jiaming's hostility had dissipated. Then he had angrily kicked Meng Xiaosong. When Meng Xiaosong's body had flown to a certain height, Zhou Jiaming, Meng Xiaosong, and the assassin's bodies were in an oblique straight line. This had blocked Zhou Jiaming's line of sight. It was like a person's eyes. Even if a small leaf had covered his eyes, he wouldn't be able to see the entire forest. This was the so-called, a leaf can't blind the eyes. However, the assassin in the blood-red clothes had suddenly attacked at this extremely subtle point. He had followed the blinding straight line at a very fast speed. He had pierced through Meng Xiaosong's body, and had gone straight towards Zhou Jiaming. Zhou Jiaming was depressed and angry at this time. His vigilance was at its lowest. His sword had succeeded. The assassin's Xian Qi cultivation was at the same level as Zhou Jiaming. However, his true strength was at most on par with Zhou Jiaming. In fact, he might even be slightly weaker than Zhou Jiaming. If the two of them had faced each other head-on, the best result would have been that both of them would have been injured. The assassin would have only been able to inflict some minor injuries if he hadn't chosen such a clever timing. However, he had managed to chop off one of Zhou Jiaming's legs. Ah! Zhou Jiaming screamed in pain as he saw his right leg being chopped off. His blood spurted out like a fountain. Zhou Jiaming let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He raised his head in pain. However, the assassin in the blood-red clothes hadn't relaxed at all. He had successfully chopped off Zhou Jiaming's leg with his long sword. Then he took advantage of the opportunity to cut off Zhou Jiaming's right leg from the middle. Zhou Jiaming screamed miserably. His voice didn't sound like a human's. He instinctively leapt backwards. However, he had forgotten that his leg had been chopped off. So he didn't leap out. Instead, he fell backwards. The assassin's elbows were like two sledgehammers that were emitting blue light. They ruthlessly pounded on Zhou Jiaming's chest. Zhou Jiaming's ribs were broken with several cracking sounds. Zhou Jiaming's voice sounded like a dying beast's groan. Blood gushed out of his mouth along with his crushed internal organs. The mask covering his face was long gone. His rough face was twisted like the roots of a tree. His veins were twisting and popping out. The assassin's eyes were cold and cruel. He didn't intend to let Zhou Jiaming go. He grabbed his knees with both hands and lifted them up like a thunderbolt. His left leg had just landed, but his right leg had already risen up. He kept pounding on Zhou Jiaming's crotch. His elbows were still pounding on Zhou Jiaming's chest. His hands were clasped together. They were glowing with a dazzling blue light as they struck Zhou Jiaming's temples. Bang! Zhou Jiaming's 7 orifices turned into fountains. It was a fountain of blood. His feet moved up and down as he continued to strike Zhou Jiaming's body from different directions. He had already brought Zhou Jiaming's body several hundred feet away in the blink of an eye. Zhou Jiaming had to bear the brunt of his crazy attacks during this process. Zhou Jiaming's tall and sturdy body had turned into a pile of rotten meat when it finally came to a stop. Zhou Jiaming's tall and sturdy body had turned into a pile of rotten meat. He had turned into a pile of rotten meat from head to toe. His body had withered from head to toe. There wasn't a single sound. Every single bone in his body had turned into powder. He had bumped into many people along the way. Their bones had been smashed by the crazy impact force and had been sent flying. Second brother. Second brother. 2 heart-rending cries of grief and indignation were heard. Lei Jinhong and the third sister Fang Piaohong were so angry that they felt as if their eyes were going to pop out of their sockets. However, it was already too late. Zhou Jianming had already turned into a pile of minced meat. He didn't even have the slightest bit of breath left. He was thoroughly dead. Blood Sword Sect? Who are you? Lei Jinhong's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at that blood-red silhouette. Elder Lei has excellent eyesight. I'm a nobody from the Blood Sword Sect. I've long heard of the great names of the 2 Tianxian experts. It's a great honor to meet you today. That man in blood-red clothes chuckled. He slowly wiped the minced meat and bones off his hands. He then turned around and said with a smile, I wanted to say that I've long heard of the great names of the 3 Tianxian experts. But second brother has already turned into dregs. So, I have no choice but to speak of the 2 of you. I hope the 2 Tianxian experts won't blame me for my lack of manners. Chapter 311. Today's Breakout. First update. Asking for monthly votes. Monthly votes. Brothers and sisters, We are only one step away from the top 10. Everyone give me strength. Rush up. I ask you, who are you? Tell me your name if you have the guts. Lei Jianhong's entire body was trembling. His voice was low and intimidating. He didn't pay any attention to the man's taunts. He didn't even glance at his junior brother's corpse. Fang Piaohong's eyes were fixed on her second senior brother's corpse. Her entire body was trembling and she couldn't utter a single word. The intense battle in the field suddenly came to a halt. Zhao Wuji and the others were rejoicing that they had escaped from death. They didn't care about the fact that the other party had arrived so late. It doesn't matter if he's early or late, as long as he's here. Isn't protecting our own lives more important than anything else? Everyone had stopped fighting, but the atmosphere in the field was getting more and more oppressive. The man in red chuckled. He suddenly raised his hand, and his sleeve made a crisp sound in the air. It was clear that he had hit nothing, but it seemed as if he had hit something solid. A slight sound was heard all around. Suddenly, dozens of silhouettes appeared in all directions. Under the illumination of the fire, these people were all dressed in red, and they stood quietly without moving. However, their eyes were flashing with a cold and frightening light. It seemed as if they were a pack of bloodthirsty wolves waiting for their king's command. The two silhouettes slowly drifted forward, and arrived at the side of the red-robed man. Then they faced Lei Jianhong and Fang Piaohong. The blue radiance on their bodies shone softly, but it gave Lei Jianhong and the others a strong visual impact. These three men were Tianxian's powerhouses. They looked around and saw that there were 10 or so Earth Xian experts present. The rest of them were covered in the misty blue color of Yu Xian. There were 30 or 40 of them. Lei Jianhong's heart suddenly turned cold. It was ice cold. How can we fight this battle? The enemy's strength is far above mine. My third junior sister and I are the only ones left on our side. My name? Ah, Master Lei, it's not your first day out here. I am an assassin of the Bloodsword sect. How can I tell you my name? Even if I don't care about you two, I'll still care about Lei Wu Bei. As for whether I have the guts or not, you might as well ask your second brother. He'll know very clearly. The red-robed man tilted his head as he replied to Lei Jianhong's question. Very good. Lei Jianhong looked at them with grief and indignation. Then he turned around. Sister, let's go. Wait. The red-clothed man suddenly shouted. Lei Jianhong stopped in his tracks. What? Don't tell me you still want to keep us here? Lei Jianhong laughed miserably. Your strength is far above ours, and we're no match for you in a direct confrontation. But do you think you have the strength to keep us here? Lei Jianhong was right. The top experts of both sides were on the same level as Tianxian. It wouldn't be difficult for the Bloodsword sect to defeat Lei Jianhong's side. But it would be impossible for them to keep Lei Jianhong and Fang Piaohong here. As long as the two of them wanted to leave, they could kill their way out at any time and escape far away. Haha, Brother Lei has misunderstood my good intentions. Brother Lei is the only descendant of the cold-blooded master. So we wouldn't dare to offend you. The red-robed man spoke slowly. But don't you want to take away second master's corpse? Do you want to leave his corpse in the wilderness? Lei Jianhong snorted coldly but didn't reply. Instead, he suddenly stood up and grabbed Fang Piaohong's hand. He didn't even bother to say a single word. Instead, he jumped up and down on a branch and disappeared into the night sky. Lei Jianhong understood that he wouldn't be able to escape if he carried Zhou Jiaming's corpse. The red-robed man's words were obviously filled with evil intentions. He wanted to keep his sister and him here to avoid future troubles. In fact, the enmity between the two sides had already been established. So, there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. The opposite party would use extreme measures to keep them here as long as he showed that he wanted second brother's corpse. So what if his father was the cold-blooded master? Don't forget, if the two of them really died here and the Li family's guards were all killed in one fell swoop, then there would truly be no witnesses. At that time, even if his father wanted to seek revenge, he wouldn't be able to find any enemies. And the opposite party obviously had the strength to do so. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and immediately flew away. Lei Jianhong's judgment was correct. The opposite party knew that there was no point in intercepting him, so they didn't try to stop him. Suddenly, a milky white mist rose up in the hazy light of the night, and slowly shrouded the entire area. The mist was getting thicker and thicker and gradually seemed to form a thin barrier. This kind of mist always rose up in the mountain forest in the early morning, so no one paid attention to it. Moreover, there was a burst of fresh mountain air amidst this mist. It was so refreshing that everyone couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Suddenly their spirits were roused. However, Wuxia had come down from the tree at some point in time and he sighed deeply. What a pity. It's a pity that Lei Jianhong and the others left too early. They would have been wiped out if they had stayed for a little longer. It's a pity that the ecstasy fragrance that I had painstakingly concocted has slipped through the net. The ecstasy fragrance wasn't suitable to be used during the previous battle. The powerful Xian Qi would have blown away the ecstasy fragrance in the blink of an eye, and wouldn't have had any effect. Therefore, Jun Moxie had decided to use this trump card now that the situation had stabilized. The ecstasy fragrance had been refined using the heaven and earth aura of the Hongjun Pagoda. It was almost invisible and traceless. There was still a little smell. Moreover, it was a very refreshing and elegant smell. However, anyone who smelled this elegant smell would unknowingly lose their ability to resist it. Even a Xian Qi expert would experience a drop in their Xian Qi after inhaling a certain amount of the ecstasy fragrance. Their fighting strength would also be greatly reduced. This was Jun Moxie's biggest trump card in this operation. You have finally arrived. Zhang Xiyuan Zhao's body was covered in injuries. He limped over to greet them. Zhao Wuji was also at his side. He looked at these red-clothed people with eyes full of fear, but they were also mixed with infinite flattery. There was an accident earlier, so we were delayed for a while. The red-clothed man nodded expressionlessly and said, Where are the crossbows? Zhang Xiyuan Zhao looked at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji understood his meaning and led everyone to the front of the carriages. However, they didn't enter the carriages. Instead, they came to the side of the horses that were pulling the carriages. They first removed the saddle from the horses' bodies. Then they used their hands to untie a long and almost transparent leather belt from the horses' bodies. Then they untied it round after round. Finally, they took out a thin piece of fur from the horses' bellies. Then they made a crashing sound, and dozens of sparkling and translucent crossbows fell to the ground. Zhao Wuji had tied the crossbows here. This scheming is indeed unexpected. It's really amazing. Even if a thief wanted to rob the carriages, they would have searched the carriages at most. If the carriages weren't found, they would have gone in another direction to search. Who would have cared about the horses that were pulling the carriages? There are a total of 350 crossbows. That's 20 more than expected. They've been sent here. The original blueprints have also been burned. There are 20 crossbows tied to the bellies of each horse. The rest of the horses are carrying a total of 7,000 crossbow bolts. This is only the first batch of crossbow bolts. The second batch is still being manufactured. Zhao Wuji said in fear and trepidation. He lowered his head and bowed. He didn't know why, but he felt that the red-clothed man in front of him was overflowing with cold air. It seemed as if the red-clothed man was very dissatisfied with him. Very good. You've completed your task well, the red-clothed man said in a gratified manner. I'll allow you to have a good rest. And I'll give you a reward. Many thanks. Zhao Wuji was overjoyed. He bowed to express his thanks. But his head suddenly fell to the ground with a bang before he could finish speaking. There was a flattering smile on his face, but the red-clothed man had suddenly slashed down with his sword. Idiot. This was the red-clothed man's final comment. The reward I'm giving you is to let you reunite with your second brother. You can rest forever in the underworld. The red-clothed man said in a sinister manner. Senior, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xuanxiao asked in surprise. But the red-clothed man's palm had already landed on his head, and his brain had burst open. He struggled to speak before he died. Why? Why? I thought that you would be clever. But it turns out that you're also an idiot. Why are you asking me for the reason? The red-clothed man wiped the blood off his hand. He then smiled and said, You idiots really think that the Bloodsword Hall is cooperating with that stupid pig-like second prince? He doesn't deserve it. He suddenly waved his hand and said in a stern voice, Attack! All the red-clothed men started to attack at the same time. They had intentionally or unintentionally approached the lucky survivors a moment ago. In fact, they had almost stood together with them. Those lucky survivors knew that their reinforcements had arrived, and that the shadow of death had dispersed. So they felt relieved and didn't have the slightest vigilance. The red-clothed leader had issued an order, and the situation had changed drastically. The lucky survivors had been turned upside down in an instant. They hadn't even had the time to think of resisting. They had already fallen to the ground while screaming in agony. The other group of red-clothed men had silently attacked the Li family's warriors who hadn't been taken away by Lei Jianhong and the others when they had left. These people had been led by the two Tianshan experts to attack the others earlier. So they had gained the upper hand. But now, 3 Tianxian experts had led a group of Earth Shen and Yu Shen experts to attack them with all their might. The situation had been completely reversed. They had been in despair ever since Lei Jianhong and his companion had left. So, they couldn't muster the slightest courage to resist at this time. So, they had been killed in an instant. Only the dozens of red-clothed men were left on the field at this moment. Their fighting strength was tyrannical. No one had been injured in this round of killing. The white fog between the mountains had become even thicker. Check as soon as possible. Confirm which horse has a crossbow. Pack it up and withdraw immediately. The leader of the red-clothed men hastily issued an order. It's finally my turn. I've been waiting for a long time. But you haven't fought fiercely enough. Not many people have died. This makes me very unhappy. An illusory laughter was suddenly heard. It came from the left, the right, the front, and the back. It was ever-changing and unfathomable. He then said, "The Bloodsword Hall is really awesome. I'm sincerely convinced and impressed. But your Bloodsword Hall isn't working for the second prince. So who are you working for? Or perhaps I should ask, who has such great charisma that it's worth working for? I'm very interested in it." "Oh, who's playing tricks on us? Come out." The red-clothed man shouted as he looked around. "Oh, I'm your father, so I'm your father." The man in the shadow smiled wretchedly. He suddenly burst into laughter. "Good son, quickly kneel down and kowtow to welcome your biological father. You're courting death." The red-clothed man was furious. He listened carefully for a moment. Then he suddenly leaped up. A blue sword light shot out like a long dragon. The sword light rumbled a few times and several big trees were cut in half. They fell down like a landslide and the ground was split open. Dust flew everywhere. How is this possible? The red-clothed man who had just displayed his invincible might and killed an expert of the same level, suddenly cried out in shock. He was shocked to find that his Tianxian Qi was rapidly depleting. More than half of it had dissipated along with the sword attack just now. Aha, there are only things that can't be imagined in this world, but there is nothing that can't be done. Nothing is impossible. The mysterious man in the dark let out a long roar. Then he suddenly shouted, "Do it!" There was a loud bang in the surroundings. There were a few places on the ground nearby that were overturned like waves. Sand and dirt flew everywhere like an explosion. A few sturdy figures quickly jumped out and then people rushed over from all directions. A light figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, and flew toward another Tianxian expert at an extremely fast speed. The leader of the red-clothed man was shocked. He shouted, "Be careful." As soon as his voice fell, he saw a flash in front of him. A black-clothed and masked figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It turned out that this person's real target was actually him. In great shock he quickly dodged backward. At the same time he raised his long sword and was about to attack. But that person followed him like a shadow. He took the initiative to attack first. A cold light flashed and he stabbed at the red-clothed man's throat. This cold light was extremely fast. Even with the eyesight of the red-clothed man, he couldn't even see clearly what kind of weapon it was. He already felt a cold piercing pain in his throat. The red-clothed man didn't have time to pull out his sword and retreat again. But he felt a gust of wind on his lower body. A knee fiercely hit his crotch. The red-clothed man was shocked. He raised his buttocks and dodged a foot away like lightning. He was glad that he had avoided this fatal attack. But he was shocked to see another flash of cold light, which was aimed at his eyes. He used all his remaining strength to retreat to the side. He felt a piercing pain on his face. He knew that the person's sharp weapon had cut through his skin. At the same time there was a loud bang on his chest. The enemy's elbows had smashed into his chest. He felt a piercing pain in his lower body. The red-clothed man was angry and angry. He was in pain and fear. These were the methods that he had used to deal with Zhou Jiaming. His opponent had almost copied them all. But at this time their roles had been switched. He was the one being attacked. Moreover, this person's speed was even more ruthless and precise than his own. Chapter 312. What frightened him the most was that his Shen Qi was gradually disappearing, and his Dantian was in chaos. Not to mention that he didn't have the time to fight back. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the opponent with his current strength. The opponent's speed was too fast. Not to mention that he was in a state of panic. Profound Qi was the only thing he could rely on, but now, this only thing he could rely on had disappeared. He had even forgotten to circulate his Shen Qi to protect his body, and was simply taking a beating. Bang! The man in red's crotch was hit, and before he could even cry out, he received another heavy blow on the back of his head. He staggered 2 steps forward, only to find that the enemy was already waiting in front of him. In a split second, his body bore the brunt of countless punches and kicks like a storm. This person's speed was like that of a ghost, and the man in red felt that every part of his body was being beaten at the same time. Moreover, every part of his body was enough to kill a person. This person's understanding of the human body had reached an extremely high level. It seemed as if he was hitting randomly, but every hit was aimed at the most uncomfortable part, which was also the most taboo for a martial artist. The man in red's consciousness was already fuzzy, and the only thought in his mind was, "This person is even more proficient in the art of killing than the people of my blood sword hall. Who is this person?" The other two Tianxian assassins were shocked to see this change, and roared in anger as they rushed forward to help. However, as soon as they raised their Shenqi, they discovered a sad reality. They didn't know when their strength had dissipated by more than half, and they knew that they had been poisoned. In a state of panic, they no longer cared about rescuing their companions, and instead worked hard to circulate the remaining Shenqi in their bodies, hoping to force the poison out and restore their strength. However, as they circulated their Shenqi, the remaining Shenqi dissipated faster and faster. How could they not be alarmed? While they were inexplicably panic-stricken, many people who were hidden in the surroundings suddenly appeared like ghosts, and rushed over at a high speed. Each person's body was flashing with a brilliant golden light. They had no qualms about charging towards the Earth Shen experts, Yu Shen experts, and even Tian Shen experts who were much stronger than them. They held their swords in their hands and slashed at them. It was as if they didn't care about the experts at all. They only cared about a herd of cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In fact, the highest cultivation of this new batch of enemies was only at the peak of the Gold Shen realm. If they hadn't been poisoned, these red-clothed assassins would have thought that these people weren't even comparable to cattle or sheep waiting to be slaughtered. At best, they would have been nothing more than a bunch of ants. One should know that the lowest cultivation among these assassins was Yu Shen. But at this moment, the tables had turned. Now, in the face of these black-robed men, the existences that were usually like ants had directly transformed into the king of hell. The overbearing ecstasy fragrance had caused their cultivations to fall to the same level as the enemies in front of them. Moreover, their cultivations were still falling rapidly. Everyone was extremely terrified of this fact, and they no longer had any will to fight. The ecstasy fragrance had completely crushed the will to fight of these so-called cold-blooded assassins. When a powerhouse lost his pride and the powerful combat strength he relied on to survive, his mentality might even be worse than an ordinary person's. Everyone was only thinking of escaping, and they were like a swarm of bees in an instant. On the contrary, the group of Gold Shen experts were full of vigor, and didn't seem to fear death. These two groups of people collided like volcanoes erupting in the span of 1 or 2 breaths' time. The faces of this group of men were cold and expressionless. Compared to the unusually cold-blooded assassins in front of them, the expressions on their faces at this moment were more like those of the cruelest and most cold-blooded assassins. Faced with the chaotic and disorderly attacks of the enemy, they didn't dodge or evade. Instead, they stubbornly charged forward, using their shoulders and chests to resist the enemy's attacks, and at the same time, sending their weapons into the enemy's body. It was almost as if they were trading their lives for their lives, and exchanging injuries for their lives. This was an extremely cruel method of fighting. If they were cruel enough to themselves, then they would be even more cruel to their enemies. The battle broke out quickly, but it ended even more quickly. It seemed as if the battle was already half over after a single collision. This was because the assassins who were slashed by this group of men would instantly turn black as soon as their skin was cut. Then they would stop breathing and lose their lives. The weapons of this group of people were smeared with an incomparably overbearing poison. Even an Earth Shen expert wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of lethal poison for a short period of time. This was the stockpile of poison that Jun Moxie had accumulated when he had forced the poison out of Jun Wui's body. However, it had come in handy at this moment. These people's swords had been soaked in this poison for a night. This poison was a mixture of dozens of different poisons in the world, and could be said to be lethal upon contact. More than 200 men split up into groups of 4 or 5 to deal with one person. The leader would act as a meat shield, and would use his body to resist the enemy's attacks. Then, the remaining 3 or 4 people would swarm forward, and would tear the enemy's body to shreds in a split second. Even if the Earth Shen experts were able to resist for a while, they would still be quickly corroded by the poison, and would die in a split second. This scene was witnessed by the 2 Tian Shen experts who were using all their strength to force out the poison. Even the calm Tian Shen experts couldn't help but twitch their eyebrows, and break out in a cold sweat. Are these people still human? This group of people, Don't take their own lives. Don't they take the lives of their companions as something important? Even if risking one's life on the battlefield is understandable, but this is too unskillful and too barbaric, isn't it? An Earth Shen assassin's blade had pierced through the shoulder, and the back of the blade had almost sunk in. It was almost certain that this was a fatal injury. If the assassin had used just a little more strength, he would have been cut in half. However, this guy didn't even frown, and even fiercely twisted his shoulder, and firmly stuck the blade that had pierced into his body. Then the other people who had rushed forward with him roared, and dismembered the Earth Shen expert in front of them into minced meat in a split second. Another person had clearly been pierced through the abdomen by a long sword. This was a fatal injury, but he still had an expressionless face, and even used both his hands to firmly lock the edge of the long sword in front of his abdomen. His other hand had grabbed the red-robed Earth Shen assassin's wrist, and he had a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, a large blade and a long sword fell from his side, and another pile of minced meat was turned into minced meat, and then, this group of people. They were even more desperate than the desperados. Desperados were at best fighting with their lives on the line, and they would still be afraid and cowardly at the critical juncture of life and death. However, these burly men had completely disregarded death, and had even brought death to their opponents. 15 Earth Shen assassins and 40 blood-clothed assassins of Yu Shen's level had all been annihilated in the blink of an eye. What was even more cruel was that not a single one of these 55 people had been able to preserve their corpses. Every corpse had been disfigured beyond recognition, and they were even more miserable than the previous Zhou Jianming. Originally, this was understandable for an assassin. After all, the best way to confirm a person's death was to dismember their corpse. However, understanding was one thing, but witnessing it with their own eyes and witnessing so many dismembered corpses to take their lives, one could well imagine the shock they felt. The two Tianxian assassins suddenly had a feeling that they had encountered a pack of wolves when they had entered the Tianfa forest in search of medicine. And this group of people in front of them was even more frightening than a pack of wolves. This kind of surging murderous intention, murderous intent, and murderous aura, how could it be limited to the category of an assassin? Even the bloodiest and cruelest Shen beasts in the Tianfa forest might not be able to do this. Finally, it was followed by an extremely despairing scream. It was extremely miserable, and it was also extremely indignant. However, it stopped abruptly. The two men turned their heads to look and saw that their leader, the Tianxian assassin who had just killed Zhou Jianming, had both his arms chopped off. His mouth, eyes, and nose had all been smashed into horrifying bloody holes before they could even land on the ground. The two men turned their heads to look, and saw that their leader's body had been kicked high into the air with a bang sound. Then a series of frenzied blows rained down on his throat, heart, crotch, head, and other vital points. The two men could clearly see that none of the blows had gone beyond the range of these vital points. They had been able to maintain such precision under such intensive attacks. Just this point alone was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Not only because of the precision of the technique, but also because of the cruelty and cold-bloodedness. As long as one or half of those vital points had been hit, it would have been enough to be fatal. Yet the attacker had attacked in such a manner. It was obvious that he had done it to shock them. Finally, with a cracking sound that made one's teeth ache, the scene stopped moving. That Tianxian assassin who had been majestic just now, had turned into a complete human stick. The right hand of the black-clothed masked man in front of him was stretched out straight, and his fist had easily pierced through his chest. Then it came out from his back. That tightly clenched fist was still holding a piece of broken heart. It was hanging in the air just like that. The two Tianxian assassins had goosebumps all over their bodies. This could not be said to be cruel, or cold-bloodedness anymore. This was a pervert. A pervert who had surpassed the limits of human endurance. A pervert who had surpassed the limits of human endurance. This man was naturally Jun Moxie. Seeing that he couldn't drag on any longer, Jun Dashao naturally had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. But after he had made his move, he discovered something that made him feel depressed. Extremely depressed. Extremely depressed. Jun Wuxia was the king of assassins of his generation, but he had never had the habit of abusing others. He had always paid attention to killing his opponent in a single blow. He had no choice but to kill his opponent, but he couldn't say it out loud. Even with the effect of the ecstasy fragrance, the enemy's strength had dropped to an unimaginable level. Even if the enemy didn't have the intention to fight, even if he had caught him unprepared from the start, and had been leading the fight with speed, but the strength of a Tianxian expert was too high. The young Master Jun had made rapid progress and had reached the Jade Shen realm. But there was still a huge disparity between him and the other party. The other party's bones wouldn't have been able to be found under such a concentrated barrage of attacks. However, the guy in front of him had only let out a few painful howls. Chapter 313. If we were to use the saying of the game in his previous life, Jun Dashao's attack power was really too trashy. The opponent was already in a state of naked state with a huge negative status, but Jun Dashao just couldn't break through his defense, no matter how frequent and intensive the attack was. And this was under the situation where the opponent couldn't gather his qi. This matter really couldn't be explained clearly, it was really too embarrassing. Therefore, Jun Dashao didn't dare to relax a bit, although the attack was intensive, but in his heart, he knew that if he couldn't kill the person in front of him in one blow, as long as he gave the opponent a little chance to react, he would face the situation where he would be at a disadvantage or even be turned around. After all, he only had Yuxian at most and the opponent was Tianxian, a real Tianxian realm. Even if the opponent only had 1/10 of his power left, he would still suffer greatly. Therefore, Jun Moxie kept on banging, his fists, knees, elbows, feet and even heels were already sore from the recoil, but he still refused to relax and didn't dare to relax, so it seemed that the attack was getting more and more intensive. Such a one-sided battle, in the eyes of outsiders, completely changed the flavor of the battle. In the eyes of outsiders, he could obviously kill the opponent in one blow, but he insisted on using such cruel methods to torture the opponent. It was simply a crime that took pleasure in torturing others. This was simply the legendary torture killing. Moreover, in order to shock the audience, Jun Moxie further dispelled the opponent's momentum. The qi that he displayed was sky blue, the color of Tianxian peak level qi. As an expert at the peak of the Sky Shen realm, he was madly beating up a Sky Shen realm expert who was a few levels lower than him. Moreover, the other party wasn't even fighting back. Was there really a need to beat him up so relentlessly? I'll just settle it with one punch. Jun Dashao's cheeks were streaming with tears. Who wouldn't want to succeed in one strike? No matter how I thought about it, wasn't it because my strength wasn't enough? Fortunately, this wasn't a game world based on pure data. Even a Sky Shen expert had his limits. Jun Moxie continued to throw more than 300 punches at the same spot on his chest. This finally broke through the Shen Qi protecting his body, and destroyed his tyrannical physique that he was so proud of. Then the last punch pierced through his heart and severed his life. However, he didn't know that after he punched out his last punch, the image of him resting in exhaustion in the eyes of others was extremely pretentious, cruel, and perverted. Since you've already killed him, why are you still holding on to his corpse? Like a dried salted fish. Do you want to scare me to death, boss? It's so late at night, nearly 200 people looked at the hitman Jun in awe, and remained silent for a moment. It was too shocking. Too shocking. The other two Tianxian experts looked at Jun Moxie with grief and indignation. They clenched their teeth and asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name if you have the guts. Our Bloodsword Hall will never forget the kindness you've bestowed upon us today. We will repay you in a matter of days." Repay? Don't tell me you still want to leave? Jun Moxie blinked in surprise. Your imagination is too rich, isn't it? When did I say that I'd let you go? Are you sure you're not dreaming? Are you talking in your sleep? Ha ha ha, we've been poisoned by you and we've lost more than half of our strength. This is an indisputable fact. Today we've indeed suffered a crushing defeat. But do you think that you and this bunch of trash and stinking bird eggs in front of you can trap us? Yes, you're a top expert of Tianxian, and your strength is far superior to ours. But even with your ability, you can only stop one of us if we wholeheartedly want to leave. You're dreaming if you think you can stop all of us. So, the one who is really dreaming and talking in your sleep is you. The two blood-clothed Tianxian experts laughed mournfully, and their cold words resounded. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. No matter who you are or whether there's someone behind you, you and your forces are dead. The sweet dreams are gone, but the nightmares will continue to come. Only one of you can stay? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? If I couldn't make you stay, I wouldn't have come tonight. Dreaming? Let's see who's dreaming. Jun Moxie sneered and waved his hand. Kill. 200 people roared at the same time. Even those who were heavily injured ignored their injuries, and once again raised their swords and sabers, and rushed forward like a tide. Ha ha. The two Tianxian assassins laughed and suddenly jumped up, one to the south and the other to the north. Their long bodies flew rapidly. Even if the abnormal leader in front of them had the cultivation of a peak Tianxian expert, he was only one person. How could he take down two experts of the same level who were heading in opposite directions? Jun Moxie snorted and laughed. He didn't even have the intention to move. he only shouted coldly, "Come down." Along with this shout, the sky seemed to have darkened along with this shout. The strong men on the ground scattered in all directions in an orderly manner, and quickly flashed out of the circle. The two blood-clothed assassins looked up, and couldn't help but feel their guts crack at the same time. In midair from all directions, dozens of giant nets with bright hooks covered the sky, covering the entire space within a radius of hundreds of feet. They were densely packed and there was absolutely no gap between them. They looked in all directions and found that there were no blind spots. Moreover, most of the nets were overlapping and there was another one above one net. Even if one could barely break through the first net, there was still a second or even a third. Just as the two Tianxian assassins were screaming in despair, 40 to 50 large nets fell down with a loud rumble, and trapped them inside. If they hadn't lost all of their strength, they might have been able to use all of their strength to break through these large nets in the blink of an eye. However, their strength had been greatly damaged, and even if they could struggle to break through, they would need a considerable amount of time to gather their strength. However, what they lacked the most right now was time. How could Jun Moxie give them enough time to counterattack? As soon as the order was given, more than 200 burly men threw down their swords and sabers and took out the thick wooden sticks that they had prepared beforehand. They aimed at the two unlucky fellows who were covered by dozens of layers of nets, and smashed them mercilessly. This was a great opportunity for a Gold Shen expert to trample on a Tian Shen expert, and they might not even come across it once in a lifetime. So how could they let it go? Everyone had previously watched Jun Daxiao trample on his opponents, and they weren't willing to let Jun Daxiao take all the glory. So what if you're a Tian Shen expert? I'll still trample you to death. No, it'll be you. The sky-blue radiance of Shen Qi could still be vaguely seen through the layers upon layers of the net. It was obvious that these two Sky Shen experts were still struggling with their lives on the line. They were trying their best to turn the tide. However, the merciless reality was telling them that everything was useless. Wooden sticks that were almost as thick as a person's thighs landed heavily on the two meat eggs with great force. Their nightmares had truly arrived. The two Sky Shen experts had been reluctant to cry out in pain at first, but now they were screaming with more joy than anything else. Their mournful cries pierced the night sky, and could be heard for several miles. It was as if they were owls. Their other Tian Shen companion had also died a miserable death, but he had died under the sneak attack of the young Master Jun, who was at the peak of Tian Shen. So, it could be said that he had died a glorious death, but what about the two of them? They were about to be trampled to death by a group of Gold Shen ants. How tragic was their life? Speaking of which, these two men were really unlucky. They had brought all of this misery upon themselves, and had nothing to do with anyone else. Jun Moxie had been very worried about these two men. Although they had been poisoned by the ecstasy fragrance, they were still Tian Shen experts. Their strength had regressed, but they were still at the Earth Shen level or even higher. It was impossible for their Shen Qi to degenerate into nothingness. If they were to fight to the death, they would probably cause huge casualties to the 200 guards. Therefore, Jun Moxie had transformed his Shen Qi into the unique color of Tian Shen's peak in order to intimidate them. Sure enough, the two men's only choice was to escape immediately, and they had to escape separately. In fact, this wasn't surprising. The strength of these two men was only at the level of Tian Shen's primary level. Even if they were at their peak, they would still have to escape if they were to encounter a Tian Shen's peak. What's more, their Shen Qi had dissipated by more than half. But when the two of them escaped, they fell right into Jun Moxie's trap. He had already arranged for 54 men to hide in the trees, and each of them had 2 large nets in their hands. They had been waiting for this moment. Didn't they see that there were only 200 men? One must know that there were 254 men in total. This was equivalent to 54 skilled fishermen casting a large number of dense nets at the same time. These two men were flustered and had nowhere to borrow strength from. So, how could they not fall into the trap? These two men were supposed to cause huge casualties to Jun Moxie's side, and they might not even be able to capture them. But they had become fish in the net. Not only were they fish in the net, but they were also meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The 200 men brandished their big sticks as if they didn't care for their lives. It was as if they were threshing soybeans after harvesting in the golden autumn. They were beating the nets happily. As the screams became softer and softer, there was no movement at all. Jun Moxie was afraid that it might be a trap, so he ordered them to continue hammering for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. There was no other reason than the vigilance of an assassin. After hammering, Jun Daxiao went forward to take a look. And the effect was very good. Even the large nets had been hammered into pieces. As for the inside, it seemed like it couldn't be considered as a human anymore. It couldn't even be considered as meat. It had turned into minced meat. 100% minced meat. Even if it was stewed in a pressure cooker for a day, it wouldn't be able to stew to such a state. Jun Moxie squinted his eyes and went forward to take a look. He waved his hand and said, "Immediately clean up the battlefield. If it's an enemy, stab him if he's not dead yet. Take care of our own people. Carry the wounded away. Carefully clean up all the crossbows and arrows. Make sure there are no traces. Start the operation immediately." Everyone roared in agreement. Jun Moxie raised his head, and his eyes looked towards a certain direction in the forest. His eyes seemed to contain a meaningful smile. In a flash, the battlefield had been cleaned up. Jun Wuxia gave the order, and everyone mounted their horses at the same time. Then the sound of hoofbeats rang out, and everyone disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only flesh and blood were left on the ground. It was a complete mess. It was a testimony to this exceptionally bloody battle. Chapter 3:14. After a long time, blurg, 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 blurg. In the direction that Jun Moxie was looking at, there were two people vomiting their guts out. It seemed like they could even vomit out their intestines. Then the sound of vomiting could be heard. It seemed like there were quite a number of people vomiting. "Old Pang, what should we do, blurg? What else can we do?" "Blurg, it's useless. Our problem is solved. Let's go back, blurg." Young Master's hidden strength is indeed astonishing, but his methods are really, blurg, cruel. My God, blurg. You shut up. Don't say any more. Blurg. A low and deep bird's cry could be heard. Dozens of people appeared from their hiding places. Almost all of them had pale faces, and the corners of their mouths were continuously dripping. It was obvious that any one of them had vomited quite heavily. It seemed that someone had taken the lead to issue an order. These people also quietly left. From the beginning to the end, they did not show themselves. It was as if they had never been there. The deep curtain of night quickly fell, covering all the sins and dispersing all the blood. Silence reigned. In the Jun residence. It was already past midnight, but Grandpa Jun's study room was still brightly lit. Jun Moxie quietly brought his men home. When he saw the light, he suddenly became poetic and sang in his heart. "In the quiet night, the stars are shining. In front of Grandpa's window, the light is still on." He painstakingly wrote the teaching materials. "His tall figure is reflected in my heart." Jun Dashao happily returned to his room and went to sleep. The two groups of men went to rest and recuperate. Apart from the 350 crossbows and 7,000 arrows, there was also 20 to 30,000 taels of shining white silver. Jun Wuxia had generously divided the money between the 200 men. The injured would receive an extra 50 taels of silver. Everyone was happy. With the help of Jun Moxie's elixir, the injuries of the injured quickly recovered and were no longer a problem. Of course, only Jun Dashao could be so generous. Many of the people who were mobilized this time were injured. Among them, many suffered serious internal and external injuries. Some injuries were fatal. However, with Jun Dashao's various elixirs, no matter how serious their injuries were, they could recover in a short period of time. The emperor does not send hungry soldiers. Not only did he have the silver to trade with the merchants, Jun Moxie also gave the order for the hand crossbows to be given to each of his men, so that they could use them to attack the enemy and defend themselves. In any case, they were about to set off for the Southern Heaven region. As long as they reached the Southern Heaven region, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Jun Dashao had just settled down when old Pang and his men quietly returned to the mansion. Their faces were pale and their lips were pale. Their footsteps were unsteady. In the study. "Master, you're finally back. I almost vomited to death." Old Pang gasped for breath. "What's wrong?" The old man was very puzzled. "It's the young master. His method was too cruel." "Ugh." Old Pang said as he felt nauseous again. "Cruel? What happened? Tell me in detail." The old man was even more puzzled. Old Pang was a veteran of the battlefield and had been with him for decades. In fact, he had been on the battlefield longer than Jun Wuyi. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a veteran of hundreds of battles. So, what kind of cruelty hadn't he seen? But he had killed at least hundreds of people, and this was the most conservative count. What could have caused him to be like this? "Ugh," Old Pang said while retching. Finally he said, "Master, I've seen people kill before. I've even killed many people myself. But I've never seen someone beat a person to death like this. Then my fist came out from the person's back and squeezed their heart. I've never seen it before. As for the other two people, not to mention human form, they could even be made into dumplings. They didn't even need to be chopped. Do you still need me to explain in detail? Ugh. Don't say any more. Hurry up and shut up. Before he could finish speaking, Grandpa Jun could already imagine the scene from before. He could not help but retch as well. Old Pang's evil plan had succeeded. He laughed mischievously and quickly left. Rather than vomiting alone, it was better to vomit in front of everyone. That way it would be fair and reasonable. Grandpa Jun was a cut above the rest. After retching for a while, he regained his composure. He could not help but smile as he muttered to himself. This little guy really gave me a lot of surprises. That kind of silent poison, really? I wonder how many trump cards this little guy has up his sleeves? However, there was another person in the Jun family who was very depressed. This person was the recently appointed general of the Southern Heaven City, Jun Wui. He personally led his men to the Nichang Pavilion in order to capture Lady Yu and kill her. After all, the crossbows had already arrived. The operation had already begun. Lady Yu's existence no longer had any meaning. This was Jun Moxie's plan. However, when he arrived there, he found out that there was nothing there. After asking around, he found out that Lady Yu and her subordinates had disappeared early in the morning. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. There was no trace of them at all. Jun Wui was greatly disappointed. He had used Mount Tai to smash an egg. It was like using a stone to smash an egg. However, he had failed in the end, so depressed. Where did the news leak out? Jun Wui was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. Jun Moxie immediately summoned all the relevant people early the next morning. They would set off with the army in the afternoon. So, Jun Moxie was racing against time. Fatty, you must take good care of the aristocratic hall after I leave. You must take responsibility for me. Moreover, the pills that I gave you must be auctioned off at regular intervals. Do it in small batches. Also, pay attention to the confidentiality of your own information. As for the money from the auctions, don't hesitate to buy the high-grade medicinal ingredients that I've listed. As for the ordinary medicinal ingredients, you don't need to deliberately search for them. Moreover, don't search for medicinal ingredients like you did before. Otherwise you'll attract ridicule. Jun Moxie gave Fatty a bottle of 100 antidotes pills, a bottle of mysterious yang pills, and a bottle of minorine pills. He would use them to make exorbitant profits. As for the 10 years pill, he naturally wouldn't sell them. However, these 3 elixirs were enough to cause a sensation. Little Yang Mo, you don't need to get involved in the aristocratic hall's transactions. But if the royal family comes to the aristocratic hall with a request, it doesn't matter if it's excessive or not. It doesn't matter if it's reasonable or not. After all, it's not convenient for Tang Yuan's status to deal with these things. Do you understand? But. The young boy was somewhat hesitant. No buts. It's settled. Jun Moxie decisively concluded, if you feel that you can't handle it, then go back and ask your father, Prince Equivalent. Well, it's settled. There's no need to talk about this anymore. Little Yang Mo went out with a heavy heart after the matter was settled. Jun Moxie then turned to Tang Yuan, the royal family's transactions will be handed over to Yang Mo. It doesn't matter if he suffers a loss. You don't need to care about the loss. Do you understand? I don't understand. What? If someone from the royal family comes to look for trouble, then this little demon won't be able to handle it. So, he'll just accept his bad luck? Fatty Tang's face was full of complaints. He didn't understand Jun Moxie's decision. I don't need you to understand. I only need you to carry it out. Jun Moxie angrily glared at him. Prince Equivalent's family hadn't been present at the gifted scholars' autumn banquet in Tianxiang. However, he hadn't opposed Jun Moxie's provocation. It seemed as if everything was still. It had to be said that Prince Equivalent was able to keep his cool. However, this trick wouldn't work in front of Jun Moxie. You can keep your cool? Alright, then I'll add fuel to the fire. You're only thinking of taking out a few taels of silver to make money for this young master. How can it be so cheap? How can this young master take out money for you if I don't tie you to the same chariot as my Jun family? It's not very honorable to do this. It's despicable to use this to attack a child. But this young master can make an emperor for you if you perform well. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Fatty didn't understand what he meant. However, he kept quiet out of fear when he saw Jun Moxie's anger. Even he didn't realize that his childhood friend, a debauchee, had such a powerful and domineering temperament. Jun Moxie turned to Song Shang. Song Shang, you're going to make some wine for our use. You don't need to make too much. Do you understand? Moreover, you're going to be in charge of the aristocratic hall's safety at night. You must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Understood, Master. Hai Chen Feng, You must forge the capital's underworld into an iron plate while I'm away. I don't care how much fighting power you have, but how much intelligence you can gather. Do you understand what I mean? For example, the beggars at the city gates, the scattered people on the streets, the bartenders at the restaurants, the pimps at the brothels, the guards at the gates of the aristocratic families, and so on. You must make full use of these people's latent power to dig out valuable information. Remember, intelligence is the most important. You can only consider the issue of fighting power after you've determined the route of the intelligence. Do you understand? A cold light flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes as he enunciated these words word by word. This also contained his main purpose for governing the underworld. Therefore, he needed to make Hai Qinfeng understand. I understand. Rest assured, young master. I, Hai Qinfeng, will certainly make the Tianxiang city's underworld an all-pervasive intelligence network. Hai Qinfeng replied solemnly as he understood Jun Moxie's meaning. Very good. The last and most important matter is the safety of the Jun family. Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang will be in charge of this. I will only say one thing, anything. There were no accidents. I won't allow it. I'm talking about any situation. Understand? Rest assured, young master. If anyone wants to deal with the Jun family, they'll have to do it over our dead bodies. Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang replied in unison. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Jun Moxie nodded slightly and took out a porcelain bottle. There are 3 pills in this bottle. Take them together and it will increase your pure qi cultivation by 10 years. Tang Yuan, you can ask Hai Qinfeng to help you. Also, this matter is classified as top secret. No one is allowed to leak it. The 3 of them agreed in unison with a fanatical look in their eyes. To be able to increase 10 years of Shen Qi cultivation in one go was an exceptionally miraculous matter. Even Fatty Tang, who didn't pay much attention to his martial prowess, was excited by this, not to mention Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang, the 2 Tianxian experts. You can all disperse for the time being. Go about your own business. You don't need to come and see me off in the afternoon. Jun Wuxia waved his hand, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. If this trip goes smoothly, when we return it will be, ha! He smiled meaningfully, but his eyes revealed a cold glint that was as sharp as a knife's edge. Everyone present couldn't help but tremble as they saw this. What was this young master planning in his heart? Why is this look so frightening? As the sun began to tilt to the west, the general's gathering drum in the middle of the drill ground began to rumble and shake the earth. Most military strategists would choose to go to war in the morning or at sunrise to take advantage of the auspicious meaning of the rising sun. However, this time they chose to go to war in the afternoon, which was somewhat unusual. At the very least, the mood was not that good. The sun was about to set in the west, so how could it be good? But this was the decision of the Emperor of Tianxiang, so no one dared to question it. The autumn wind was biting cold, and the dead leaves were blown away at low altitude. Hundreds of flags in the drill ground were as red as blood, fluttering in the wind like waves in a sea of blood. Jun Wui was dressed in military attire and sat in a wheelchair as he slowly stepped onto the stage. Although he was sitting in a wheelchair, his sharp eyes and chiseled face still gave everyone a feeling that he could dominate the world. The blood general who had been silent for 10 years. Finally, he had returned to the army today. 10 years of hardship and 10 years of being disabled hadn't worn away this blood general's unyielding character. The moment he appeared on the platform, all the generals who had worked with him before were excited to find that the Jun Wui in front of them was still the blood general from 10 years ago. He was still like a treasured sword that could cut the heavens, radiating light in all directions. He was still as arrogant as ever and could shake the world. In this seemingly broken body, there was still an earth-shattering, piercingly cold heroic spirit, and a fearless, deep fighting spirit. Once again he would command thousands of troops. Once again he would gallop on the battlefield, and display the heroic spirit of the Jun family's men. Suddenly, during the silence at the foot of the platform, a person shouted loudly, "Blood robes!" Everyone shouted at the same time, "God of War!" "Blood clothes!" "God of War!" The tsunami-like cheers continued for a long time. Jun Wui's back was exceptionally straight, and he expressionlessly looked at the neat troops below the platform. Wherever his eyes fell, there would be even more enthusiastic cheers. After a round of inspection, Jun Wui slowly raised his hands, and then dropped them down. The cheers around him suddenly came to an abrupt end, as if they had been cut by a knife. On the rough faces, pairs of fervent eyes looked at the idol in their hearts. In the arena of tens of millions of people, apart from the neighing of the war horses and the flapping of the flags in the wind, There was no other sound. Brothers, my fellow comrades. Jianghu slowly opened his mouth. His clear voice was issued with vigorous Shen Qi, and everyone in the field could hear it clearly. After 10 years, I, Jianghu, am finally standing here again. Jianghu's eyes slowly swept across the field, and he was solemn and solemn. I will once again fight side by side with my fellow brothers. I will once again stain my conqueror's robe with blood. Even though this time, we are facing mystical beasts that are far more ferocious and more terrifying than the enemy. But after thousands of battles, we all came back alive. Facing an enemy that was 100 times stronger than us, we also came back victorious. Now, facing these mystical beasts that don't know how to play any tricks, I, Jun-san, ask you, are you afraid? The last sentence gathered all of Jianghu's strength, and it exploded like a bolt from the blue. A burst of heroic laughter came from the field. What a joke! We aren't even afraid of the enemy, so why should we be afraid of beasts? Jianghu's cold eyes swept across the field. I will say it again, is anyone afraid? No. Tens of millions of people shouted at the same time, and every one of them shouted themselves hoarse. The strong roar set off a wave of air that shook the heaven and earth. Good. Whether facing the cunning enemy or the ferocious beasts. Whether facing the heaven and earth or the sky. I, Jianghu, will give you a word of advice. Jianghu's eyes were cold, and he suddenly roared, fight. Be fearless. Fight. Be fearless. Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time, and the scene had already boiled up to the extreme. Jianghu's words had also aroused the blood of the soldiers to the extreme. Dugu Wudi and the other generals of the kingdom were standing to the side, and their eyes revealed a fanatical look of envy and jealousy. Only the Jun family had been able to create such an exciting scene since the founding of the Tianxiang Empire until now. The Jun family had been silent for 10 years. But such a situation had reappeared, and it was even more than it had been in the past. The men of the Jun family were fully deserving of the title of God of War. The iron-blooded fighting spirit. For a moment, all the generals in the military field had the same feeling in their hearts. To be able to obtain such an achievement, what regrets would there be in this life? Let the thousands of soldiers and horses boil with us. Life and death don't matter. Jianghu moved his wheelchair amidst the tsunami-like cheers, and suddenly turned around. He cupped his fists. Your Majesty. This official, Jianghu, is asking for my resignation. Proof. His Majesty's face turned red as he loudly gave his approval. Play the music. Send the Empire's heroes into battle. Dugu Zongheng took a step forward, and roared in a majestic voice. The drums of the expedition sounded like a raging tide, and with the greatest enthusiasm. 8 neatly dressed knights in bright armor rode out on 8 fine horses, and each held a large flag in their hands. The bitingly cold autumn wind blew the huge flag into the air, and it fluttered in the air. It was the color of blood, and there was a large golden character in the middle of the flag, June. All the veteran soldiers of the Tianxiang Empire had tears in their eyes. The Jun family's war flag. The flag that symbolized invincibility, the iron-blooded heroism, had finally appeared after 10 years. It had appeared once again. It was still as soul-stirring as ever. It was still as stirring as ever. The orderly sound of hoofbeats resounded, and a group of knights in bright armor came out in a line, and gradually formed a torrent of iron and steel, surging and galloping against the wind. Their swords pointed to the sky, and their swords pointed to the south. The heroes had fought 100 battles, and the warriors' blood had not yet turned cold. Chapter 3:15. Thank you brothers, thank you sisters. Today's first update has arrived. The second update will be slightly later. Tonight we'll pull an all-nighter. On the second day of the army's departure. To be precise, it was midnight on the day of the army's departure. The emperor of the Tianxiang Empire finally received the long-awaited news. He knew that the Zhao family's men had been annihilated along with the Southern Trade Union's men, and the second prince's divine wind guards. This news wasn't unexpected for the emperor. After all, this was the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the arrangements he had made? However, the news didn't stop there. The annihilation of the entire army wasn't limited to this. The Blood Sword sect's assassins who had participated in this operation had also died a violent death. A total of 3 Sky Shen experts, 15 Earth Shen high-level assassins, and 40 Jade Shen blood-clothed assassins had been completely annihilated. This news had brought about an exceptionally astonishing shock to them. How much strength would be needed to completely annihilate such a force? This wasn't a simple defeat, but a complete annihilation of the entire army. Not a single person had been spared. Moreover, the true core of this incident, the crossbow that several parties had been eagerly waiting for, had also disappeared without a trace. It was a super-killing weapon crafted from shen beast tendons and well-tempered steel. The emperor slammed the table on the spot and smashed his cup. His gloomy face did not recover for a few days. Regardless of whether it was the hand crossbow or the strength of the bloodsword sect, they were all things that the emperor placed great importance on. He had never thought that the things that he had planned out so flawlessly and were so close to being in his hands would not be in his hands in the end. Moreover, he had lost nearly half of his elite fighting strength because of this. What made him the most angry was that there was no clue to this incident. He had suffered a loss and he still didn't know who had done it. There wasn't even the slightest clue. How could the emperor of Tianxiang not be depressed? How could he not be angry? This depression and anger had caused the entire imperial palace to be covered in a gloomy fog. Everyone was trembling with fear and trepidation. They were afraid that they would accidentally anger the unhappy emperor. As for the instigator of this incident, the second prince, he had fainted when he heard the news. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. He had directly fainted. There was nothing wrong with fainting. This was because his losses were the greatest among all the participants. The price he had to pay was too great, so great that he couldn't bear it. After all, this batch of materials had been supplied by him. Moreover, they had been bought at the most reasonable price. In fact, it should be said that he had bought them at a sky-high price. Moreover, he had paid double the production cost. Moreover, he had used a large amount of manpower, material resources, and connections. In the end, not only had he lost everything, but his own divine wind guards had also been completely destroyed. After all, that was the most elite force under the command of the second prince. He had spent his entire fortune, but it was all for the benefit of others. The most infuriating thing was that he didn't even know who that other person was. If he didn't pass out, the second prince might not know how to react. Li Yuran was also depressed. The eldest young master Li hadn't lost as much as the second princes. But the price he had paid was also considerable. In fact, it could be said that he had suffered a great loss. He had sent out half of the elite warriors that he had secretly trained. But they had been completely annihilated. Moreover, one of his brothers had been turned into a pile of meat paste. But the most depressing thing was that he didn't know who to look for revenge. Should he look for the Bloodsword sect? Should he look for an assassin's organization for revenge? His brain must have been flooded with water. Didn't he hear that the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei didn't even care about him? The eldest young master hadn't been so smart. He hadn't brought back the second young master's corpse. In fact, the eldest young master would have probably died there. 9 young masters and 1 young master had come to the Tianxiang city to help him a month and a half ago. But 8 of them had already died. The remaining 2 had also become frightened by the mere twang of a bow. The eldest young master Li Yuran was extremely resentful. But another fire was added at this time. The eldest young master Li had taken control of a corner of the Tianxiang city's underground forces. But they had suffered a surprise attack that very night. And they had been forced to retreat. And they had been swallowed up by the Jinyang gang. The Jinyang gang had become the most powerful gang in the Tianxiang city. And they didn't have any competitors. The eldest young master Lei Jinhong and the third young master Fang Piaohong had fought against 2 Tianxian experts that very night. Their opponents were stronger than the eldest young master Lei Jinhong and the third young master Fang Piaohong. But the 2 young master Lei Wu Bei's disciples had lost their fighting spirit. They were flustered and didn't have the will to fight. In fact, they didn't have the calmness that a Tianxian expert should have. This had made Li Yuran very angry. The 2 young master Lei Wu Bei and the young master Lei Wu Bei had realized their problem. And they felt ashamed of themselves. So they asked for Li Yuran's resignation. Then they went to Tianfa to look for their master Lei Wu Bei and discuss countermeasures. Li Yuran had readily agreed. She had given them a large sum of money as travel expenses. Then she had politely escorted the 2 young master Lei Wu Bei out of the door. But young master Yuran's face had turned gloomy after the 2 young master Lei Wu Bei had left. He had muttered a few curses. Then he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the door of his house into pieces. He has advanced to the level of a Yushen expert. He is very powerful. That hard door has been smashed by a single kick. What a sharp kick. The Jinyang gang? Do you really think that I don't know that you're part of Jun Moxie's power? Li Yuran clenched her fists. The look in her eyes gradually calmed down. Then she slowly loosened her fists. She then smiled gently. Jun Moxie isn't in the capital now. So, do you think that I can't deal with you? I have a way to deal with you. So, I can achieve my goal even if it's difficult to deal with you head-on. Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao's blood was boiling as they participated in the oath-taking ceremony. This was the first time that he had experienced the hot-bloodedness and heroism of a man in the army. However, Jun Dashao couldn't stand it after walking for half a day. There were too many rules in the army. He couldn't do this and he couldn't do that. Jun Moxie later discovered that his third uncle didn't even know how to walk. And he didn't even know how to speak. Jun Wui had been away from the army for more than 10 years. Now that he was in control of the army, his temperament was much better than before. He did everything swiftly and decisively. His face was cold as if he didn't like anyone. Especially towards his nephew Jun Moxie and his group of fops, he was even more picky. No matter where they were not pleasing to his eyes. He scolded every single person he met and scolded every pair he met. He made Jun Moxie, Murong Qianjun, Meng Haizhou, Meng Fei, Li Zhen, Li Feng, and the other young masters of Jun Dashao's families complain incessantly. Jun Moxie certainly knew that the third uncle needed to establish his authority in the army. He needed to establish his authority first. First, he needed to establish an image of strict discipline. Then, he would be able to follow orders and prohibitions. If military discipline was lax from the start, how could they fight a war? They would just be sent to their deaths. Since he needed to establish his authority, he needed a few unlucky scapegoats. Only by killing one to warn 100, killing the chicken to warn the monkey, and making an example out of others, could military discipline be enforced. However, Jun Moxie never expected that he would be the first unlucky one. This matter was very melodramatic. Jun Dashao, who had been on horseback for half the afternoon, had an urgent need to pee. He looked left and right. At this time they had already left the city. On the left was a forest and on the right was a field. Not far away there were a few small villages. The army was advancing. How should he solve this? Of course, this was not a problem for Jun Dashao. He got off the horse and ran to a big tree by the side of the road. He untied his pants and peed to his heart's content. In front of him was a forest with tens of thousands of trees. Behind him, there were thousands of soldiers and horses advancing. Even the person at the edge of the advancing army behind him could reach out and grab a bird's egg. Therefore, this pee of Jun Dashao was very high-spirited. Felt really good. After the eruption, he quickly shook his pants. Just as he was about to pull up his pants, two hands suddenly landed on his shoulders. Leaving the formation without permission, ignoring military discipline, and peeing in public. You are a disgrace. Young general, please come with us. Two law enforcement officers suddenly appeared like heavenly soldiers and caught him red-handed. What, are you guys being reasonable? I clearly had my back to them. What do you mean by peeing in public? Jun Moxie argued. The two law enforcement officers were incorruptible. They grabbed him and left. Poor Jun Dashao didn't even have time to pull up his pants. His thing was still faintly discernible when he was caught under Jun Wui's banner. The result was that Jun Wui had performed a grand punishment for his son. He had given him 20 strokes of the stick. This punishment wasn't heavy, but it wasn't light either. However, no one pleaded for leniency. In fact, this wasn't surprising. Firstly, everyone knew that Jun Dashao was just putting on an act. Secondly, Jun Dashao wasn't very popular. Jun Dashao was a man who didn't easily cry. He raised his head and looked at Jun Wui. He clenched his teeth and said, "Third uncle, you really are an old man. Once you have power in your hands, you will do whatever you want. This nephew is so unlucky. I'm the first one. Shut up. There are only subordinates of the general in the barracks. That's your third uncle. Whose nephew are you? Deputy General Jun, you have spoken rudely and disrupted military discipline. You will be punished with 10 strokes of the stick." Jun Wui's face was very serious. Jun Dashao was very sensible. He didn't dare to utter a word. He understood that if he were to speak up again he would definitely be punished with more strokes of the stick. After 30 strokes of the stick, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Although the debauches Dashao rejoiced in his misfortune, they also kept quiet out of fear. The effect was still good. Jun Wui was aware of his nephew's ability. Don't be fooled by his red and swollen buttocks. It looked like his injuries weren't light. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. In fact, not to mention 30 strokes of the stick, even 300 strokes of the stick wouldn't be enough to injure him. However, he was going to use him as an example. At the same time, Jun Wui had another thought. This kid is too sloppy. That's not good. After all, the Jun family is a family of generals. This is a good opportunity to hone his temperament. This is to lay the foundation for him to lead an army in the future. This wasn't only Jun Wui's idea. It was also Old Man Jun's instruction before he left. This old man must ruthlessly train this kid. The third Master Jun was prepared to abuse his nephew without the slightest scruple since he had the sword in his hand. However, he stirred up big trouble the first time. Jun Moxie covered his buttocks with his hands as he walked out of the tent in a resentful manner. He clenched his teeth and glared at everyone. Isn't this the all-powerful Jun family's third young master? What's with that expression? Don't tell me you ate the great commander's food? Master Jun Sunshao, you looked so handsome when you covered your buttocks. This young master admires you. I concede defeat. Jun Moxie's rival in love when he was pursuing Princess Raimu, Murong Qianjun of the Murong family, spoke in a strange tone. His shoulders shook in an exaggerated manner. His throat deliberately emitted a strange laughter. This caused Meng Haizhou and the others to laugh along with him. Jun Moxie didn't speak. He slowly walked in front of Murong Qianjun. Suddenly, he snatched a spear from a nearby soldier. Then he used the spear as a stick and swung it at Murong Qianjun's face. His aura quickly drilled into Murong Qianjun's body. Jun Dashao had a belly full of evil fire. He had nowhere to vent it. But you actually came to provoke him. Isn't this bad luck? This is what they call intolerable. At least, Jun Dashao wouldn't be able to tolerate it. How could Murong Qianjun have imagined that this fellow, who had just been punished for violating military discipline, would dare to attack his comrade in public? Caught off guard, he was immediately hit. Actually, even if he had been prepared, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. He took a solid hit on the head. Immediately, his eyes shone with a golden light. It was as if a sky full of stars had appeared in front of him. The skulls produced by the Murong family were rather sturdy. The long spear immediately broke with a kacha sound. Even though Murong Qianjun's skulls were sturdy, the quality of his forehead was even better. With a whoosh, a bright red lump immediately sprang up. It was as long as a finger and as thick as a chicken's egg. It stood upright like a unicorn's horn. Isn't this the distinguished and elegant young Master Murong? How come there's a bird on my forehead after I've disappeared for a while? Could it be that young Master Murong is so gifted that this thing doesn't grow in his crotch but on his forehead? What a pity, what a pity. It's a single egg. This kind of elegant appearance is enough to be unrivaled under the heavens. It's unprecedented. Truly admirable. Jun Moxie laughed heartily. He gestured to his head and no longer pretended to be lame. He casually tossed aside the broken spear and strode away. The spiritual energy he had released just now was just enough to ensure that Murong Qianjun's skin would not rupture after taking the hit. Instead, it would cause his skin to swell to the maximum extent. Thus, it had created this miraculous and astonishing effect. Everyone turned to look at Murong Qianjun's forehead and saw that there was a red mark on his forehead. It was standing straight up and unexpectedly, it really did look like that one. What was even rarer was that other than the fact that the length of the mark was slightly lacking, even the thickness of the mark had reached a certain standard. It was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Chapter 316. Today's second update has arrived. Brothers who have time can wait for an hour or so. Tomorrow's first update will be posted. Those who don't have time can read it tomorrow. Cough cough, a cliché, begging for monthly votes. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw the comical scene before them. Even the debauches who had come with Murong Qianjun to ridicule Jun Moxie were laughing so hard that tears and snot flowed down their cheeks. They hugged their stomachs and twitched. The entire room was filled with men. In this day and age, most of them got married very early. So everyone knew what that meant. Moreover, in the military life this kind of dirty talk was very common. But young Master Jun's action was really unexpected and amusing. Even the old generals at the side couldn't help but open their mouths wide and laugh wildly. After laughing a few times they felt that it was inappropriate and hurriedly held back, but they couldn't help it. In the end they laughed unscrupulously with their bellies. The only one who was confused was Murong Qianjun. Murong Qianjun only felt an unbearable pain in his head. He didn't know that his head had been transformed. He couldn't help but angrily say, "Is it very funny? Beating up your fellow soldiers in the military camp is a heinous crime. This young master, this general will report this matter to the marshal and punish him severely." What are you laughing at? What's so funny? The Nur horn on his head glowed bright red under the sunlight. It seemed to be growing in size. With his anger, the blood in his body surged, making him look even more ferocious. Even his handsome face had changed. He spoke with a serious face, but it created an even more comical effect. This time the people who were about to restrain themselves no longer cared about their faces. They laughed loudly and some even rolled on the ground while hugging their stomachs. "Oh, I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore, please spare me, haha." Grand Marshal Jianghu and the other generals had arrived after hearing the news. So, they became furious when they saw Murong Qianjun's strange appearance. So they wanted to laugh. But they realized that they shouldn't laugh. So they hastily held it in. But they had held it in too quickly. And their laughter had been too great. So each and every one of them choked. Even the solemn Grand Marshal Jun wasn't an exception. Jun Dashao wasn't spared. He was punished once again. Jun Wuxia was so angry that he almost wanted to imprison this guy. This was too much of a troublemaker, right? She was simply the legendary troublemaker. Moreover, the energy of the troublemaking sprite had clearly not been used up yet, because the whole thing was not over yet. That night, the two groups of people who had just set up camp had another conflict. The Murong family wanted to avenge their young master and had a conflict with Jun Moxie's 250 guards. Jun Moxie was helpless about this number. Even one more person would have been fine. But after the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer teams rested, there were only 4 people who couldn't follow the team due to their heavy injuries. The others weren't seriously injured, so they naturally followed. So, Jun Dashao brought his 250 people to join the army. Whenever he had free time, Jun Moxie would feel gloomy. 250 people was fine. But 250 people, including himself, was exactly 250 plus 1. Damn it, why was this young master so stupid? I could just grab one person and break their leg before coming out. But that's not right. If I only break one person's leg, then wouldn't it be 250 plus myself? It looks like I'll have to break at least 2 people's legs. That's not right. Wouldn't that be 250 to 1? What a dilemma. The final result of the battle between the two sides was very shocking. These mere 200 people were actually ferocious to the extreme. They directly beat the 500 Murong family soldiers into a sorry state, causing them to complain incessantly. It was hard to describe how crippled they were, because there were actually more than 10 people who had signs of being crippled. This caused public anger. The aristocratic families all criticized him, but Jun Moxie didn't budge an inch. It looked like another bloody conflict was about to occur. Jun Wuyi finally realized that his and grandfather Jun Wuxia's previous plan was nothing more than a fantasy and conjecture. Jun Wuxia's existence in the army was a complete black sheep, and a malignant tumor. It was best to get rid of him as soon as possible. If he stayed for too long, it would be hard to avoid letting this rat poop spoil a pot of good porridge. He had only come out in the afternoon. The day hadn't passed, the night hadn't arrived, and the sky hadn't darkened yet. This guy had actually been punished 3 times. He had even offended everyone that he could and couldn't offend. If he had really been punished according to military law, his head would have been chopped off at least twice. Take your idiot and get lost. Jun Wuyi said, "In view of your performance, you are now given an important task to atone for your crimes with meritorious service. Jun Moxie will be the vanguard. He will open a path in the mountains and build a bridge in the rivers. If there is any negligence that results in the loss of the army, you will be presented to me." Jun Moxie suddenly heard this order. It was as if he had been granted amnesty. He happily bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Then he used the tone of a petty person who had achieved success, and assumed the posture of someone who had received an order from a play. He appeared to be dignified, but in reality he was extremely pretentious in a Peking opera. Yes, oh yes. Then he made a half circle with his hands and took 2 steps in a slow and steady manner. Then he turned into small and quick steps and flew out of the tent in high spirits. He left behind a room full of old men staring at each other. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid is the only 3rd-generation descendant of the Jun family? The direct descendant of the god of war's family? Marshal Jun Wuyi was at a loss. He could only think of 4 words in his mind: family's misfortune. Jun Dashao didn't care about his 3rd uncle's gloominess. "I've finally gotten rid of this shitty military life. I've been beaten up 3 times in less than half a day. And I can't even fight back. I'll have to walk for at least a month to reach the southern heaven city if this continues. I won't die at that time and I won't lose face. But I'll definitely reach the pinnacle of the legendary Iron Buttocks. I'll be the vanguard. That means that from now on I'll have the final say. I'm not proficient in opening a path in the mountains and building a bridge in the rivers. But I'll sweep away all the bandits and robbers along the way. I won't leave a single one alive. What a good training opportunity." Jun Moxie was afraid that Marshal Jun Wuyi would suddenly change his orders. So he issued an order on the same night. And the 250 men quickly broke camp. They were like a sharp arrow that pierced into the boundless night. And just as Marshal Jun wished, the 250 plus 1 men disappeared without a trace. 2 days later, Jun Wui realized that his decision to send Jun Moxie as the vanguard was a brilliant one. It was a stroke of genius. Or perhaps, it was the legendary discerning eye for talent. Making the best use of people's talents. Using people to their fullest potential. There was no need to mention the smoothness of the journey. It was as if the army was on a sightseeing tour. They followed the path that Jun Moxie's vanguard had taken. There were no surprises or dangers along the way. Moreover, the officials along the way welcomed them from afar. It was as if they were afraid that their hospitality would be inadequate. As for the military supplies, they were given as gifts. There wasn't the slightest bit of embezzlement. As for the bandits and robbers along the way, Jun Dashao swept them away like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. He swept them away even more than 200 li away from the official road. This journey of the vanguard was a journey of exterminating bandits. The road was filled with blood. It was a road of blood. This was Jun Dashao's journey of tempering himself for the heaven destroyer and soul purification art. Not to mention Jun Moxie, even Jun Wui could imagine the scene of 250 men killing their way to the southern heaven city. What kind of fierce murderous aura would be nurtured? Murderous aura and blood were destined to be the soul of these two troops. The first county that Jun Wui led the army through was still okay. But when Jun Wui saw the county magistrate of the second county, it was as if he saw a resentful wife leaning against the door looking at her husband. When the county magistrate looked at Jun Wui, it was as if he saw his mother, no, his father. Tears and snot flowed down his face. It turned out that this guy's official status was slightly inferior. Coincidentally, when Jun Dashao came here, his butt was hurt by the saddle. Thus this guy's good days had arrived. First of all, Jun Dashao decided to take a carriage. Moreover, it had to be a super luxurious one. Moreover, it had to be completed within 1 day. Moreover, it had to be completed within 2 hours. During this time, Jun Dashao had fully displayed his erudition from his previous life. He had helped the county magistrate to settle the old accounts of the past years. The county magistrate's methods could be considered excellent. He had cautiously gathered nearly 100 craftsmen from far and near. They had conscientiously built a super luxurious carriage in accordance with the strictest standards. They had followed the most comfortable design, and had worked at the fastest speed possible. The materials needed for this carriage had cleanly squandered the pitiful official's years of embezzlement. In fact, he had even incurred a considerable amount of debt. Finally, the construction of the carriage had been confirmed. The pitiful official had trembled with fear as he arrived in front of Jun Moxie to report. Jun Moxie had been using the account book as a fan at this time. Jun Moxie had been earnestly educating and advising the county magistrate. I say Fei Zhu Chang ah? This guy's name was actually Fei Zhu Chang. Young Master Jun couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder for a long time when he'd first found out about it. The world was so big and there were so many strange things in it. This guy's parents were definitely not ordinary. You're too unprofessional, aren't you? You've been the county magistrate for 5 years, and you've only raked in less than 50,000 taels of silver? That's really too lousy. Crap. You can't even be a corrupt official. No wonder you're almost 40 years old, but you're still a garbage county magistrate. 5 years of embezzlement, my God. You've given me a carriage and it's gone. I heard that it wasn't enough, right? Jun Moxie shook his head and sighed. He felt sorry for the county magistrate's misfortune, and was angry at his incompetence. Chapter 317. On the 5th day of August, it erupted for the 3rd time. Today's outburst was the first update. Seeking monthly votes. Sigh, it said that 100,000 taels of silver can be earned in 3 years, but you only managed to earn 50,000 in the past 5 years. What a loser. Jun Moxie continued to sigh. You yourself said that there are 100,000 magistrates, but I'm just a county magistrate, and a county magistrate with only tens of thousands of people under my jurisdiction. Compared to a magistrate, there are several levels of difference. Fat Pig Sausage continued to mutter in his heart. However, he still maintained a respectful expression on his face as he listened to Jun Mosie's lecture. But it doesn't matter. Perhaps it's better to say that we learned from our mistakes. Now that the young master is here, you will know what to do. The young master will return from the Southern Heaven region in about 2 months. At that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to sit in this carriage anymore. In these 2 months, you have to seize the time to extort money. Hurry up and take bribes. When young master comes back, he still needs to hire a better carriage. You'd better be prepared. Don't be in such a hurry like this time. Opportunities are only given to those who are prepared. Jun Dashao said. Fat Pig Intestine fell to the ground and kowtowed as if he was pounding garlic with his head. Tears streamed down his face as he said, Young General, this lowly official will never dare to do it again. This lowly official will definitely repent and turn over a new leaf. This lowly official will repent and turn over a new leaf. Resolutely working for the welfare of the people, working with all one's heart, blood, sweat, and tears. You're so cultured. You could actually say so many idioms. Say a few more words. If you say a few more words, perhaps I will soften my heart and show mercy or something. Jun Moxie looked at him with a smile and praised him. Fat Pig Intestines kowtowed and prostrated himself on the ground. At this moment, he had already made a decision in his heart that he would rather die than change. As an official, it was better to be an honest official and a good official. You can't be a corrupt official. Brothers, you will know the pain of being a corrupt official after meeting this young general. He regretted it so much. This guy actually wanted to build another carriage after 2 months? I cried, my tears spilled in my heart. If she were to cry in front of him, she would probably lose her life. I must summon all the corrupt officials in the world. I must be an honest and upright official. I must serve the people. While Jun Dashao was plundering the place, the soul-devouring troops outside also came back. They were carrying a human head, and the blood was dripping on the lobby of the county government. The poor fatty intestine almost fainted out of fear. Damn, why are there so many of them? Jun Imosia's vanguard had eaten, drunk, and extorted enough. So he patted his butt and left. Fat Pig Sausage raised his head and looked forward to Jun Wui's army. After all, Jun Moxie had said, if there's even the slightest mistake in the army's supplies, I'll immediately come back to make a carriage. As for the quality of the military supplies, it was up to Sir Jun Wui to decide. You should weigh the pros and cons. Therefore, Fat Pig Sausage's enthusiasm made Jun Wui's hair stand on end. What kind of person is this? As for Jun Imosia, the great vanguard, he continued to lead his 250+1 Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army towards the south in high spirits. He didn't seem to have opened a path in the mountains or built a bridge in the rivers, but the entire way was filled with blood and carnage. Naturally, the strength of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops improved by leaps and bounds under his deliberate bloody training. Each of their temperaments became more and more murderous. Each of them was like a ferocious ghost from hell. Their sharp eyes and cruel aura clearly showed that they were a terrifying existence on the battlefield like a meat grinder. Of course, such an army could move at a very fast pace. Every day there was only one team to complete the task of exterminating the bandits. They rotated like this. Moreover, the two teams also had to compete against each other. They were competing to see if there were any fish that slipped through the net. The punishment for the losing team was not very severe. In fact, it was very light. They only had to wash the other team's underwear for a day. This kind of competition directly caused the two teams to be like two strong men who had taken a double dose of aphrodisiac, seeing an old pig with double eyelids the moment they saw the bandits. They charged forward like wolves and tigers, chopping melons and vegetables. Punishment was not a problem. Face was more important. It was only the afternoon of the 4th day. Jun Moxie's troops had already opened up a distance of 400 kilometers between them and the main force. Jun Moxie sat leisurely in a carriage pulled by 6 large horses. This carriage was very spacious. It was 2 meters wide and 3.5 meters long. Not only was there a small bed, there was even a tea table and a bench. It was enough for Jun Moxie to hold a meeting in the carriage whenever he felt like it. However, Jun Moxie had only done this once, and it didn't last more than a quarter of an hour. Not for anything else, but this group of men who had been running for a whole day, even though they were wearing shoes, the smell on their feet was enough to make people tumble. Especially in such a sealed carriage. The smell was like a real salted fish that had just been fried. Just like that, Jun Dashao had to let it sit for a whole day before the smell was gone. Reporting to young master in front, there is someone blocking the road. The one who spoke was the leader of the Spirit Devourer, Wang Dong. At this moment, this Soul Devourer leader, whose methods were rather brutal and could be said to have killed people like chickens, was actually stuttering. Blocking the road? Fuck. There is actually someone in Qinxiang Kingdom who dares to block this young master's road? Jun Moxie asked in surprise. He opened the curtain and jumped down. He wanted to see who this extremely daring brother was. As soon as he came out, Jun Moxie took a look and sucked in a breath of cold air. My goodness. No wonder Wang Dong stuttered. Actually, there wasn't anything too frightening in front of him. There were only two outstanding beauties in front of him. One of them was dressed in a purple robe. She looked extremely charming, innocent, and adorable. She was holding a snow-white leopard in her arms. The leopard blinked at Jun Wuxia and stuck out its tongue. It seemed as if it wanted to throw itself into Jun Wuxia's arms. The other was dressed in a snow-white robe. Her face was as cold as ice. She was cold and arrogant. She was a peerless beauty, graceful and graceful. At this moment, the two beauties were looking at Jun Moxie with a satisfied expression like a cat that had caught a mouse. The two ladies were Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi. Jun Wuxia groaned and felt like fainting. This was too shocking. No wonder he didn't see the two ladies pestering him during the 2 days before the expedition. He even thought that they had thought things through. It turned out that they had already left home. But now they were waiting for him here. What to do? For the first time, Jun Dashao felt regret for being the vanguard. He was truly remorseful. Why did these two hot potatoes still fall into his hands in the end? When did I commit such a sin? Why did I have to be the vanguard? Wouldn't it be nice if I just obediently followed the troops forward? That way the third uncle would take care of everything. How would I have a chance to worry about it? Now, it was truly a situation where the heavens and earth did not respond to his cries. They were going to Tianan City, not for a vacation. Jun Dashao didn't know what to say. What could he say? Jun Moxie couldn't help but look back. He really hoped that at this moment Jun Wui would lead an army of 20,000 to descend from the sky like a heavenly army. Save the pitiful me from the fire and water. That was also an extravagant wish. The distance between them was at least 400 miles. He wouldn't be able to make it in time. Don't look anymore. It's useless to look anymore. We have already inquired about it. We came here especially to wait for you. Guan Qinghan looked at him indifferently. Now you can get out of the carriage. Sister Xiaoyi and I will sit in the carriage. You can ride the horse. You don't have any objections, do you? Jun Moxie was speechless. It seemed like a friendly discussion. How could I have any objections? How could I dare to have any objections? What was tyrannical and overbearing? That was it. How could what I did to that fat pig intestine be compared to the former queen? She actually chased me out of the carriage. Isn't this the legendary dove occupying the magpie's nest? The members of the Spirit Devourer were secretly laughing. Jun Moxie glared at them. Immediately the laughter stopped. Everyone looked straight ahead with a solemn expression on their faces. Cough, cough, cough. Jun Moxie cleared his throat. He was ready to use his silver tongue to persuade the two beauties who seemed to have made up their minds. I say, that, sister-in-law and that, Miss Xiaoyi. Ah, elder brother Wuxia, are you pleasantly surprised to see me here? Are you surprised? Do you want to hug me? I know I understand. I'm like this. Dugu Xiaoyi smiled and jumped in front of Jun Moxie. She then tilted her head and looked at him. She looked like Little White. She wanted to throw herself into his arms. But the little girl was more reserved than Little White. Little White had already jumped over. But Dugu Xiaoyi was probably waiting for Jun Dashao to take the initiative. Then she would throw herself into his arms. Surprise? I'm horrified. As for the surprise, I don't feel that it's urgent to hug her. But I want to fiercely spank her small buttocks. Jun Moxie glanced at it as he thought. Well, it doesn't seem small. It should feel good if I spank it twice. Jun Moxie's imagination ran wild for a while. Then he suddenly thought of something. Why am I wasting time with these two girls at this time? I need to hurry up and drive them back. His complexion sank. Then Jun Dashao spoke in a sanctimonious manner. Sister-in-law Miss Dugu, you're worried about us. Wuxia represents all the officers and men in the southern heaven city in gratitude. But this journey to Tianfa is a long one. There are many robbers and bandits. Jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards are running amok. It's extremely dangerous. Besides, you two are single women. So, it's inconvenient for you to travel together. I'll send someone to send you back to Tianxiang City. Jun Moxie realized that these two girls hadn't even brought a personal maid when he mentioned the word single women. Do they think that this is a public holiday? We're going to war. You can try. I also want to know who dares to send us back. Guan Qinghan didn't care. Lengling looked at him. Brother Wuxia, do you really have the heart to drive us back? We've already come all the way here. Dugu Xiaoyi didn't have as much confidence as Guan Qinghan. She looked at him pitifully. Her eyes turned red and it seemed as if she was about to cry. Brother Wuxia, this place is more than 1,000 miles away from Tianxiang City. It's such a long journey. If something happens to me and Sister Guan on the way, how can you bear it? Besides, the road is dangerous. It's hard to fathom a person's heart. Don't give me that crap. Tears are useless to me. June Moxie was indifferent. Now you know that the road is dangerous. It's hard to fathom a person's heart? You didn't think of it when you came out? Do you think this young master will believe such a lie? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Chapter 318. This girl's acting skill was really good, but how could June Moxie believe her? Don't be fooled by her pitiful appearance at this moment. It could turn into a domineering one the next moment. You've seen a ghost, so you're not afraid of the dark? June Moxie had experienced it several times. If he was fooled again, there would be no justice in this world. So, you really want to send us back? Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly widened her eyes. Although her pretty big eyes were still so charming when they were widened, she had already started to threaten him. The speed at which she changed her expression had obviously increased. Sisters, the only thing you can do by staying here is to cause trouble. Tell me, what can you two do? What can you do by staying here? Do you dare to kill people? June Moxie sneered disdainfully and said, "Go back obediently and nothing will happen. Otherwise, don't blame me for tying you up like rice dumplings and sending you back. Don't think that I can't do that. You two will be the ones who will lose face. You dare." The little girl bared her teeth and revealed her ferocious look. Her true colors were finally revealed. Forget it, Xiaoyi. Don't beg him. This man doesn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Guan Qinghan still stood there indifferently. She expressionlessly looked at June Moxie, but her words were directed at Dugu Xiaoyi. "We'll go by ourselves. There's no need to follow him. Without him, haven't we traveled more than 1,400 miles by ourselves? Don't tell me we don't have a pair of legs? Can't we reach Tianan with just the two of us?" "That's right. Why are you so arrogant? We'll go by ourselves." Dugu Xiaoyi raised her chin and said, "Isn't he just a deputy general? He's just someone who got in through connections. Humph, I've seen a lot of great generals, but none of them are as arrogant as you." When June Moxie saw the two women turn around and leave after saying a few sarcastic words, he became a little anxious. If he allowed them to go to Tianan like this, even if they managed to reach there safely, he would definitely receive a good scolding when he returned. Grandpa June, the third uncle, Old Man Dugu, and the invincible Dugu wouldn't let him off. In fact, June Moxie could even guess what they would say. "You're going to let these two weak women travel thousands of miles to the southern heaven city? How can you be so assured? What if something happened? Even if nothing happened, it wasn't like this. Stop him. Capture them all." June Moxie gritted his teeth and barked out an order. 7 or 8 members of the Spirit Devourer team moved quickly, rushing forward like wolves and tigers, blocking the path of the two girls like an iron tower. June Moxie harumphed twice. "The two of you had better be obedient. As long as you follow my will, there will be benefits for you. Otherwise." At this point, June Dashao suddenly stopped talking. Why does his tone sound like that of a bully who has kidnapped women? "June Moxie, I must go to the southern heaven city today. But Guan Qinghan, will do what I say if you force me to do so. I will die here, in front of you. Do you think I won't dare to do so?" The look in Guan Qinghan's eyes was very complicated. But she pulled out a glittering dagger and placed it across her jade-like neck. "June Moxie, do you know that I must go to the southern heaven city for you and the third uncle? I'm worried that the Shuehan Manor will make things difficult for you because of me. Why would I travel thousands of miles to the southern heaven city if I wasn't worried about the two of you? Do I look like a little girl who can't distinguish between the heavy and the heavy? You, June Moxie, are willing to disregard life and death for me. In fact, you don't even care about anything in order to protect my innocence. Do you think that I, Guan Qinghan, am an ungrateful woman who will watch you go deep into the tiger's den? Do you think that only you men are allowed to be righteous, and we women can only drag out an ignoble existence? It's fine if things go smoothly in the southern heaven city. But why would I, Guan Qinghan, be stingy with my life?" Dugu Xiaoyi didn't beat around the bush. But she saw that Guan Qinghan's trick seemed to be working. So she became arrogant and complacent as she said, "Yes. We'll die here if you don't ask us to go. Do you think we won't dare to do so?" I've never seen someone who's about to commit suicide act so proudly. Eldest young Miss Guan's words were impassioned and passionate, but this little girl's words had directly changed the meaning of her words. In fact, she had even laughed at the end. "I'm really speechless." June Moxie had a big headache at this time. Dugu Xiaoyi may wish to see the world in chaos. But he could see from the calm look in Guan Qinghan's eyes that Guan Qinghan would do what she said. "I'll soon see a corpse if I don't ask her to go. I can't take this gamble. I don't dare to take this gamble." "You're ruthless." Jun Moxie stared at young Lady Guan. He then sighed with hatred. Jun Dashao was confident that he could make her retreat in the face of difficulties if he wanted to deal with this little girl. But this sister-in-law of his had too much of a personality. So he couldn't afford to provoke her. Jun Dashao felt extremely sullen in his heart. He had never felt so sullen in his 2 lives. So he hatefully said, "Give them 2 horses. Let's ride them." "That's more like it." Guan Qinghan cast a sidelong glance at him. Then she finally smiled. She only wanted to go to Southern Heaven City. She didn't care about the treatment. She also understood that Jun Moxie was taking a huge risk by taking them along. Not to mention anything else, but in terms of military discipline, it was a taboo in the army to take a woman along in the midst of a battle. It could easily put one's life in danger. "We want to ride the carriage." The little girl was young and inexperienced, so she didn't realize this point. She was very happy when she saw that Jun Dashao had relented. But she heard that Jun Dashao didn't have any intention of inviting them to the carriage. Instead, he had only arranged 2 horses for them. So she immediately pouted and looked at him while panting with anger. Then she looked at the extremely gorgeous carriage. She felt tired all over. Her waist, hip, and every other part of her body was aching. "No way. It's already good enough that I'm willing to take you along. But you still want to ride the carriage?" Jun Moxie snorted disdainfully. "It's up to you whether you want to go or not. If you don't want to go, I can arrange someone to send you back. Someone give them 2 horses. You fine." Dugu Xiaoyi pointed at him in a flustered and exasperated manner. Suddenly she rolled her eyes and pulled out her saber. Then she placed it on her neck. If you don't let me ride the carriage, I'll die in front of you. Do you think I don't dare to?" This little girl had seen that Guan Qinghan had threatened to kill herself, which had directly played a decisive role. Her previous imitation had also added fuel to the fire. It was very effective. Now that she had such a good move in her hands, how could she not use it? A good move was not afraid of being used repeatedly. As long as it worked, it was fine. Who knew that this time, as soon as she said, "Do you think I don't dare to?" there was suddenly a burst of uncontrollable laughter. Then she looked at the grim faces of those men. Each and every one of them was shaking their shoulders. It was obvious that they were trying very hard to suppress their laughter. You can't blame these people for not having high moral standards. Even a clown wouldn't do such a thing. Young Lady Guan had said that she would die without any tricks. But young Lady Dugu had imitated her once and that was fine. But she had done it again and again. This was truly inexcusable. Moreover, this time's excuse was too outrageous. Did she say that she would die because she didn't allow her to sit in the carriage? Then you'll die too easily. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. "Do as you please. But please die a little farther away. Out of sight, out of mind. Please, this request isn't too much to ask, right? Elder sister, even if you really want to threaten me with death, you should at least have the will to die in order to threaten me. Otherwise, wouldn't you be successful in every endeavor? I'll die if you don't let me ride the carriage. I'll die if you don't let me eat. I'll die if you don't let me beat you up. You're too hateful." Dugu Xiaoyi stamped her feet. She was at a loss for words. Then she suddenly twisted her waist and strode to the front of the carriage. She lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Then she didn't come out. She called out from inside, "Elder sister Qinghan, come in quickly. It's so big inside. And there's a bed. It's so comfortable, hee. Action is the most practical thing." Jun Dashao was furious. "This is intolerable. Where will I go if you're inside? I've caught a corrupt official with great difficulty. I've extorted a carriage from him. I've put in so much effort. Do you think it's easy for me? Are you going to plagiarize the fruits of my labor?" Jun Moxie strode forward like an arrow. He reached out and grabbed Dugu Xiaoyi's arm. "You get down." "I won't get down. I won't get down. I want to ride the carriage." Dugu Xiaoyi's other hand quickly grabbed the inner wall of the carriage. She struggled with all her might. Her little face was flushed red and she refused to let go. A white shadow flashed and a fragrant wind drifted by. Guan Qinghan was already sitting in the carriage. She reached out and patted Jun Moxie's hand and said angrily, "Snatching a carriage from a woman. You're a young master from an aristocratic family." Jun Moxie said angrily, "What? I snatched a carriage from you? How can you say that? It's obviously you 2 women who snatched my carriage. Do you think this young master is going to suffer in silence? Today, do you know what it means to twist words and force logic, to be unreasonable and cunning?" Guan Qinghan no longer paid attention to him. She reached out and put down the curtain of the carriage. Following that, there was a rustling sound inside. It seemed that the two women were lying on the bed and had even undressed to sleep. He could clearly hear Dugu Xiaoyi's satisfied moan. "It's so comfortable. I can finally sleep peacefully." Jun Moxie's chest was filled with anger. He scolded himself for being an idiot. How could he lay out the facts and reason with a woman? If he wasn't an idiot, then what was? But now that his sister-in-law had already entered the carriage, no matter how unruly Jun Daxiao was, he still had to avoid suspicion. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to get off the carriage. The procession continued to move forward. After walking for half a day, Jun Daxiao finally swayed on the horse. Although this mount was also a strong horse, it was not as comfortable as staying in the carriage. He looked back with hatred. Suddenly he frowned and came up with a plan. The next moment Jun Daxiao screamed. His head tilted and he fell from the horse. He fell to the ground with his eyes closed and was unconscious. All the guards panicked. But no one was a fool. They instantly understood what was going on. One by one they cried out, "Not good. Young master has fainted. His injury hasn't healed yet." Their voices were very tragic. "Injury hasn't healed yet?" Young Master Jun was flabbergasted as he fainted. "When did I get injured? Oh, but this reason is really good. I have to find a chance to praise and reward them later. They are really smart. What happened?" Dugu Xiaoyi opened the curtain of the carriage and asked with concern. On the other side, Guan Qinghan looked at Jun Moxie, who had fainted on the ground, thoughtfully. Chapter 319. Young Master. Young Master was injured before. He can't ride a horse. That's why he got this carriage. The leader of the Spirit Devourer squad, Wang Dong, was sweating profusely, not from fear but from suffocation. This guy had never made up a lie before, let alone this kind of unreliable lie. Finally, he was a bit quick-witted, and after thinking about how he violated military discipline, he finally made up this lie. Quickly carry the young master to the carriage and quickly examine him." A few members of the Spirit Devourer squad anxiously suggested. Don't look at them as a group of murderers, but it seemed that all of them had good acting skills. Dugu Xiaoyi hastily jumped down. Let me see. Aya, quickly carry him to the carriage first. This person is really... Why didn't he say earlier that he was injured? Everyone was sweating profusely, and in a flurry, they lifted Jun Daxiao's unconscious body and carried it to the carriage. In the carriage, Guan Qinghan wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. She shook her head and helplessly looked at the unconscious Jun Daxiao. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She more or less understood her brother-in-law's character. Dugu Xiaoyi still stretched her head and anxiously asked, "How did he get injured? When did he get injured? What kind of injury did he get? Is it serious? Do you have medicine? What medicine? Who injured him?" The series of questions made these cold-blooded members of the Spirit Devourer squad flabbergasted, and they didn't know how to answer. The lie just now was barely able to cover up, but these probing questions weren't easy to answer. The young master breaking military discipline and being punished was even more shameful. Moreover, it seemed that the young master's injury had already healed and he was already fine. "Xiao Yi. Come in first, don't ask any more." Guan Qinghan's voice sounded, and the little girl shrunk her head in. Inside they could hear her asking, "Big Sister Qinghan, what should we do? What should we do? How did this guy get injured? This is so worrying." The members of the Soul Devourer team outside were all sweating profusely. Guan Qinghan couldn't help but laugh. At this moment Jun Moxie woke up and asked weakly, "Where am I?" Before Guan Qinghan had time to speak, the little girl had already excitedly said, in the car. "Oh, alas, you finally woke up. What kind of injury did you suffer? Hurry up and tell me how to treat it, I'll help you." Guan Qinghan rolled her eyes. This little girl was really naive. "I'm injured? I was injured a while ago, but it's already healed. The reason why I'm so weak isn't because I was injured. I was poisoned." Young Master Jun whimpered as he secretly sniffed twice. "Damn it, men and women are really different, I've been in the carriage for a few days and there wasn't any fragrance." But these two travel-worn beauties had only entered the carriage for a short while, and the carriage was already filled with fragrance. Poisoned. Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes widened in shock. "What poison? Is it very serious? Do you know what poison it is? Is it difficult to cure?" "Alas, I was careless and was poisoned by someone," Jun Moxie said with infinite regret. "Speaking of this, it's a long story. I just need to rest for 2 days. Telling you will only make things more difficult for you. You guys aren't willing to cure me?" "Who said that?" Why wouldn't we be willing? Quickly say it. Quickly say it, how do you cure me? Dugu Xiaoyi was anxious. Why is this person so unhappy? You're poisoned and you're still dawdling. Don't you know that I care about you? Cough cough. The poison I'm poisoned is called Yin-Yang Harmony Powder. Jun Moxie raised his head sneakily, trying to observe the situation. He saw Guan Qinghan's fierce eyes and Lengling's cold stare. He couldn't help but be shocked and didn't continue speaking. Yin-Yang Harmony Powder? Just hearing the two words Yin-Yang is scary enough. Tell me, how do you cure it? Dugu Xiaoyi was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Her delicate little nose was actually sweating. This Yin-Yang Harmony Powder, it's difficult to cure but it's easy to cure. Hee hee, cough cough. Jun Moxie almost laughed sinisterly. He hurriedly coughed twice, because this poison can't be cured with medicine. It's easy to cure it but it's quite difficult. Besides, it requires you to make a big sacrifice. It's okay. For you, no matter what sacrifice I have to make, I'm willing. The little girl patted her chest. Guan Qinghan, who was at the side, faintly felt that something was wrong with this matter. This guy was clearly pretending to faint. Xiaoyi, this little fool, was too worried and didn't see it. But now he wanted to use this as a pretext to create a bad idea? Alas, actually, it only requires cough cough intercourse between a man and a woman, and the poison will be cured. Jun Moxie seemed to be very embarrassed. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Otherwise, within 3 days I'm bound to die from the fire of desire. Alas, I know it's very difficult for you. Forget it, it's my fate. Jun Dashao said very dejectedly. What? If I want to cure the poison, I have to, with you. Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes suddenly widened. Her face suddenly turned red and she became bashful. Although she was young and pure, she still understood the word intercourse. Guan Qinghan, who was standing at the side, had certainly thought that her brother-in-law would definitely make trouble, but she had never thought that this guy was so lazy and shameless that he could actually make such a scene. Previously, when she heard the name Yin-Yang Harmony Powder, she felt that it was very strange. She felt that there was something wrong with it. However, Guan Qinghan was still a virgin and didn't understand the matters between a man and a woman. Moreover, she also underestimated the degree of shamelessness of Jun Moxie. She didn't expect this guy to be so outrageous. Letting him into the carriage was already exceptionally tolerant, and now he actually wanted to. Jun Moxie. Guan Qinghan's willowy eyebrows were raised, and her phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent. You bastard, have you had enough? Do you want me to drive you off again? Letting you into the carriage is already good enough. Don't be so ungrateful. Sister Qinghan, don't be angry. She's still poisoned. That's a matter of life and death. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at Guan Qinghan worriedly and tried to persuade her. He's not injured at all and he's not poisoned either. There's no such thing as Yin-Yang Harmony Powder. Guan Qinghan became even more furious. He was still fine when he was sitting in the carriage, but he fainted after riding on the horse. The people outside said that he was injured, but he said that he was poisoned. Sister Xiaoyi, when are you going to be deceived by him? Can't you wake up a little and use your little brain? Sister Qinghan, don't be angry. You mean, he's actually pretending? He's not poisoned at all? Dugu Xiaoyi's face suddenly flushed red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws in anger. Thinking that she really believed his words and was thinking about how to deceive Sister Qinghan so that she could detoxify his poison, Dugu Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed. In a split second, even her neck turned red. She buried her head into Guan Qinghan's bosom and shouted with her face covered, Sister Qinghan, I don't want to live anymore. She couldn't help but stomp her feet as she spoke. You're not really going to detoxify his poison, are you? Guan Qinghan was really cold. This little girl is too easy to fool, right? It seems that I remembered wrongly. So I'm not poisoned. Jun Moxie awkwardly coughed a few times and said softly. The two girls rolled their eyes at the same time. How can you remember wrongly? Jun Moxie slowly sat up and smiled as he said, The road is long and the time is long. So boring. How about I tell you a story? The two girls stared at Jun Dashao in astonishment. They couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could be so thick-skinned. His lies had been exposed, his treacherous schemes had been exposed, and his dirty intentions had been exposed. But this guy's face wasn't red and he wasn't even out of breath. In fact, he didn't even have the slightest bit of an embarrassed expression on his face. In fact, he had even shamelessly said, I'll tell you a story? Ease the awkward atmosphere. What kind of person is this? What's this person's face made of? Dugu screamed as she threw herself at him. "I'll let you lie to me. I'll let you. You scoundrel, you scoundrel. Z-Carrot." The days passed by and Jun Dashao's life became more and more comfortable. Not to mention the plundering and extortion along the way, Jun Dashao had already made a huge windfall. He had the company of 2 beautiful women during the day and at night. The fragrant fragrance and the warm fragrance of soft jade made Jun Moxie so happy that he forgot about his duties. If it wasn't for the fact that his body's unlocking the heaven's fortune automatically operated at all times, he would have probably thrown his cultivation to the back of his mind. However, Jun Dashao's art of unlocking the heaven's fortune's bottleneck had loosened along the way. He would have broken through Yu Xian's mid-level Xian Qi, and would soon reach the peak of Yu Xian's Xian Qi. The Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops had been engaged in bloody battles almost every day along the way. Their imposing manner had become more and more solemn, and more than 200 people were showing signs of breaking through. When 250 people gathered together, their murderous aura was enough to make anyone's heart tremble in fear. Jun Dashao had hoped that this beautiful journey would last for a few more days. However, the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops had been dispatched less and less frequently. Therefore, Jun Dashao had come to a conclusion. The mountains in front of him were obviously steeper, the roads more dangerous, and the forests more dense. This should have been a paradise for the heroes of the underworld, but the number of bandits and robbers had unexpectedly decreased. It was only because they were getting closer to the Shuehan Manor that these petty bandits had naturally disappeared without a trace. "Young master, our destination is the Tian Fa forest in another 600 kilometers. The Shuehan Manor is located in a slightly more remote location, outside of Tian Fa, near the Tiannan city. They occupy the 2 mountain ranges facing the Tian Fa forest." Wang Dong pointed as he reported to Jun Moxie. "Why are you so slow? We've been walking for so many days." Jun Moxie bent his fingers. "We've been walking for an entire month? Weren't you guys quite fast the last time?" "Young master, we were marching with light equipment. We didn't have as many misgivings as we did this time. Everything was based on speed. The last time we came and went, we spurred our horses at full speed. We traveled day and night. We could have traveled at least 1,300 kilometers in one day and one night. Moreover, we chose a different direction to go to the Tian Fa forest. There aren't many high-level Shen beasts there. Most of them are low-level Shen beasts that we can deal with. If we had gone in this direction, I'm afraid that none of our 300 people would have been able to come out. Moreover, we're following the main army this time. Although we're the vanguard, we can't be too far from the main army. We still have to suppress bandits along the way. This kind of speed is actually very fast," Wang Dong explained. Chapter 320. Today's 2 chapters are combined. My condition isn't good. I had a low fever and my body temperature hovered between 36.8 and 37.5 degrees Celsius. My brain seemed to have turned into a pile of mush. I'm sorry, I've already taken the medicine. I just hope that I can sleep well tonight. I'll be better tomorrow. First, we'll find a place near a mountain and a river. We'll set up camp and wait for the main army to arrive. Then we'll set off together," Jun Moxie ordered. They were about to arrive at the Shuehan Manor. Jun Moxie naturally didn't want to foolishly take the lead and look for trouble. Everyone should go together even if they were to suffer misfortune. Jun Dashao wanted to hide in the dark if the conditions allowed. After all, the Shuehan Manor wasn't a good place in Jun Dashao's mind. Even if the entire Shuehan Manor were to be wiped out, Jun Dashao wouldn't feel sad. Besides, this matter is out of anyone's control, but I'm the one who started it. Tian Fa's Shen Beast Tide is in some ways my team. So we're at least allies. Wang Dong sent out 8 people to look for a suitable place to set up camp in 8 different directions. Finally they found a suitable place. Jun Moxie, Guan Qinghan, and Dugu Xiaoyi went over to take a look. They immediately found it. It was a small hillside. There was an open space in front of the hillside. It was surrounded by dense woods. There was a bend in the road. They only needed to set up a spy here, and the situation would be clear at a glance. The sound of water coming from behind the hillside could be heard. They went around to take a look and found that it was a small stream. It was winding down from the hillside. The water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Not far downstream after a turn there was actually a clear pool. Dugu Xiaoyi and Guan Qinghan were excited to see this pool. Girls were naturally fastidious about cleanliness. During this period of trekking, the route they took was mostly military route, so there was no suitable opportunity for them to seriously clean themselves. Even if they occasionally came across a barren mountain inn for the night, they would at most have a simple bath. They could not be at home where they would have a huge bucket of hot water and a fragrant bath. It was as satisfying as that. Dugu Xiaoyi felt itchy all over her body when she saw such a clear pool. Guan Qinghan also looked at the pool. She was also tempted. However, she was thinking a little more. She understood the character of her brother-in-law very well. It could be said that he wasn't very good. If she and little sister Xiaoyi were bathing here, he might really peek. No matter what, she had to think of a way to ensure that he wouldn't peek. Otherwise, wouldn't she die of embarrassment? When Jun Moxie saw this pool, he coughed in a dignified manner and turned his head away, pretending that he hadn't noticed it. Along the way, Jun Moxie and the others saw groups of Jianghu practitioners passing by them from time to time. They were all rushing to Tiannan to provide support. But these comrades all had the same attitude towards Jun Moxie's troops. They either looked at them disdainfully or glanced at them from the corner of their eyes. It was obvious that the army had no place in the hearts of these Jianghu practitioners. Of course, Jun Moxie didn't care about them at all. But the number of Jianghu practitioners they met became fewer and fewer these days. The road was rather deserted. Outside the forest was a three-way road. It meandered into the distance. Every road was empty. There was no sign of human habitation. Looking up at the sky was especially blue even though it was far away from the city. While the 200 guards were setting up camp, Jun Moxie, Guan Qinghan, and the others came to the entrance of the valley to avoid the hot construction site. Jun Daxiao and the two beauties weren't the only ones who came out to take a breather. There were 4 other people behind them. They were the captains and vice-captains of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer squadrons. Jun Moxie exhaled a long breath, feeling the emptiness of the surroundings, the silence of the sky, and the chirping of the cicadas in the forest. His mind was in a state of chaos, but at the same time, it seemed very calm. His thoughts seemed to be quite complicated but also very simple. Finally, he could not help but feel a sense of loss. A moment of perplexity could be a fatal flaw for an assassin. Even a top-notch assassin like Jun Moxie was no exception. But at this moment, Jun Moxie was truly perplexed. Moreover, he was not perplexed for even a moment. It's been nearly half a year since I've transmigrated into this world. My soul doesn't belong to this world. I've been fighting every day just like in my previous life. But I've been using my mind a lot and my hands and feet have been moving very little. I've been pretending to be crazy a lot. But I've been using my iron blood methods a lot less. Almost half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. I've been immersed in these boring matters for a long time. So, I've come to this world. What have I come to do? Is it to dominate the world? Is it to be a marquis? Or is it to be free and unfettered for a lifetime? In the end, what is it for? Jun Moxie put his hands behind his back and slowly walked forward. But the eyes of the 6 people behind him were filled with astonishment. The Jun Moxie before her eyes had been swept away from his previous flirtatious, slippery, and debauchee appearance. His entire temperament had undergone a qualitative transformation. In fact, it could be said that he had become a transcendent hermit. Although she could clearly see that every step he took was on solid ground, but she could clearly feel that every step he took was strolling into another space and time. Another time, another space, all in a mysterious place that no one knew about. At this moment, everyone suddenly had an extremely mysterious and unfathomable feeling. This mysterious young master before them seemed as if he didn't belong to this world. Or perhaps, it should be said that he had never belonged to this world. This kind of peculiar feeling was obviously absurd to the extreme, but it was real. He walked step by step. But it seemed as if everything in this world, including the people beside him, the soil under his feet, the trees on both sides and the dust in the air, had nothing to do with him. Everything coexisted harmoniously. But the only thing that didn't harmonize was that big living person in front of them. It seemed as if he was the only independent existence in this world. He didn't intertwine with anything, nor did he blend with anything. Jun Moxie, this person, was actually an independent little world. This feeling wasn't the loneliness of being at the top. Instead, it was detachment. And a desolate and boundless austere killing intent. Detached from everything in this world, yet able to intervene in it at any time. Heaven and earth don't have me, I don't exist in this world. Heaven and earth have me, I am in this world. Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi almost forgot to walk. They stared at the figure in front of them blankly. There was only one thought in their mind. Could this be his real face? After a long time, Dugu Xiaoyi couldn't help but want to go forward and talk to Jun Moxie. She suddenly felt a little afraid of this strange feeling of being away from Jun Moxie. But Guan Qinghan hurriedly pulled her back to stop her from talking. Although Guan Qinghan didn't understand what Jun Moxie was doing at this moment, and why he was acting like this all of a sudden, Guan Qinghan still keenly felt that Jun Moxie couldn't be disturbed at this moment. Even the slightest sound could interrupt this transcendent abnormality. Phew, Jun Moxie suddenly let out a long sigh and stopped moving forward. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. The white clouds were leisurely drifting. He shook his head with a bitter smile and just stood there quietly. He only felt that his mind was empty, clear, and infinitely bright. No thoughts, not stagnant in the dust. His whole person seemed to suddenly return to reality from the illusion. Jun Wuxia could clearly feel that his spiritual power had improved by leaps and bounds. But he hadn't broken through the previous bottleneck. In fact, it seemed as if there was a layer of fog in front of his eyes. So it was hazy and unclear. If he could break through this layer, his whole spiritual consciousness would definitely be greatly improved. And the source of this layer of obstruction Jun Moxie could vaguely feel. It came from his heart. Wuxia, just now, what were you thinking about? Guan Qinghan's voice was still so cold, but Jun Moxie could clearly hear that Guan Qinghan's voice had an extra touch of concern and care. Guan Qinghan was exceptionally intelligent. When she saw that Jun Moxie suddenly fell into this wonderful state, she felt that it seemed that Jun Moxie was about to make an unexpected breakthrough at a critical juncture. However, after he was immersed in this wonderful state for a period of time, he suddenly seemed like an immortal who was about to become an immortal who was suddenly beaten back to the mortal world by a stick. The difference between the two feelings was so obvious that she finally couldn't help but ask. I was just thinking. Jun Moxie's mind was still a little absent-minded, as if half of his foot was still stuck in that wonderful state. He said slowly, in this life what do I want to do? Or rather, why did I come to this world? Or, what is my goal? What can I do? What can I do? Goal? Guan Qinghan hesitated. Shouldn't people have a goal when they are alive? She asked herself secretly, what about me? Why am I still alive? Where is my goal? Suddenly thinking of this, Guan Qinghan also felt a little lost. Brother-in-law should naturally have his goal, but do I still have the qualification to pursue any goal? Do I really have the qualification? Yes, we should have a goal. Everyone should have one. I used to have an idea which was to use my own strength to return a clear sky to the world, to use slaughter and blood to clean up what I thought was a dirty world, to a certain extent, bring the world to the kind of peace and prosperity that I longed for. At least in my eyes there shouldn't be so many injustices. Jun Moxie smiled bitterly. I never cared about what other people thought. I just stubbornly used my own way to do what I thought was right. I did things my own way. Although I knew that it was just a cup of water to fill the sea, I never changed my original intention. But, after coming here I'm at a loss, truly at a loss. Guan Qinghan naturally didn't know what Jun Moxie meant by filling the sea, and she also didn't understand what Jun Moxie meant by coming here. But she could hear a strong sense of loneliness in Jun Moxie's heart. This actually made her heart, which was as calm as still water, feel a faint pain. It was like seeing a fighter who never gave up. After exhausting all his strength and all his ability, he suddenly found that the enemy in front of him was the whole world. He could never be defeated, or destroyed. It turned out that what he had persisted in his whole life was just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a mayfly trying to shake a tree. That kind of helplessness and desolate unwillingness couldn't be described with words. After pondering for a moment, Guan Qinghan comforted her in a soft voice. It's hard to say what one's life is all about. For us women, it's just a matter of supporting our husbands and educating our children. Day by day, year by year, no matter how old we get, we don't feel too disappointed. I believe that most women in this world are like this. Moreover, there are still countless women who feel happy and satisfied in this kind of dull but fixed life. As for you men, especially those who have power, strength, and ability, you are all striving for your own fame and glory. You are always fighting fiercely. Even the most mediocre commoner will work hard to be a so-called superior person, in their eyes for the sake of having a better life. While she was speaking, Jun Wuxia had already turned around. His sparkling eyes were fixed on her, but there was no frivolity in his eyes, nor was there any of his usual amazement. There was only a very calm and deep look in his eyes, as if he was pondering something. In this feudal society, there weren't many women who could see so clearly like Guan Qinghan. This made Jun Moxie a little surprised. Actually, in this world most men live too tirelessly. And it's not really worth it. There was confusion in Guan Qinghan's eyes, but there was also determination and even a little disdain. It seemed that the so-called pursuit of men in this world wasn't worth mentioning in her eyes. Then what do you think this world is for? Or what should it be for? Jun Imosia said thoughtfully. I don't know what other people are for, and I don't have the qualifications to speak on behalf of others. But I know myself. Guan Qinghan said slowly, but her eyes were shining brightly. I, Guan Qinghan, am only a weak woman. Moreover, the world makes fools of people. I'm afraid that I don't have the qualifications to serve my husband and children in this life. At this moment I only seek peace of mind, and this life will be enough. Yes, I, Guan Qinghan, only seek peace of mind. That year I was engaged to Jun Imoyu for the sake of my family. Although I had never met him, I had no other choice for the sake of my family and my parents. Because at that time I was willing to do anything for my parents. Therefore my heart was at peace. From the beginning to the end I had only met Jun Imoyu twice. Although I couldn't say that I had any feelings for him, but I knew that Jun Imoyu was a man with iron bones. He was a great man. Moreover, I had already been engaged, so I had to accept my fate. Then Jun Imoyu died in battle. But I felt that such a good man was worth sacrificing for. Therefore I was willing to sacrifice myself for Jun Imoyu, the hero of the empire. I was willing to live in the Jun family as a widow. On one hand, I wanted to leave my disheartened family. But the most important reason was Jun Imoyu's heroic spirit. So I, Guan Qinghan, felt that I would go against my conscience if I broke off the engagement. In fact, my choice wasn't wrong. I was alone at that time and I was extremely lonely. But my heart was at peace. This time, I didn't hesitate to go to Tianfa with my weak body in order for Jun Imosia and his nephew to return safely to their homeland. I was prepared to take on any difficult task. I didn't hesitate to pay any price to ensure that Jun Imosia and his nephew could return safely to the north. I was prepared to sacrifice myself for these two people. But this was only a peace of mind. I didn't ask for anything else. That's all. The Jun family has treated me as a relative. If I were to watch Jun Wuyi and Jun Imosia die because of me, then I, Guan Qinghan, would be worse than a beast. Moreover, there was another extremely secretive reason. Jun Imosia seemed to be very affectionate towards her. She used to be as cold as ice and didn't care about it. But recently she had been showing faint signs of losing control of her mind. Especially when Jun Imosia had helped her to break through her limits and increase her Xianqi cultivation. That faintly discernible skin-to-skin contact between the two of them had caused Guan Qinghan to have many nightmares. These recent events had greatly frightened Guan Qinghan. What if, therefore it would be better to use this trip to Tianfa as an excuse to end all troubles once and for all. I'll sever all worldly disputes. I'll use my pure body to repay the Jun family's kindness. And I'll also sever my brother-in-law's infatuation. My heart will be at peace once everything has been severed. The Jun family style will not change. The Guan family style will not be tainted. The two families' prestige will not fall. As for myself, I don't need to think about it. That's right. Well said. Well said. Aha. Jun Imosia suddenly laughed like a madman. I only seek peace of mind. Who cares about right and wrong? Haha, people often say, I only seek peace of mind and righteousness. But who would have thought that peace of mind and righteousness contradict each other? So, it doesn't matter whether I kill or save someone. I only seek peace of mind and I won't disappoint this world of mortals. I, Jun Imosia, have lived my life not for the country, not for the people. But I've lived my life in peace. As long as everything is in accordance with my own heart, that's all. Why do I need to think so much? What country's prosperity and people's peace? What world affairs? That's all bullshit. In this life I'll do things my own way. I'll be unscrupulous. I want to be free and unrestrained. No matter who it is, don't even think about controlling my thoughts. No matter who it is, don't even think about restricting my actions. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? With my own heart I'll take revenge. With my own will I'll roam the world. As long as I have a clear conscience, I'll be able to stand tall. This life is enough. Jun Imosia laughed. Unintentionally, Guan Qinghan had untied the knot in his heart. He was very happy. Jun Daxiao was happy on this side. On the other side, Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi were extremely shocked. Even the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer captains could clearly feel the change in Jun Imosia. The Jun Imosia in front of them seemed to have completed a shocking transformation in an instant. From a flamboyant and frivolous young master of an aristocratic family, he suddenly became a hermit expert. This kind of change was undoubtedly abrupt. However, there was an even more abrupt transformation after that. From a transcendent expert, he transformed into a cold and gloomy expert. At that moment he was like a sharp sword that had just been unsheathed. He stood proudly between the heavens and the earth, as if he could reflect tens of thousands of rays of light. The world may be big, but it could no longer bind him. The inexplicable confusion in Jianghu Wuxia's heart was swept away. He only felt refreshed. Unknowingly, his state of mind had taken a big step forward. Perfect and transparent, not bound by material things. In this life, how can I be content with the status quo and sleep in Tianxiang? I'll roam the world with my sword. I'll look down on all the heroes in the world. I'll climb to the peak and ask who the hero is. I don't want to rule the world. But no one in the world can point fingers at me. They can't deal with me. They can't deal with my family. My goal is finally clear. I want the Jun family to become an existence that far surpasses the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuihan Manor. I want to become the peak existence in this world. Even if it's an emperor, a general, or a peerless master, no one would dare to look me in the eye. And all of this will require the accumulation of countless blood. But my heart is at peace. This is the direction I've been working towards. I have no regrets. The corners of Jianghu Wuxia's mouth curled into a cold smile as he softly said, "My journey of slaughter will begin in the southern heaven city if that's the case." His body suddenly burst forth with an endless murderous aura. It spiraled in the air and soared into the sky. This unparalleled aura stirred up the clothes of the 6 people around him. The withered leaves of late autumn were already struggling at death's door. But they were forced to leave the branches by his murderous aura, and started to swirl down with the wind. It seemed as if an earth-shattering rain of yellow leaves had started to fall. Several small birds left the branches and flapped their wings twice. But they were invaded by the murderous aura, and started to cry mournfully as they fell to the ground. 3 figures were flying through the forest in the distance. But they suddenly stopped and looked towards this direction in a dignified manner. One of them said in a heavy tone, "What a terrifying murderous aura. Who's over there?" The 2 men beside him also had a cautious look on their faces as they looked towards this direction from afar. One of them said thoughtfully, "Could it be that Chu Chihuan has arrived?" "I don't think so. Chu Chihuan has such a murderous aura, but Chu Chihuan's aura is the sharpest and most concentrated. If it were Chu Chihuan, his aura would be indomitable, and it would only be in one direction. But this person's murderous aura is earth-shattering. Comparing the two, it's completely different. We can be sure that this person isn't Chu Chihuan. But his murderous aura is not inferior to that of the supreme assassin, Chu Chihuan. In fact, it's even stronger. No matter who it is, let's go and take a look." Another man suggested, "Even if the supreme assassin, Chu Chihuan, is there, with the strength of the 3 of us, we may not be afraid of him." "All right." The black-bearded middle-aged man thought for a while, and then agreed decisively. He said heroically, "That's right. When have we, the 3 swords of Dongfang, been afraid of anyone? Even if Chu Chihuan is here, do you think we'll be afraid?" "That's right, big brother. I heard that the Jun family's 3rd master is the commander this time. Shouldn't you and I?" A short and vigorous man muttered to himself. "No. Mother hasn't been able to get over what happened that year. She was injured because of it and her meridians were clogged. How could this have happened if it wasn't for the Jun family? Little sister has been in a deep sleep for 10 years. Her vitality is almost gone. What's the purpose of this? This time Jun Wui can go back alive if he has the ability. If he doesn't, then he can die here. What does that have to do with us?" The black-bearded middle-aged man said angrily. "But even if he does, that Jun Moxie is our nephew. He's our blood relative. Even mother had spoken out in the past. Are you still indifferent?" The short middle-aged man asked in a somewhat unconvinced manner. "What a sin." The black-bearded middle-aged man sighed and said resolutely, "I obviously won't allow anything to happen to Jun Moxie. But the Jun family's matter has nothing to do with us. I also know that Jun Wui is a good man. But my brother-in-law and my 2 nephews wouldn't have met with such an accident if it weren't for him. So, there's no need to talk about this anymore." Chapter 321. "Big brother, how about we go to Tianxiang together after this matter in Tiannan City?" the short man asked cautiously as he flew. "What are we going to do? Are we going to look for trouble or to kill people? Which one of them isn't strenuous and unrewarding? Don't you remember the lesson from back then?" The black-bearded middle-aged man rolled his eyes and reprimanded. "No, I've never forgotten what happened back then. I'm just wondering if I should take that kid Wuxia and let him stay with my little sister for a couple of days. I've heard that the kid isn't as tyrannical as he used to be. He's grown up a lot. My little sister, she's been in a coma for 10 years. The short man said with a distressed look on his face. "This matter, needs to be considered at length. How can I not feel distressed for my little sister? But that kid Imosia's conduct is too bad. He did all those bad things in his early years. Also, the last time the old monkey went home, he reported to Mother about his nephew's conduct. Mother was always looking forward to seeing him. She was so angry that she almost fainted. Have you forgotten? If he weren't my nephew, I would have gotten rid of him. It's rumored that he's grown up. But it's only a rumor. If the rumor is wrong and that kid's conduct is even worse than the rumors say, then wouldn't Mother die of anger? Let's investigate in secret first. The black-bearded middle-aged man sighed. There was a dim look in his eyes. And that's true. That kid is really too disappointing. My little sister's innate talent is outstanding. Brother-in-law Wu Hui is also a dragon among men. How can their descendants be so unbearable? But let's take a look first. What if the prodigal son turns over a new leaf? Wouldn't that be a great joy? Moreover, it wasn't easy for us to come out this time. We have to do something before we go back. Big brother, the Silver Blizzard City will certainly send people over this time. How about we kill a few of them for fun? Killing those kids from the Silver Blizzard City is the best way to vent one's anger. The short man bared his teeth and revealed a sinister smile. That's right. If there's a chance, there's no harm in killing a few of them for fun. The black-bearded middle-aged man nodded and warned, but we must not let anyone know that we did it. Of course. Killing a few arrogant kids from the Silver City would be the most pleasing thing in the world. This is to avenge brother-in-law and also to vent anger for my sister. The other two laughed sinisterly. He rubbed his palms together and was filled with battle intent. Outside the forest, at a fork in the road, Jun Moxie, who was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, suddenly froze. His expression changed slightly before returning to normal. Jun Dashao's gaze focused in a certain direction. That was because there were three powerful auras rapidly approaching. Judging from the direction they were heading, their target seemed to be him. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes, but his mind was in turmoil. Tianxiang City doesn't know how big the world is, and it doesn't know how picturesque the rivers and mountains are. Any one of these three auras possessed the strength of a spirit Xian expert. In fact, each of them was at the same level as the Silver Blizzard City's elders. However, this wasn't enough to cause the hitman Jun's expression to change. It was probably because these three people were faintly emitting an astonishing murderous aura. In fact, Jun Imosia wouldn't have been able to detect this aura if he hadn't been a top-notch assassin. In fact, the hitman Jun was certain that the 3rd, 6th, and 9th elders of the Silver Blizzard City would have died an ugly death if they were to face these three people. Such an expert would be hard to find in a place like Tianxiang City. But now, three of them had appeared in front of him. How would I have known that there were so many strange people in the world if I had only been holed up in the Tianxiang City? I've only just come out and I've already seen so many wonderful people. It seems that I'll have to come out more often. Jun Dashao's thoughts moved as the three silhouettes appeared in front of him. They were led by a man with a black beard and a calm complexion. Another man had a moderate build and was slightly thin. The last man was quite short, with a big head and small eyes. In fact, he looked like a big monkey. It was very comical. The three of them stared blankly as they landed on the ground. They had thought that some great person had arrived in this place when they had sensed that monstrous murderous aura. Therefore they had rushed over to take a look. Perhaps they would be able to befriend this person. That murderous aura alone was enough to make them worth befriending. However, they had come to find that everything was beyond their expectations. There were only 3 young men and a young woman standing here. Moreover, there were 4 big men standing there. The cultivation of these people was clear at a glance. The 2 beautiful young women seemed to be at the middle level of the Gold Shen realm. Considering their age, they could be said to be rare geniuses. As for that young man, he was already as strong as Yu Xian at such a young age. The younger generation would surpass the older in time. Although such a cultivation was rare, it wasn't enough to put these 3 people in their eyes. At most, they would be surprised to find out what kind of power could nurture these 3 heavenly geniuses. However, they wouldn't pose any threat to them. As for the 4 big men behind them, although their murderous aura was extremely strong, their overall strength was only average. The one with the highest cultivation was at the level of Yu Xian. The other 3 were at the Gold Shen realm. Although they weren't weak at their age, they weren't enough to reach the apex. There were hundreds of people bustling about in the forest. It seemed that every one of them was at the Gold Shen realm. For a small team like this, it could be said that they were extremely precious and rare. But they were also not enough to enter the eyes of these 3 experts. In fact, a small team consisting of 200 people with the strength of a Gold Shen first level could be said to be one of a kind even among the nations of the world. The level of luxury involved in such a small team had reached an appalling level. In fact, even the major empires might not be able to set up a small team consisting of gold Shen experts so easily. Therefore, if one were to look at it from an ordinary point of view, the strength that Jun Moxie possessed could absolutely influence the direction of any worldly war. However, in the eyes of the great experts of Shen Shen's level, there wasn't much difference between this force and an ordinary person's. At most, they would be slightly stronger than an ant. This was because the focus of experts at different levels was different. Therefore, in the eyes of these three great experts, this valiant team that could move any emperor in the world was only SOSO. The only thing that could truly cause these three great experts to be moved and feel strange was that aura just now. What exactly was going on? Young man, let me ask you, was there anyone who stopped here just now and left in a flash? As long as you answer truthfully, you will naturally be rewarded. Do you understand? The short man was called Dongfang Wendao. He was the third brother of the three. The other two were called Dongfang Wenqing and the thin man was called Dongfang Wenjian. The three of them were brothers. Dongfang Wendao saw that his two brothers were unwilling to speak. His status was the lowest among them. Therefore he was the one who asked the questions. It was fine if he asked the question, but his attitude was not right. Not only did he not look at them, but he also spoke in a condescending tone as if he was interrogating them. In fact, it wasn't surprising that Dongfang Wendao asked the question in such a way. Although his strength was the weakest among the three brothers, he still had the valiant strength of Shen Shen's second-level Shen. Facing a few gold Shen experts like Yu Shen, he felt that he was already giving them face by speaking. Not to mention he even promised to give them benefits. It would be a great gift if a spirit Shen expert could receive pointers from a spirit Shen expert. Even if it was only a few moves, or even just a few words, one could benefit from it for the rest of their lives. Even the eldest and second brother of the Dongfang brothers looked as if it was a matter of course. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with their brother's question. If someone else had asked such a question, they would have probably accepted it. In fact, they would have happily answered the question in great detail. Then they would have tried their best to curry favor with these three experts. However, it was a pity that he had run into Jun Moxie, the hitman Jun. This guy was unmoved by force or persuasion. Moreover, he wasn't willing to accept any threats. Even if it was a threat from the three Shinshen experts. The former Wuxia had only vaguely seen his three uncles about 10 years ago. He was only 6 or 7 years old at that time. His original debauchee character had made him forget about those three grown men a long time ago. The current Jun Moxie didn't even have the slightest impression of them after taking over his body. The former Wuxia had already forgotten about those rubbish thoughts. So how could he recall them? The former Wuxia's three uncles were the same. Who would have thought that a naughty brat with a runny nose 10 years ago would have been able to associate him with this handsome, elegant, and talented youth in front of them? They had almost forgotten about him a long time ago. Although they could see that the youth was handsome and vaguely familiar, they couldn't think of anything else. In their minds, their rumored nephew was a wastrel from head to toe. How could he be like this youth in front of them? He was handsome, cute, and had a noble, unsullied temperament. Moreover, the youth in front of them had cultivated to the level of Yu Shen's middle stage. But their own nephew was rumored to be a debauchee whose meridians had been destroyed. No matter what, it was difficult to associate them with each other. Hee little sister Xiaoyi, do you see this? This kind of tree can't be found in our world. In late autumn, the leaves turn silver but they don't fall. Once spring arrives, they return to their original green color. It's really wonderful. If possible, how about we take 2 of these trees back home and plant them? Jun Moxie didn't seem to hear Dongfang Wendao's question. He smiled faintly and pointed to a tree as he introduced it to Dugu Xiaoyi. Dongfang Wendao suddenly flew into a rage. The other party doesn't even put me in his eyes? That's too embarrassing for me, the third master Dongfang. He roared, lowered his voice and asked fiercely, "Kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the third master's question? Are you asking for a beating?" The black-bearded middle-aged man Dongfang Wenqing frowned and said, "Third brother, you can ask questions but don't scare the kid." He was also a little apprehensive in his heart. With this kid's cultivation he can definitely feel our aura. Not only is he not surprised but he can also be so calm and even ignore us. Could it be that he has some powerful backing? Or is he the descendant of some famous family? But even if he has some powerful backing, he shouldn't be so arrogant when facing 3 Shinshen experts at the same time, right? There's nothing special in this place. Could the super expert who emitted a shocking murderous aura be related to this kid? Or is he hiding in the dark? Dongfang Wendao turned around and grinned and said, Big brother, I know, but kids need to be disciplined. Chapter 322. If I don't ask you, who should I ask? I really don't know how your family's elders taught you? Was there anyone here just now? Speak quickly. Dongfang Qidao suppressed his anger. No matter what, the other party was still a junior. Could it be that he, the dignified Xinxian, would really become angry out of humiliation and take the initiative to teach him a lesson? That would really be too undignified. My family's teachings have always been good. There's no need for senior to ask. Asking someone for directions or asking about someone, shouldn't you ask like this? Jun Moxie smiled warmly. At this moment, Jun Moxie had some of the elegance of Li Yuran. He was very elegant and at ease. He smiled and said, "This senior, for example, if this junior wants to ask for directions, I must say this. Dare I ask this senior, was there anyone here just now? Please tell me, I will be grateful." After Jun Moxie finished speaking, he then proudly lectured, "This is called good manners. Oh yes, this is how our family's elders taught us." Xinxian? So what? Even if it's Xinxian, he can't ride on this lord's neck and shit. It's one thing that I can't beat you, but it doesn't mean that I'll admit defeat. Even if I don't directly make a move, I can still disgust you to death. Besides, these three people had a cautious look on their faces. It seemed that they were afraid of something. Jun Moxie thought about the murderous aura that he had released earlier. Since that was the case, how could Jun Moxie not raise the flag? Little bastard. Do you want to die? Dongfang Qidao was furious. Although he was rash, he wasn't an idiot. How could he not hear the sarcasm in Jun Dashao's words? Not to mention the words, our family's elders. Want to die? I'm still young. Even the king of hell might not be willing to accept me. Jun Moxie looked at him coldly. The nephew and uncle pair, who didn't know each other, stared at each other. Enraged, Dongfang Qidao stretched out his hand to grab this little thing. He wanted to catch this little thing and beat him up to vent his anger. That would be considered a small punishment. Unexpectedly, he grabbed empty air. Jun Moxie had already turned behind him. Dongfang Qidao suddenly heard an evil wind behind his head. The sound of a golden blade slicing through the air could be heard. He couldn't help but feel a chill. The spirit Xian Third Master Dongfang had fallen into a disadvantageous position as soon as the two sides clashed. It was true that he had underestimated his enemy. However, the young Master Jun's godly speed was commendable. Fuck. Dongfang Wendao let out a cry of surprise. He was one of the top assassins in the world and was the best at adapting to situations. Although he was shocked, he did not panic and took advantage of the situation to leap forward. Xinxian's speed was extremely fast. In a single dash, he had crossed a distance of more than 70 feet. He thought that he would definitely be able to avoid the young man's pursuit. However, he did not expect that he could still feel the chill behind him. It was even stronger than before. However, Dongfang Third Master's movement technique was quite good, and he could still avoid it. This time he dodged to the right, but the cold air behind him still followed him like a shadow. He dodged to the left again, but the cold air was still there. In that instant, Dongfang Wendao had already consecutively changed 7 types of movement techniques and changed his position dozens of times. However, the chill behind him was like a gangrene that stuck to his bones, increasing instead of decreasing. He didn't even have the time to turn around. Finally, his waist shook, and a cold knife had already pierced into the back of Dongfang Third Master's waist. However, Dongfang Third Master was still a strong cultivator of Xinxian. Jun Dashao's sharp counterattack was indeed out of his expectation, but it did not affect him from circulating his mystical qi to protect his body during the battle. Even if the knife that pierced into his body was a divine weapon, the person holding the knife only had the cultivation of Yuxian. No matter what, it could not do anything to him. Not even his skin and flesh were injured. However, in terms of the outcome of the battle, he was defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Dongfang Third Master instantly stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. With the cultivation of Xinxian, he had long reached a state where he was impervious to heat and cold. However, at this moment he was sweating profusely, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. The 8 people who were watching from the side were also sweating profusely, especially the black-bearded middle-aged man and the skinny man. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With the eyesight of Dugu Xiaoi, Guan Qinghan and the others, they could only vaguely see a ghost-like silhouette dodging from front to back, left to right, and then to the front. It was as if the sky had transformed into tens of hundreds of short silhouettes in an instant, dazzling their eyes. Then they saw him standing there, completely motionless. As for Jun Moxie, it seemed as if he didn't move at all, as if from the beginning to the end, it was as if the short man was showing off his peerless Qinggong. But how sharp were Dongfang Wenqing and Dongfang Wenjian's eyesight? The changes in the field the two of them clearly saw. How could they not be shocked? This was a pinnacle battle that was enough to prove the life and death of an expert like Xin Xian. They saw third brother unleash his superb Qinggong to dodge the kid's sudden slash. However, the white-robed kid's silhouette disappeared very strangely, and the next moment he appeared behind third brother's head like an illusion, and slashed fiercely. Then third brother sensed it and once again dodged to the left, moved to the right, dashed forward and circled around. In a split second he changed 7 different Qinggong movements, and in an instant he moved to nearly 40 different positions. But the kid's silhouette always disappeared in a flash, and the next moment he would always appear behind third brother, like a gangrene attached to the bone. Third brother's peerless movements that he had performed previously were actually useless. And in the end he was still slashed at the waist. In fact, the kid's slash could have landed on his neck, but with Xin Xian's mystical qi protecting his body, it would not have suffered any damage. But the kid could have slashed his neck but not his waist. It was obvious that he was being merciful. The third brother's strength was at the second level of the spirit Xian realm. Moreover, the third brother's family had always been known for their agility and agility. This was publicly acknowledged by the entire continent. In fact, no one had ever been able to surpass them. Even the solitary falcon, who was also known for his agility and agility, had to retreat when facing the third brother's family. Solitary eagle was good at speed, but in terms of agility he was still a notch lower than his family's secret skill. And this kid in front of him was only at the level of Yu Xian. What kind of concept was this? Wasn't this too terrifying? Wasn't this too terrifying? There was a gap of almost 20 levels between the two of them. Oh my god, this world has gone crazy. Humans have eaten the sun. A mouse has become a cat's bride. This is equivalent to an ordinary ant raping the king of the mystical beasts. What kind of agility is this? Even the leader of the Tianfa forest does not have such a terrifying speed. How did this kid do it? Who is he? Look at his young age, 16 or 17 years old, and he already has the cultivation of Yu Xian. Then doesn't this mean that his master is even more powerful? It's fortunate that this youngster's cultivation isn't high enough to break through a spirit Xian's defense. But, wouldn't he be able to easily kill the three of us if his cultivation was on par with ours? The opponent doesn't even need to have the same cultivation as Xin Xian, because as long as he is at the peak of Tian Xian's cultivation, he would be able to injure Xin Xian's vital points. Based on this, isn't this result a little too shocking? Silence reigned in the field. Whether it was the 3 Dongfang brothers or Jun Daxiao's side, no one spoke a word. After a long time Dugu Xiaoyi came back to her senses. She looked at the dazed Dongfang Wendao with some admiration and applauded, "Good Qinggong. It's truly ever-changing, wonderful and unrivaled in this world." Dugu Xiaoyi's praise came from the bottom of her heart. It could even be said that it was a kind of admiration. This short man's appearance was not good, but his Qinggong was very handsome. He was able to create a series of illusory figures that didn't disperse for a long time. The little girl was dazzled and almost fainted. If it wasn't for the fact that the image of the third master Dongfang was a little unjustifiable, the little girl would have directly worshipped him as her master. This was definitely beyond the scope of an ordinary Xian expert by a large margin. Guan Qinghan was also shocked by the opponent's astonishing strength. But she vaguely felt that the atmosphere was not right. So she pulled Dugu Xiaoyi's hand and whispered, "Little sister Xiaoyi, don't talk too much." But how crisp was the sound of Dugu Xiaoyi's cheering. It was like a big pear that had just come down from the tree, crunching and crunching. Not to mention the few people present at the scene, even those who were far away could have heard it clearly. Dongfang Wendao stood there in a daze. His complexion had already turned somewhat pale. The blow to his confidence from what happened just now was simply unparalleled. The outstanding Qinggong that he had always been proud of was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Moreover, a mere junior at the level of Yu Xian was able to surpass the speed that he had always been proud of. In fact, he didn't even have the time to turn around. He suddenly felt that all of his previous efforts had become meaningless. It was a very typical case of a sailboat turning upside down in the gutter. But, at this moment he suddenly heard a sound of cheering. Moreover, it was praising him, "Good Qinggong. It's truly ever-changing and wonderful. It's enough to be unrivaled in the present age." This sound was so deafening and it came from the depths of his heart. But, how could a great expert like Xin Xian endure this? It was believed that even if there were 10,000 wonderful brushes, it would still be difficult to describe Third Master Dongfang's feelings at this moment. His deathly pale face instantly turned red. Then it was visible to the naked eye that the redness spread to his neck and then to his chest. If one could take off his shoes to take a look, one would definitely discover that even his toes had turned red. Dongfang Wendao only felt dizzy. He was so ashamed that he vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapsing. He was actually so angry that he vomited blood. What a sincere praise that came from the bottom of his heart. It had directly provoked a powerful Shen expert to the point of vomiting blood. Dongfang Wenqing and Dongfang Wenjian hurriedly jumped over to support him. However, they were stubbornly pushed away by Third Master Dongfang. Dongfang Wendao took a deep breath. He slowly turned around and faced Jun Moxie. The expression in his eyes was incomparably complicated. However, he did not hesitate and said, "You've got guts." "I've lost. I've lost." When these 3 words came out of his mouth, each word was strangely difficult to say. It was as if every word was a heavy mountain to him. But he still said it. Jun Moxie could not help but reveal a sincere expression of admiration in his eyes. A powerful Shen expert losing was not a bad thing. He even admitted defeat to a young man called Yu Xian in front of everyone. What kind of bearing was this? In this Jianghu, where one's reputation was as important as one's life, there were absolutely not many people who could have such an open-minded attitude towards victory and defeat. Today is very gloomy. My cold hasn't recovered. Naturally, this is not what I'm gloomy about. It's just a small cold. It won't affect my updates. At most, I'll just endure a bit more time. Last night at 2:30 in the morning, I was thinking about the plot and writing the outline of Sky Law. Suddenly, someone added me as a friend and verified the message. I have a lot of constructive opinions about the otherworldly evil monarch. I hope you can listen to them. I clicked confirm. And I remember it very clearly. It's someone called Lonely Not Lonely. I won't call him that here. The first sentence was, "I'm reading the pirated version. Because your writing is really too lousy. I really can't stand it anymore. So I came to scold you." Then I said, "Even if I bought an egg from the mall and it stinks, you should at least scold me, right? I can't say, if you have guts, lay an egg and see for yourself. Even if I went to a restaurant to buy a plate of shredded potatoes, I should at least say a few words if it's not delicious, right? Am I supposed to endure it?" Finally I said, "You're a eunuch. It's really too lousy. It's indescribably lousy. If you continue writing, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and start cursing your family." That night I was on the blacklist. I don't have the conversation record anymore. But I sent it to Xia Tian. She should have some there. If you're interested, you can look it up. I'm really angry. From the beginning of this book I've said, pirated versions can't be banned. I have many siblings who are students and don't have the financial ability to pay. No matter where they are, it's good to be able to read my book and laugh to relieve some of the pressure. I'm even grateful because they let some of my siblings who can't subscribe still stay with me. As a writer, I count on this to make a living. Subscriptions are naturally necessary, but I will never allow any of my siblings to subscribe on an empty stomach. My comment on the bookshelf hasn't been deleted yet. If you're interested, you can go take a look. But if you read pirated versions, I don't object. If you don't like it, even if you use a sock puppet to clamor in the book review section, I haven't objected. At most, I'll just delete it after I read it if it's too vexing for me. But is there a need for you to add me as a friend in the middle of the night to scold me? Should I owe you? Will you? To put it bluntly, you fucking bought eggs from the mall and shredded potatoes from the restaurant. No matter how fucking rotten or how fucking bad it is, you still fucking spent money. But did you spend money to read this book of mine? You enjoy pirated versions in peace, plagiarizing the fruits of my labor almost every night, and you actually came to my doorstep to scold me? Who the fuck do you think you are? I don't want to scold you, but I really can't help it. Chapter 323. Today's first update. And thank you, brothers and sisters, for your consolation and encouragement. Thank you. Just this point of losing is not a bad thing had already made Jun Moxie have a good impression of him. Therefore he didn't take it too far. He smiled and said, "When did Senior and I ever talk about competing? Where did the talk of winning and losing come from? The reason is that I was too arrogant and didn't answer Senior's question. Moreover, I spoke rudely. If I say no, then it's my fault. Kid, you're the winner. You don't have to flatter me. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. What's there to hide?" Dongfang Wendao was seething with anger as he said, "Since you've been defeated, you have the qualifications to speak to me. My previous careless question was indeed this old man's mistake. This old man apologizes." He snorted and said, "But I'll still look for you. At that time, you and I will have a good competition." Since that's the case, I'll be waiting for you. However, with Senior's extraordinary skills, you're at least 20 to 30 times more powerful than me. If we were to talk about our true strength, I'm afraid I'd be killed by Senior in the blink of an eye. Jun Moxie had the intention to befriend him. Therefore he spoke modestly. That's true. Dongfang Wendao snorted and said arrogantly, Kid, at least you're sensible. If I were to really fight you to the death, I don't even need to ask to know the consequences. Sai, that might not be the case. Your movements are too fast. You're actually faster than me. No, we can't even be mentioned in the same breath. Motherfucker. At the end of his speech, Dongfang Wendao couldn't help but become dispirited. He also knew that with his opponent's speed, unless he shamelessly used Xin Xian's cultivation to deal with Yu Xian and launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to kill his opponent in one strike. Although he was very good at sneak attacks and assassinations, it was really inexcusable for a master like Xin Xian to use a sneak attack to deal with a little brat like Yu Xian. He still wanted to save his face, but once this brat was prepared, he would not be able to kill him no matter what. He couldn't even catch up to them, so what was the point of killing them? Even if it was an indiscriminate attack, there would always be loopholes. Although they had previously agreed that no one would be able to dodge those powerful moves, Dongfang Wendao no longer had that confidence after witnessing this brat's terrifying speed. At the very least, he wasn't that confident anymore. Others might not be able to dodge it, but this brat, it was hard to say. Jun Moxie chuckled. He felt that this strange man in front of him had a straightforward and adorable temperament. Dongfang Wenqing took a step forward and cupped his hands. His attitude was very amiable as he said, Little brother, how should I address you? Who is your teacher? That exquisite lightness kung fu just now is really enough to shock the world. When he asked this question, even Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao looked at him. Obviously, these two people were also very interested in this question. In their hearts, as long as they knew this kid's name, origin, and background, all their doubts would be solved in an instant. Although the three of them hadn't been in the martial world for many years, they still knew a lot about some of the hidden forces in the world. Even though they couldn't be said to be very familiar with them, they were close. However, the three of them had already rummaged through their memories. They almost had a headache thinking about it, but they still couldn't think of any place or person that could cultivate such a demonic disciple. With such outstanding strength at such a young age, how could an ordinary person be able to cultivate him? Therefore, the three of them had a look of longing on their faces. They were prepared in their hearts. If this kid didn't answer, then so be it. But as long as he did answer, he would definitely be an earth-shattering character, an earth-shattering force. He must not be treated lightly. You flatter me. Senior is the one who is truly broad-minded. Your Shen-Chi is even more powerful. This humble one admires you very much. Moreover, the three of you are of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This humble one's heart is filled with admiration. Jun Moxie said a few courteous words. After thinking for a while, he felt that there was no need to hide anything. So he said, This humble one's surname is Jun Moxie. When these 5 words, this humble one is Jun Moxie, came out, the effect was immediately extraordinary. Dongfang Wenqing and Dongfang Wenjian both cried out in alarm at the same time. They actually took 2 steps back. The look of astonishment in their eyes was extreme. It was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As for the third master, Dongfang Wendao, his eyes were wide open. His face was flushed and his body was swaying. It was as if he was drunk. His mouth kept going It was as if there was phlegm stuck in his throat and he could suffocate at any time. The young master Jun couldn't help but feel proud of himself as he saw this. Look, this young master's name has already spread far and wide. Even these 3 spirit Shen experts were shocked to the point that they couldn't control themselves when they heard my name. I believe that my reputation is like a thunderclap reverberating in the ears, and the bright moon in the sky is nothing more than this. This is really quite a sense of accomplishment. Jun Dashao couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. You? Who did you say you are? Junamo. Xia. Tian. Tianxiang City's Jun? Jun families. Xia? Jun family's 3rd young master? Dongfang Wenjian's mouth was crooked as he asked. His tone was full of disbelief. The Xin Xian experts of the generation had suddenly become a stutterer. It was clear that this name had given him a great shock. Yes? I am the Jun family's 3rd young master. What's wrong? The young master Jun became even more pleased with himself. He raised his head arrogantly, and adopted a posture that others might think was asking for a beating, but he felt that it was very cool and at ease. You're really the Jun family's 3rd young master? Then Jun. Zhan Tian is your grandfather? Jun. Wei is your uncle? Is that right? Dongfang Wendao finally caught his breath. His eyes were wide open and his nose was panting. The whites of his eyes were rolling, and he looked like he was about to faint. Jun Moxie became even more proud. He nodded his head in a reserved manner. Yes. It seems that the Jun family's name isn't just a little big. Even the Xinxian experts are shocked. This is really a great sense of accomplishment. Low-key, reserved. Don't be so ostentatious. Jun Moxie kept reminding himself. Huff. The three Xinxians panted heavily. Their eyes were wide open and their bodies were trembling. They looked at Jun Moxie as if they wanted to swallow him whole. But at the same time, their eyes were filled with love, and they couldn't wait to hold him in their arms and love him. What are you doing? Jun Moxie finally realized that something was wrong. He thought to himself, don't tell me these three have some kind of special hobby? Why do their eyes look so scary? Thinking about it made his hair stand on end. His shoulders trembled and he forced himself to calm down. What are you doing? Dongfang Wendao's cheeks puffed up. His eyes bulged like goldfishes and he gritted his teeth. What do you think we're doing? I'm going to fuck your crippled third uncle 3,600 times. I'm your third uncle. You little bastard, how dare you stab your third uncle with a knife? Fuck. I'm your ancestor. What the hell? How dare you take advantage of me? And you want to fuck my third uncle? Do you believe that I won't fuck you to death right now? Jun Moxie was instantly enraged. You can't scold people like this. How dare you take advantage of me so blatantly? Do you think you're so great just because you have three Xinxians? I'll fuck your grandma. You little bastard, how dare you scold me? Dongfang Wendao's anger surged like a mountain, and he was about to rush forward. But before he could finish his sentence he was slapped twice and he fell to the ground. Both sides of his head were burning with pain. At the same time he heard a thunderous roar. What nonsense did you just say? You son of a b****. Dongfang Wendao also realized that he seemed to have said something that he shouldn't have. Jun Moxie's grandma? That was his own mother. How could he scold her? He covered his head with a bitter face and didn't dare to make a sound. Dongfang Wenqing turned to Jun Moxie excitedly. Wuxia? Actually, I'm your first uncle. Jun Moxie was completely depressed. Just now your brother said that he's my third uncle, and now you're saying that you're my first uncle? You guys even took turns to bluff me? 3 Xinxians? Even if you have 1,000 or 10,000 reasons to doubt me, you should at least know your mother's surname, right? Dongfang Wenqing's palms were trembling, and there were tears in her eyes. She said excitedly, your mother's maiden name is Dongfang Wenqing, and she's our youngest sister. I'm your first uncle, Dongfang Wenqing. This is your second uncle, Dongfang Wenjian. The one who competed with you just now was really your third uncle, Dongfang Wendao. Jun Moxie felt like the world was spinning. Holy **T. It can't be so coincidental. These 3 Xinxians are my biological uncles? 3 Xinxians' uncles? Since Jun Moxie had accepted this body, he naturally had a thorough understanding of the past of this body. Although he was quite puzzled that his in-laws had not contacted the Jun family, he vaguely knew that it was because of what had happened in the past. Back then, his father and second uncle were plotted against and died in an accident. His mother also fell ill and was taken back by her family. Not long after, there was news of her death. Although Jun Moxie had investigated in many ways about what had happened in the past, he still did not know much. However, he had never given up and had always been secretly looking for the inside story. In his heart, since he had inherited this body and accepted this family, he had the responsibility and obligation to do his part for this family. The things that had happened in the past were like a huge cloud of fog, faintly discernible. No one could see clearly what kind of conspiracy was hidden in it, and whether there was a mastermind behind it. But if it was only Blizzard Silver City, Jun Moxie did not believe it. Therefore he had been secretly collecting information bit by bit. If there was a need, he would go to the Blizzard Silver City, the Shenxi Empire, and the Yutang Empire. But in the Tianxiang Empire, Jun Moxie was a major suspect. This was also one of the reasons why Jun Moxie had suddenly thought of supporting Yang Mo, even if it meant getting involved in the Tianxiang imperial family's struggle for power. Otherwise, what does it have to do with me, Jun Moxie, whether the son of the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire is successful or not? As long as I, Jun Moxie, am here, can you touch the Jun family? Humph, I will go in the middle of the night and cut off your head before you have the chance to do anything. I may not be able to kill Shinshan experts for the time being, but even if you are the emperor or have the protection of Shinshan experts, as long as you are not a Shinshan expert, I can definitely kill you. Haha, to be honest, I was too excited yesterday and made you angry and worried, which is not right. I will try not to say it in the future, haha, but to be honest, I never do things sneakily and never fight for anything. I write quietly and earn money. I don't know much about the outside world. Haha, but if someone provokes me, I will never avoid it. If I want to scold someone, I will scold them to their face. That is satisfying. Talking behind their back is not satisfying, and I disdain to do it. If I want to hit someone, my fist must hit the flesh to be satisfied, haha. I have a lot of fun writing the evil monarch. Maybe it has something to do with my personality. I am a bit lawless in my life and I do things my own way, very unscrupulous. I do as I please, very comfortable. Haha, to reiterate, I write web novels, fast food novels, my level is too low, I really can't write The Dream of the Red Chamber, I can't write the 4 great novels, I am not Chao Shuichin, I am not Leo Tolstoy. Well, I won't say the rest, those who scold or attack, please respect yourself. After scolding people yesterday, I admit I was a bit rude, but I feel very satisfied. His heart was at ease and he felt great. Very satisfied. So today when I went out to buy steamed buns, I stood in front of the stall like a handsome tree in the wind, still reminiscing. Then I heard 2 young men beside me talking. One said, "Look at that guy, he really knows how to act cool." The other looked at me, his eyes full of jealousy and worship, and said, "You are wrong, he is really not acting cool. Look at that temperament, that demeanor, he is really handsome." Thus I was very proud of myself. I picked up the 4 steamed buns and threw them out. I generously said, "Keep the change." Then I leisurely floated back. Chapter 324. Since Jun Moxie knew so much, how could he not know his mother's name? The 3 of them were obviously excited, and their eyes were filled with affection. It was as if they had seen their loved ones. How could Jun Moxie not see it? But Jun Moxie was thinking, isn't this too much of a coincidence? I've just said my name and now I have 3 uncles? Jun Moxie smiled bitterly. This was the first time in his life that he had felt at a loss. So he forced a smile and said, my 3rd uncle is right behind me. And he might be rushing over soon. So, should we wait for him? Why is he behind us? Dongfang Wenjian wrinkled his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. Why isn't he at the front? The 3rd uncle is the commander-in-chief, so he naturally has to accompany the army. I'm the vanguard. Jun Moxie continued, I'm here to open a path and build a bridge. Jun Moxie started to sweat as he finished speaking. Even Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi couldn't help but chuckle. When did this kid fulfill his duty as a vanguard? Not to mention opening a path and building a bridge, he did open up a path through the mountains, but he could only open up a path that could only allow 1 carriage to pass through. As for building a bridge when there was a river, that was just nonsense. What? Jun Wui is a bastard. He's letting my nephew be his vanguard. What if something happens? Do you have no memory at all? Have you forgotten what happened in the past? Dongfang Wenqing was furious. My sister only has 1 son, and he has the nerve to use him as a general? What a bastard. What a bastard. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao were also furious. They were rubbing their fists, eager to teach Jun Wui a lesson. Everyone was flabbergasted. What was going on? These 3 unacknowledged uncles in front of them were a little too protective, weren't they? Moxie. The rumors say that the Jun family's 3rd young master is a debauchee, a bully, a hooligan, a ruffian. It can't be referring to you, right? Do you have a cousin with a similar name? Dongfang Wenqing found it difficult to find the right words. He even made a conjecture that he couldn't believe. Jun Moxie, Dugu Xiaoyi, Guanqing Han, and the 4 bodyguards were left dumbstruck. Their foreheads were filled with black lines. I say, big brother, your question is too pointless. Dongfang Wenjian was very dissatisfied with his big brother's question. Look at our good nephew. He is so handsome and tall. At such a young age he is already so well versed in martial arts. Even our 3rd brother was ruthlessly defeated by him. Does he look like a good-for-nothing debauchee? What do you mean by defeated by him? Dongfang Wendao was very dissatisfied. He retorted, I saw that he's young and he's our nephew. So I was just playing with him. With my skills, how could I lose to a little kid like him? Bah, don't you feel embarrassed saying that? You already knew that he was our nephew before this? What nonsense are you talking about? Dongfang Wenjian snorted disdainfully, you're the one who's not skilled enough, yet you still have the nerve to find an objective reason. Besides, it's not shameful to lose to our own nephew. Why are you wasting time? You really don't have the demeanor of an elder. He paused for a while and said, just like Big Brother. Such a good nephew had to ask for trouble himself. I've never seen an uncle who would put a bucket of sh*t on his nephew's head. I'm just asking. Dongfang Wenqing said in a dignified manner. You two don't be impatient. Shut your mouths. Jun Moxie was embarrassed. Since his 2 lives he had rarely been so embarrassed. Not only did he express his feelings wrongly, he even stabbed his own uncle with a knife. It was fine that he stabbed him, but he still kept showing off his name. It turned out that his name was really well known, but it was a bad name. It was impossible for him to be as bright as the moon in the sky. It was already good enough that he didn't go down in history. Dugu Xiaoyi giggled. She clutched her stomach and trembled. She would mischievously look at Jun Moxie from time to time. She winked and laughed even harder. Wang Dong and the other 3 turned their faces away. They were afraid that Jun Moxie would see them stifle their laughter. Their faces were distorted, and they were making strange chi-chi-chi sounds. Guan Qinghan was the most composed among them. She was also trying hard to hold back her laughter. However, her frosty face had already started to show signs of melting. As the daughter-in-law of the Jun family, she had some understanding of her mother-in-law's family. She knew that this family wasn't famous in the world, but they possessed extraordinary power. Today she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Any one of these 3 uncles had the astonishing strength of Shen Xian. Guan Qinghan exclaimed in surprise. She had hidden her worries in the depths of her heart. She knew that they would have to face the Shuihan Manor on this trip to Tianfa. Jun Wui and Jun Moxie were very straightforward. So, it would be very easy for them to get into a conflict with each other. So, she felt a lot more at ease now that they had these great experts with them. Jun Moxie stared at them. He scratched his head. Then he put down his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Then he spoke with an innocent look on his face. Tianxiang City, there isn't a second Jun Moxie. The 3rd generation of the Jun family doesn't have a male heir besides me. But are you sure that they're talking about me? Don't tell me that it's really you? Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 opened their eyes wide in shock. You're that heinous and heartless debauchee from the rumors? Fu*K. Jun Moxie's face turned black. He angrily said, who dares to ruin my reputation? I'm not that kind of person. This is the biggest joke in the world. This is the Tang Empire. I'm young and promising. I'm kind and charitable. I'm handsome and elegant. I'm also highly respected in Tianxiang City. I'm chivalrous, courageous and courageous. It can be said that I'm a household name. Who doesn't know about me? Dugu Xiaoyi made a quack sound. Then she clutched her stomach and started to convulse. Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 were also shocked. Then their faces twitched. Dongfang Wenjian glared at him. You bastard, who are you calling your brother? I'm your uncle. You don't know how to read the situation. Jun Moxie pulled at his hair and said in a depressed manner, your identities, that, have yet to be determined. We'll have to wait for my 3rd uncle to come before we can confirm it. The 3 Shen brothers blew their beards and glared at each other. They were depressed. What are you talking about? Don't tell me that your shameful 3rd uncle doesn't approve of our status as his uncles? That night, the tents were set up. Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 took up 3 of the tents as if it was a given. At night, Dugu Xiaoyi and Guan Qinghan sneaked out. One kept watch and the other went to take a bath. Young Master Jun, who had just lost a great opportunity, couldn't help but sigh in frustration as he looked at his 3 uncles who had suddenly appeared. He really wished that he could knock these 3 people unconscious and throw them out before they could confirm their identities. Jun Moxie secretly cursed in his heart. Don't be fooled by the fact that you're my uncles. So what? If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have done it already. Plans can't keep up with changes. A plan that can't be put into practice, no matter how brilliant it is nothing but a beautiful picture. I can't carry out my wonderful plan. But I still have to keep my spirits up and chat with them. It turns out that chatting is also a kind of physical work. So, you're saying that your trip to Tiannan this time is a trap? In fact, it's a trap with no chance of survival? Dongfang Wenqing had a dignified expression on her face. Whether it's a trap or not is another matter. But the Tiannan region has many enemies. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. Moreover, our enemies aren't ordinary people. The Silver Blizzard City is one of them. The Shuihan Manor is another. As for the others, humph, those troublemakers that we've planted in the military camp aren't worth mentioning. The 3 of them sucked in a cold breath. The Silver Blizzard City is clear. But what about the Shuihan Manor? Jun Moxie smiled bitterly. He then explained the whole story. Then he helplessly said, Sister-in-law insisted on following us to Tiannan. She was worried about us uncle and nephew. How could I not know her intentions? She has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. So, how could she have threatened to die in order to follow us to Tiannan if it weren't for this? I've already thought of this. But I'm still thinking of countermeasures. Li Ju Tian's bastard son wants to steal our nephew's wife? Fu*K. He must have eaten a leopard's gall. Jun Moxie had barely finished speaking when Dongfang Wenqing and the other two jumped up. Their faces were filled with righteous indignation. They couldn't restrain their anger. This old man won't say anything when we arrive at the Shuihun Manor. I'll castrate that brat. He's a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Damn it. He'll take a piss and look at his face. Dongfang Wendao angrily waved his hand. Jun Moxie gasped. He hadn't expected that the three of them would have such a big reaction. Wuxia, you're talking about sister-in-law? Isn't she that cold girl who was with you today? Dongfang Wenqing asked cautiously. Yes, that's her. Jun Wuxia casually agreed. He felt that it was rather boring to talk to these three elders, and he was already feeling a little drowsy. Alas, she's also a bitter child. Her husband died before she could even see him a few times. Then she went to live in your Jun family as a widow. She's like a flower, but her youth is wasted. She's left to live alone in her room. What kind of pain is that? Dongfang Wenqing sighed. A trace of a smile appeared on Dongfang Wenjian's thin and callous face as he said, Wuxia, in my opinion, this little girl's forehead is full, her eyebrows are delicate, and her figure is graceful. This is a very suitable appearance for a man. Moreover, her looks are quite fresh, right? Jun Moxie supported his chin with his hand and said in a daze, Yes, she's quite fresh. Gulp. He then swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That's right. What else is there to say? Dongfang Wendao clapped his hands and said happily, She's surnamed Jun. So how can she run away? My eldest nephew is gone, but I still have a younger nephew. As the saying goes, keep the goodies within the family. Shut up, third brother. What nonsense are you talking about? Dongfang Wenqing's face darkened. He scolded in a stern voice, What do you mean keep the goodies within the family? Is this something an uncle like you can say? You're really presumptuous. You're indulging in wild fantasies and making irresponsible remarks. Your head is full of shameful thoughts. Dongfang Wendao was most afraid of this elder brother. Seeing that he was angry, he immediately shrunk his head, and didn't dare to utter another word. Chapter 325. When I saw you during the day I thought you were someone. But now that I look at you, it's wrong to say that you're a playboy. You're really a good-for-nothing. You were sleepy just now, but when I mentioned this you woke up faster than anything else. Dongfang Wenqing snorted. Then he stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, This is a headache. It's too much of a pity, but if this kid, it's difficult, but it's not. Dongfang Wendao and Dongfang Wenjian snorted and rolled their eyes at the same time. They thought, it seems that big brother actually has the same idea, but he's still pretending in front of the two of us, pretending to be noble and virtuous. He's really hypocritical. He has the mouth to talk about others, but he doesn't have the mouth to talk about himself. What a joke. This matter. Let's think about it in the long run. Dongfang Wenqing gave a conclusion, then sighed and said leisurely, Wuxia. Uncle scolded you just now for your own good. Uncle was misled by the rumors, thinking that you're quite unbearable. Today I finally see you, but I see that you're so heroic and promising at such a young age. You can be said to be second to none in the younger generation. If your grandmother saw you, I don't know how gratified she would be. If your mother could open her eyes to see you, how happy she would be. At this point, the three brothers lowered their heads at the same time, thinking of their sister who had been in a coma for 10 years and felt sad. Tell me the story of mother. Jun Wuxia was a little sad. When he said the word mother, he unexpectedly found that his heart was trembling. Moreover, when he said the word mother, he didn't feel the slightest bit of reluctance, as if it was a matter of course in his blood and his soul, as if he had already accepted it, just like his grandfather and third uncle. Dongfang Wenqing let out a long sigh. At the end of the sigh, there was a faint tremble, and the black beard under his chin trembled slightly, showing the sorrow in his heart. The three brothers looked at each other and saw the indescribable sadness in each other's eyes. Your mother, her maiden name is Dongfang Wenqing. She is our most beloved little sister. She is gentle, beautiful, and adorable. Dongfang Wenqing's voice was trembling and extremely low. She looked at the flickering candlelight with misty eyes. Her voice sounded like she was talking in a dream. It seemed that as she spoke, her whole mind was immersed in the past. The little sister from back then, the cute little sister, the little sister that made people love her from the bottom of their hearts. But now, I still remember that the whole family was against my little sister marrying Jianghu Hui. But my little sister was determined. No matter how they persuaded her, she wouldn't change her mind. She had no choice but to agree to their marriage. At that time, her mother had told her, "When Xen, if things don't go your way, come back as soon as possible. Home will always be home." At that time, his younger sister smiled happily and said, "Whether it's as you wish or not, ask your own heart. No regrets, deep love." And so he left. To this day he could still remember that happy smile. It was as bright as spring flowers, leaving endless warmth in the family. But who would have thought that when she returned home, her face was haggard and her heart was like dead ashes. She slept for 10 years, never to ask her own heart again. He remembered that when he took her home that day she was still conscious, but her eyes were wide open and she didn't speak. 3 days later, when his mother and the others were all by her side, his little sister suddenly used the last of her strength and murmured a few words, I'm sorry. No regrets in this life, no regrets in this life. Since you have no regrets, I also have no regrets. Where is my heart? No regrets in the end. No regrets in heaven and earth, no regrets in life or death." After saying that, 2 drops of hot tears slowly flowed out of her almost dry eyes and fell on the pillow. She slowly closed her eyes and fell into a long sleep. Even until she fainted, his little sister's heart was still filled with feelings of no regrets, not deep-rooted hatred. In life I will follow him. In death I will follow him. No regrets in life or death. For the past 10 years, their family had thought of countless ways, but they could only try their best to maintain her last chance of survival. But no matter what, they could not let her open her eyes. She had no regrets in her heart. She had already left. Their mother flew into a violent rage because of this matter. She brazenly dispatched 196 Earth-Shen assassins who had been trained by the family for many years. They slaughtered the martial world and wantonly retaliated. The name of the Dongfang family's assassins resounded throughout the world because of this matter. They also paid special attention to the Silver Blizzard City. Everyone in the continent felt insecure and was terrified. However, the Dongfang family's strength was insignificant. It was difficult for them to shake the entire world. In the end, they were intercepted by the 3 great masters. Li Ju Tian and Han Feng Shui led the main force of the Dongfang family to the Broken Dragon Valley. Even the elusive great master Yun Bichen appeared at that time. Then they proposed a battle to decide the outcome of the battle. Their mother single-handedly fought against the Silver Blizzard cities Shao Xingyun and Buyu. At that time, they had agreed that Xingyun and Buyu's lives would be disregarded if the Shao family was defeated. This enmity would be written off. But the Dongfang family would retire from the martial world if their mother was defeated. That shocking battle could be said to shake the heavens and the earth. Their mother was exhausted from fighting for a long time. She had fought against 2 4th-level experts of the Xinshen family, but she had lost. She had been forced to make a vow. The Dongfang family will never appear on the continent unless the Xian beasts come out of Tianfa. The 8 great masters will punish them if they break the vow. At that time the 8 great masters weren't the same as they were now. At that time, the Blue Master Meng Hongqin and the Eagle Master Solitary Falcon weren't among the 8 great masters. The other 2 great masters had mysteriously disappeared, and had then taken their place. However, their mother had been defeated in that battle. But she had left behind a backup plan. Shao Xingyun and Shao Buyu would forever be stuck at the 4th level of the Xinshen family. They would never be able to reach the Great Master Realm. After this battle, the Dongfang family, who had achieved boundless glory, could not help but suffer a great blow to their vitality. The Dongfang family hadn't appeared on the continent for more than 10 years, except when Mou and Mo Cho had died in battle. Dongfang Wenqing had finally finished talking about the past. Whether it was the 3 Dongfang brothers or Jun Moxie, they all felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts. It was so heavy that they couldn't breathe. Jun Moxie looked at the flickering candlelight in a daze. His face was expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. His father and mother's undying love flashed in his mind for a moment, and his heart was filled with knots. He seemed to have seen the Dongfang family's assassins all over the continent. They spilled blood and took lives. They didn't return empty-handed. They moved unhindered in the pugilistic world. It was as if he had personally witnessed the desperate battle of the Dongfang family in the Broken Dragon Valley. The old lady of the Dongfang family couldn't win that battle. She could not lose. She had no choice but to lose. Even if she had full confidence in winning, she could only lose. Losing is often more difficult than winning. Yun Biqin, Li Jutian and Han Feng Shui, the three great masters, were present. In fact, they were the top 3 experts in the world at that time. How could this blood feud be written off if the Dongfang family had won? Written off. It was very pleasant to hear. But the Shao family of the Silver Blizzard City wouldn't have agreed even if the Dongfang family had wanted to write off the feud. 2 of our ancestors died in battle. How could they not take revenge? How could the 3 great masters allow another war to break out? Therefore, the tragedy of the Dongfang family was doomed when they were intercepted. The old lady of the Dongfang family couldn't lose for the sake of the Dongfang family's survival. She had to admit defeat. She could win, but she had to lose. How tragic. Jun Moxie could imagine that everyone present at that time was also well aware of it. The old lady hadn't lost that battle. Otherwise, how could she have lost by only 1 move? Xiao Xingyun and Xiao Buyu were secretly injured. And they were stuck at the 4th level of Xinxian for the rest of their lives? This was the result of the pressure of the 3 great masters. The Dongfang family had no choice but to submit. Suddenly, Jun Moxie felt a sense of distaste for the 3 great masters from the bottom of his heart. The sword edge collapses the snowy mountains and the Shen beasts come out of Tianfa. What kind of harsh conditions are these? These are the worst conditions. Mother Fu Ker. Why don't you just say that the Dongfang family will be allowed to come out if the heavens fall? If I had made a bet with them one day, I would have said, rats fly in the sky and eagles scuttle in the water. Fishes scurry in all directions. Mother Fu Ker. My mother had already declared that she would break off relations with your Jun family 10 years ago. That's because your grandfather's way of doing things had made my mother, your grandmother, very dissatisfied. In fact, she was extremely resentful. Dongfang Wenqing let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable feeling in her eyes. Jun Moxie remained silent. It wasn't convenient for him to speak about this matter. He had always been aware of his grandfather's temperament. This conflict must have arisen because of the Tianxiang imperial family. Perhaps my grandmother wanted to exterminate the Tianxiang imperial family. But my grandfather was determined not to do so. This disagreement has led to the breaking off of relations between the 2 families. And my grandfather's stubbornly loyal personality at that time is capable of doing such a thing. But that may not be the case after experiencing so many things over the years. Jun Zhantian is a hero of his generation. He has a straightforward temperament, and is incomparably loyal. But this great strength of his is also his fatal weakness. Dongfang Wenqing sighed. Then she said, since ancient times the good bough has been hidden after the birds have been killed. Once the cunning rabbit has been killed, the hound is cooked. The more loyal a general is, the more the entire nation admires him. But the more miserable his fate will be. He will either die on the battlefield or be beheaded and his family confiscated. The more meritorious he is, the more awe-inspiring he will be. Dongfang Wenqing looked at Jun Moxie meaningfully. Then she said in a slow voice, what's the point of being a high official and generous salary? Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are all fleeting. Why not move unhindered between heaven and earth? You don't have to worry about this. Look at me. Do I look like a stubbornly loyal person? Jun Moxie smiled. He was trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Otherwise, the 4 of them would be so stifled that they wouldn't be able to breathe if this continued. You really don't look like one. You look like a little slippery fellow. No, it should be a big slippery fellow. Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 laughed at the same time. Since the Dongfang family can't come out into the world, then how did you come out? Jun Moxie asked curiously. The Dongfang family can't come out into the world openly. But we can come out into the world. As long as we don't act in the name of the Dongfang family, and conceal our identities, won't we? Won't we starve to death if everyone huddles up in the mountains? Dongfang Wendao looked at Jun Moxie, and used his eyes to say that he was stupid. Jun Moxie was stunned. Besides, this Shen beast tide is unprecedentedly powerful. So, the allied forces will naturally gather all the strong forces that can be gathered. The reason why the 3 of us have come here at the same time is because the Shuehan Manor has hired us. Dongfang Wenqing chuckled. She was helping Jun Moxie out of this predicament. Hired? Jun Moxie opened his eyes wide. Today, I received a gilded invitation card. Another of my best friends has finally willingly entered the besieged city, and given up their freedom. Alas, the wedding is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. It seems that my wallet is going to shrink again. What makes me speechless is that they're afraid that I'll steal the groom's limelight because I'm too handsome. Unexpectedly. Unexpectedly. They won't let me be the best man. I'm speechless. What? Why am I so handsome? Ah. God, let me be uglier. I'm praying, don't disturb me. Chapter 326. Of course we're hiring. When has our Dongfang family ever done anything without profit? Dongfang Wenqing glared at him and lectured, this is our basic principle. Ah ha ha. Jun Moxie was stunned for a while and then he suddenly laughed out loud. This was really the case of, if you're not a family, don't enter the same door. He actually has the same principle as me. What are you laughing at? The three of them glared at him at the same time. That year your grandfather said that we're unscrupulous. Could it be that you're also, Nothing to laugh at. This is a matter of course. After receiving money from others, we naturally need to receive remuneration. How is this unscrupulous? Do we have to work for free to be honorable? That's too unreasonable, Jun Moxie laughed and said, then what's the price for this operation? 100,000 taels of silver, and it's 100,000 taels of silver per person. The three of us, that's a total of 300,000 taels of silver. Dongfang Wendao proudly stretched out his palm and waved his 5 fingers a few times. This price is quite high, isn't it? Jun Moxie was dumbfounded and was speechless. With this 300,000 taels of silver, after we bring it back, we'll be able to sustain our family's supplies for a long time. Dongfang Wenqing was somewhat pleased with himself. He stroked his beard and squinted his eyes, looking very accomplished. Bang! Jun Moxie fell to the ground, and his head fiercely hit the burning candle in front of him. He immediately extinguished one of the candles, and his face was covered with candle oil. What happened? Dongfang Wendao and the other two were shocked, and hurriedly helped him up. Could it be that they're shocked that we've earned so much money in one operation? He had to admit that Jun Dashao was indeed shocked. As for the reason why he was shocked, 100,000 taels of silver per person, and 300,000 taels of silver for the three of us? How can it be so cheap? I've already drunk a few jars of wine. How come I didn't know that the great Xinxian's experts are only worth the price of a laborer? Jun Moxie had been struck by lightning. He had opened his mouth, and his 3 spirit Xian uncles were so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. Jun Dashao wasn't speaking without thinking. The aristocratic hall had auctioned off the 10,000 gold wine. But this wine was truly worthy of its reputation as a divine wine. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was capable of turning the world upside down. Moreover, the circulation of this wine was extremely small, and was limited to the upper echelons of Tianxiang. It was truly a wonderful thing that only the nobles could enjoy. So, it became very expensive because of its rarity. Not only within the borders of Tianxiang, but also many people from other countries who were fortunate enough to taste it, and immediately fell head over heels for it. Therefore, the sky-high price of the 10,000 gold wine hadn't fallen. Moreover, the aristocratic hall had declared that it would never sell it again. Therefore, only a very small amount of it had appeared on the black market. And this wine had been auctioned off by the wealthy merchants who had been fortunate enough to buy it. And Jun Dashao had learned from Fatty Hai Chin Feng and the others that the price of the 10,000 gold wine had soared to a sky-high price of 30,000 taels of silver per jar. Fu *K. Is the wine you're drinking brewed from gold and jade? You can get 10,000 taels of silver just by drinking this wine? Do you think you can hire a worker for 100,000 taels of silver? Dongfang Wendao was extremely depressed. But he also understood that the Tianxiang Empire's upper echelons had always been extravagant and extravagant. In fact, they had always competed with each other for riches and honor. Moreover, Jun Dashao had long been known as a debauchee. So he was afraid that this matter might not be fake. The Dongfang family had once been one of the most powerful families in the world. They might not have been as powerful as the Silver Blizzard City or the Shuihan Manor, but they were still quite powerful. However, they had always been secretive and low-key. So they had rarely been noticed. However, they had been quite commendable in terms of manpower and material resources. However, the Dongfang family had been bound by that damned oath for the past 10 years. So, it seemed as if the entire Dongfang family had completely disappeared from the world of mortals. The entire Dongfang family had been living in seclusion in a secret base. And they had almost cut off all contact with the outside world. Moreover, the great masters had been paying close attention to the Dongfang family in the first few years. They had been afraid that the Dongfang family wouldn't keep their promise. So, the Dongfang family had been forced to bow their heads, and had been completely cut off from the world of mortals. However, the basic necessities of the hundreds of people in the Dongfang family were still an enormous amount. They had a deep foundation, but they were slowly being stretched to make ends meet. In fact, they felt like they were sitting on a mountain and eating it dry after a few years. Therefore, they had begun to contact the great masters in order to restore the Dongfang family's business. After all, the Dongfang family hadn't appeared in the world of mortals. But they still needed to maintain their livelihood. However, of the three great masters who had witnessed this, Yun Bichen had always been elusive. And Li Tian had been traveling the world all year round. So, it was extremely difficult to find them. Han Fengshui was the only one who had the opportunity to find them. But he was from the Silver Blizzard City. So, it was very difficult for the three of them to find him. Therefore, the Dongfang family had been forced to send a small number of people every year to maintain the business. However, most of the original businesses had declined in the past few years. Moreover, the new business chain required a lot of manpower and material support. So, it wasn't easy to establish. This time, Li Tian had personally sent a letter to the Dongfang family to ask for help. And he had offered 100,000 silver taels. This was a very generous amount of money. This also indicated Li Tian's attitude towards this matter. I know that you've come out. But I won't ask. In fact, the Dongfang family had attached great importance to this transaction. In fact, it was tantamount to owing the Shuihun Manor a great favor. Therefore, the three Dongfang swords had come together for this very reason. However, they weren't just greedy for the 300,000 silver taels. Your grandfather has secretly dispatched a large number of people to deliver a large number of supplies to the Dongfang family's hideout. But your grandmother still can't get over it. Dongfang Wenqing smiled bitterly and sighed. Who would have thought that the Dongfang family, which had once dominated the world, would actually be forced to such a state? Jun Moxie remained silent. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong in this matter. My grandfather isn't a heartless person. He must have realized that even if the Dongfang family is extremely powerful, and even if they have a lot of reasons, they would still incite the wrath of the entire continent if they were to rashly destroy the Tianxiang Empire's imperial family. Not only would the Supreme Alliance intervene, but even the 8 great masters would also rise in revolt. Moreover, the Silver Blizzard City's Shao family is also on the opposite side. The only result would be the destruction of the Dongfang family and the Jun family together. This can be said to be a sure thing. Anyone would have thought of it. My grandfather has dominated the battlefield for his entire life. He would have lived in vain if he couldn't see this result. After weighing the pros and cons, he's decided to break off relations with the Jun family. In any case, the most important thing is to preserve the existence of these two families. This result will be very painful for everyone for the time being. But it will ensure the reproduction of the two families. At the very least, it will ensure that the Dongfang family won't be completely destroyed. Otherwise, with Jun Zhantian's temperament, how could he swallow the humiliation and not mention the matter of revenge? Jun Moxie has always felt strange. My grandfather and third uncle are real men. How could they not take revenge for so many years? The 16 words of the Jun family's ancestral message don't make sense. So, it turns out that there's another reason. For Jun Zhantian, it doesn't matter if the entire Jun family dies for the sake of revenge. But if the Dongfang family is implicated, then that's something that this upright old man can't tolerate. A man with a D***CK wouldn't be stingy with the blood of his own family. But he would never wrongly accuse others of their deaths. Jun Moxie feels that his speculation can't be said to be the complete truth. But it should be quite close to the truth. In fact, living in seclusion for the past 10 years isn't necessarily a bad thing for our Dongfang family. Dongfang Wenqing saw that Jun Moxie's expression was a little sad. She smiled and comforted him, saying, Our Dongfang family has always been famous for the art of assassination. But this art of assassination is also the biggest worry and flaw of our Dongfang family. Why is that? Jun Moxie was a little puzzled. Our Dongfang family has existed for more than 300 years. Throughout the generations there have been many masters. But there has never been a supreme-level master. Dongfang Wenqing said bitterly. What kind of logic is that? Didn't the old lady fight against the 2 Shinshen masters of the Shao family all by herself? She could win, but she didn't win. This amazing strength isn't the strength of a supreme master. Jun Moxie was quite puzzled. Mother defeated the 2 Shinshen masters all by herself. Of course, her strength is extraordinary, comparable to a supreme-level master. But she still hasn't entered the real supreme level. The art of assassination practiced by the Dongfang family has always been about stealth and hiding. One strike is sure to hit the target, and the target is thousands of miles away. An assassin is not the same as a killer. Dongfang Wenqing continued in a serious tone. The Dongfang family has been working tirelessly on perfecting their assassination techniques since the day they were established. Their agility, speed, and agility have become more and more exquisite with each generation. Now their agility techniques have become ever-changing and are approaching perfection. Dongfang Wenqing continued in a serious tone. The Dongfang family has always been trying to perfect their assassination techniques. But the consequence of this is that you have unknowingly entered a crooked path that is difficult to turn back from. Crooked path? Jun Moxie was lost in thought. His face gradually became a little gloomy. You've guessed it? You are also a person who is proficient in excellent agility. I think you can figure it out quickly. Seeing his face, Dongfang Wenqing couldn't help but sigh. She said, if a Xin Xian master wants to advance to the supreme level, it doesn't just depend on profound Xian Qi. When a Xin Xian master becomes a supreme level master, he will inevitably form his own system, including his unique understanding of Xian Qi and martial arts, thus forming a unique domain that stands out from the masses. It can be said that every supreme is a grandmaster who can establish his own sect. And all of this can only be achieved through long-term exploration. Where does exploration come from? From actual combat, from killing. Constantly discovering one's own weakness in actual combat, constantly improving, constantly going to actual combat and improving again. After thousands of times, only then will one be able to achieve a complete and thorough understanding, and a sudden inspiration. This is also the reason why every supreme was once a martial arts fanatic. If it wasn't for the obsession of martial arts and Xian Qi, how could one reach the position of a supreme? Just blindly cultivating, one will never be able to advance to the supreme level. Jun Moxie nodded silently. He thought of how Solitary Eagle risked his life to fight the Black Eagle at the peak of the snowy mountain, and lowered his status to look for people to fight. Wasn't it for this reason? As for us assassins, we have more than enough combat experience. But, due to the characteristics of assassins, we lack the experience of fighting with people face to face. If we fight with people face to face, how can we be called assassins? So, although we kill a lot, the only thing we gain is that our skills are getting more and more mature. But, in terms of absorbing the experience of other people's martial arts, we are naturally lacking. When an assassin makes a move, it's about killing with one hit. Although it's sharp and clean, often if the target isn't killed in one hit, it's the assassin who dies. If the assassin's weakness is exposed in front of the opponent, it's the same as seeking death. This is the biggest flaw of the Dongfang family. So, although our Dongfang family had many experts and countless assassins, when faced with 3 supreme martial artists, we were completely helpless. At that time, we could only choose to wrong our mother and make an unfair oath. Dongfang Wenqing looked at Jun Moxie with her bright eyes. Today I'm telling you all these, I think you know my purpose. Because your movement skill is even more strange than ours. More agile. Your movement skill can almost guarantee that no one can kill you. But, this kind of movement skill is a bigger obstacle to your cultivation of martial arts. Once you have this kind of peerless movement skill that can disregard any strong experts, you don't need to worry about your life anymore. You can have nothing to fear and you can move unhindered in the world. But, with this kind of movement skill, you don't need to worry about your life anymore. So, what else is there to worry about? Even if you don't admit it in your heart, even if you think that you won't slack off. But, in fact, when you have this kind of movement skill, your mentality is already different from ordinary Shen experts. You won't be like them anymore and you won't be on tenterhooks like them anymore. But, it's only under the pressure of death that you can really achieve a huge breakthrough. So, we can only make a breakthrough when the conditions are right, but we won't have any unexpected gains. So, in this life, there's no hope of becoming a supreme martial artist. Jun Moxie was frightened and moved. Because of the powerful capabilities of the Hongjun Pagoda, he could guarantee that even the 8 great masters wouldn't be able to kill him even if they attacked him at the same time, even though he only had the strength of Yu Xian's level. So, he had always been fearless. So, he dared to oppose Tian Xian and Xin Xian even when he hadn't reached the Silver Xian level. Moreover, he had never felt the pressure of death in his heart. But, he asked himself honestly, what if he didn't have the Hongjun Pagoda with him when he transmigrated? In that case, how many times had he died for what he had done? He had always been complacent before, thinking that he was omnipotent and had no scruples. But, if he had continued with this mentality, how much progress could he have made even with the Hongjun Pagoda? Beads of cold sweat slowly dripped down from Jun Moxie's head as he thought about this. And, the beads landed on the table in front of him with a clear and crisp sound. Dongfang Wenqing knew that she had reminded her nephew. And he was obviously in a state of intense contemplation. So she couldn't disturb him. So she quietly waved her hands at her two younger brothers, and the three of them quietly retreated out of the tent. Jun Moxie was left alone in the tent. He sat motionless in the tent, and frowned as the lights flickered. Perhaps I should change a little? The Hongjun Pagoda may be an extremely heaven-defying treasure. But it's precisely because of this heaven-defying existence that its abilities are too powerful. So, it's not beneficial to my progress at present. Jun Moxie sat there for an entire night. But he still couldn't figure out this problem the next day. Early in the morning, Jun Moxie walked out of the tent with two dark circles under his eyes. He stretched his body twice. Dongfang's long beard fluttered in the wind. He stood quietly under a big tree at the entrance of the tent and looked at him. Why haven't you figured it out yet? Jun Moxie smiled bitterly. He looked up at the sky and said, You've given me a big problem. Can't I use such a wonderful technique? Or when facing an enemy, I know that the opponent is stronger than me but I still refuse to use it. Or is it that Yu Xian doesn't use it against the supreme experts? Isn't that courting death? You've been thinking hard all night, and this is the problem you've been struggling with. Dongfang Wenqing actually lost her composure and widened her eyes. She suddenly scolded, Idiot! Idiot! Bastard! Idiot! Idiot! My sister is so smart. How can she have such a stupid son like you? You really make this old man speechless. You're such a blockhead. You're really asking for a slap. Was your brain kicked by a donkey when you were young? Jun Moxie really felt a little dizzy. From the previous life to this life, everyone praised me for being smart. Damn it, there's actually someone who called me stupid? He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find the words to refute. He couldn't help but be stunned. The reason I told you before is to tell you, when facing opponents of the same level, try not to use your technique to win. If you can fight them head-on, try to fight them head-on. You can try to challenge those of a higher level occasionally, but don't surpass yourself by too much. Who asked you to use your poor bean-sized Yu Xian to challenge Tian Xian, Shen Xian, and supreme experts? Aren't you tired of living? Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You didn't say it clearly. Do I need to say it clearly? If you can't beat them, do you want to fight them head-on? With such a good technique and speed, you naturally have to run when your life is in danger. Are you an idiot? Dongfang Wenqing was a little angry. How could this nephew be so stupid? But he didn't know that the smarter a person was, the harder it was to get out of a dead end. When Yu Xian faces supreme experts, they can crush you with one finger. Do you want to fight them head-on? Then what can you do with the superb body movement technique that you have mastered? Silly boy. Uncle Dongfang was very conflicted. I told you to use your resources as much as possible and fight head-on to gain experience, but I didn't ask you to die. Then I understand. I really understand. Jun Moxie laughed. Suddenly he somersaulted a few times in the air and went far away. If he stayed any longer, God knew how badly he would be scolded by this first uncle. When he saw him yesterday, he thought he was steady, elegant, graceful, and elegant. He didn't expect that it was all an illusion. Today he scolded him so harshly. Jun Dashao obviously didn't notice the change in his attitude. He had already acknowledged these three uncles, whether intentionally or unintentionally. To some extent, he had already equated them to the level of his third uncle, Jun Wui, because these three people truly cared for him with all their heart. You stupid brat. Dongfang Wenqing was still hating his nephew for failing to meet his expectations. He wanted to scold him a few more times, but his nephew had already disappeared. 3 days later. Chapter 327. Orderly voices, accompanied by a strange and vigorous rhythm, resounded with a loud and shocking rumble. The dust and fog grew and rose into the sky in strips. This was the symbol of an elite army. If it was an ordinary miscellaneous army marching, the dust stirred up would be as messy as a mushroom cloud. Only when tens of thousands of people marched in unison, in a neat formation, and without the slightest bit of disorder, could they step on the dust and soar into the sky. The majestic voice naturally brought out a subtle feeling that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It seemed that with the arrival of these majestic footsteps, no one in the world, no army, could stop the march of this army. Jun Wui is worthy of being a member of the Jun family. His military discipline is indeed admirable, and I can't help but admire him. Dongfang Wenqing stood at the top of a big tree, gazing into the distance and finally sighed. That kid is really not simple. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao couldn't help but sigh as well. From afar, the thousands of cavalrymen in front of Jun Wui looked like a surging torrent. Even the horses seemed to have set off at the same time, and landed at the same time. No matter from the front or the side, it was a straight line. Neat and uniform as if they were cut by a knife. This was just strict discipline, but the expression on every soldier's face was full of pride. This was the cohesiveness of an army. An army that was like a plate of loose sand would never have such a proud expression on their faces. Facing such a neat and grand army, even Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao were shocked. When Master Dashao left, only the original army under Jun Wui was disciplined, but there were also a large number of private soldiers from the big families, and the young master's bodyguards. Those people were very difficult to manage, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were arrogant and unruly. Who would have thought that in a short period of a month, these people would be trained so smoothly? It seemed that the third uncle's management of the army was really good. Jun Dashao, who wasn't familiar with military affairs, wouldn't know that this wasn't as simple as just having one skill. Fortunately, this was Jun Wui. If it was someone else, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. Jun Moxie led his 250 men to meet them. But he was met with a cold face. The unruly Jun Dashao could only smile in the face of such a cold face. Because the owner of this cold face was the third master of the Jun family, Jun Wui. Jun Wui looked at his nephew with a solemn face, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Which vanguard in every dynasty would do this? Like a herd of sheep, they disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Not even the slightest bit of communication was sent back. Acting as a vanguard to this extent, even if it couldn't be said that no one would be able to do it in the future, it was at least unprecedented. In fact, Jun Dashao had done a pretty good job in opening the way. All the troubles and potential troubles along the way had been resolved by Dashao's unique methods. Whether it was legitimate or not, the task had been completed. Therefore, the army did not meet with any more obstacles along the way. Jun Wui was very satisfied with this. Even the higher-ups of the army who knew about it were very satisfied. At least they couldn't find any fault with it. The only problem was that they didn't strengthen their communication. But what about those who didn't know about it? They would undoubtedly think that this kid had no sense of responsibility. Although they didn't meet with any trouble along the way, it was likely that Grand Marshal Jun, or even Grandpa Jun, were helping them from behind. The more serious problem was that the number of people who didn't know about it was huge. Out of 100 people in the army, at least 99 would answer. Who asked them to have a good third uncle and a good grandfather? This involved the problem of convincing the masses. With such a lack of discipline and organization, if they weren't punished, how would they be convinced? Therefore Jun Wui didn't have any other choice. He could only give young Master Jun a good scolding the moment he saw him. Jun Moxie lowered his head and listened to the scolding. In a daze, he thought that his third uncle was praising him for doing a good job. In any case, he didn't hear the contents of the third uncle's words clearly. In the end, he was scolded until he fell asleep. Jun Mosie's intense gaze hinted that the third master was venting his anger. So, Jun Wui had no choice but to hastily explain the various matters regarding the encampment. Then he gave a few simple instructions. Then he dismissed everyone. Humph, Grand Marshal Jun is really awe-inspiring and murderous. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and you're even more awe-inspiring than before. You let your own nephew clear the way for you, and even after completing the mission, you still have to scold him. You didn't even say a word of encouragement. You're really an iron-blooded man with ruthless self-discipline. A sarcastic voice rang out. Jun Wui raised his eyebrows and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Who is it? Come out. Humph, I'll come out then. Do you think I'm afraid of a grand marshal like you? With a swoosh, 3 people appeared in the tent. Brother Dongfang? Jun Wui called out in surprise. He turned to look. Second brother Dongfang. Third brother. It's you guys. After the surprise, his eyes flashed with a strong sense of guilt. In an instant he felt that he was too ashamed to face them. Humph, of course it's us. Jun Wui, you're in such a hurry to go to Southern Heaven City. Are you courting death? Are you tired of living? Dongfang Wenqing snorted. Although her words were full of sarcasm, her face was not very ugly. As long as one was attentive, it would not be difficult to feel a little concern in those words. The hatred the 3 brothers had for the Jun family was not that deep. Even in the past, they had only vented their anger on the Jun family. Now that they had seen the rumored debauchee nephew Jun Wuxia turn out to be such a promising young man, they felt even less resentment. After all, it had been more than 10 years since that incident. Although the source of this disaster was Jun Wui, but wasn't Jun Wui also a victim? In fact, he was the biggest victim. 10 years of being a cripple, 10 years of repentance, and thousands of sufferings were all borne by him. Not to mention Jun Wui did not know about it in the beginning. When Jun Wui finally found out about Han Yanyao's identity, everything was already out of control. Looking at the heavy tiredness in Jun Wui's eyes, as well as the deep sense of guilt when he saw the three of them, they knew that Jun Wui had been far more miserable than them for the past 10 years. Even though they had deep feelings for each other after the massacre 10 years ago, they had already vented a lot of their emotions. After such a long period of time, it was no longer as unforgettable as it was in the past. But Jun Wui was completely different. The incident started because of him. Whether it was intentional or not, it was the truth. Although it was unintentional, it started because of him. It was an unintentional mistake, but it became the heaviest burden of his life. In these 10 years, he must have felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart every day and night. He and the others couldn't bear it any longer. So, they could get drunk and fight crazily. Then, they could use the extreme physical exhaustion to drive away the pain in their hearts. However, Jun Wuyi's legs were disabled. So, he could only endure in silence. The four of them looked at each other. In an instant, all four of them had a strange feeling, as if they had returned to 10 years ago. The scenes of the past flashed before their eyes, and they couldn't help but breathe heavily. Slowly, Jun Wui's eyes turned red, and the corners of his eyes became moist. He opened his arms and forced a smile. "Brother Dongfang, I missed all of you for the past 10 years. We haven't seen each other for a whole 10 years, 2 months and 7 days. He looked at the sky and said in a hoarse voice, "In another 4 hours, it will be the same time on that day of that year, the time that brought the grievous news to you." Jun Wui's eyes suddenly turned blood red. The hearts of the 4 people beside him shook heavily. That's right, it was that day, that hour, 10 years, 2 months and 7 days and 4 hours. Jun Wui's timing was so accurate. What did that mean? It meant that in the past 10 years, Jun Wui had never forgotten about this blood feud. But he could only endure it. He knew who his enemy was, but he could only endure it. Plus, there was the pain of being crippled, and the pain of being separated from his lover. At this moment, Dongfang Wenqing and the other 2 finally understood how Jun Wui had survived the past 10 years. This one sentence was enough. "Third brother, these 10 years, you've suffered." Dongfang Wenqing stepped forward and hugged Jun Wui tightly. The 2 of them hugged in silence. Jun Wui closed his eyes slightly, and the hot tears that were about to flow out of his eyes were hidden in his heart. The muscles on his face twitched, but he clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. After 10 years, he finally received this sentence from the Dongfang family. This sentence of understanding and concern. 10 long years. Although it was a little late, but it was still here. Who knows how many times I've broken down in these 10 years? How many times? Jun Wuyi's expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with a sour and stinging pain. It was as if the Yangtze River was surging violently. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao thought about Jun Wuyi's 10 years of suffering, and then looked at the touching scene in front of them. Suddenly their eyes turned red, and their noses became sour. They almost shed tears. They had no choice but to turn their heads and cough twice with all their might. This was because they were afraid that they would burst into tears and burst into tears. However, even if this coughing sound was barely concealed, it was still a trembling sound. As a man, how could they not know how Jun Wui had survived the past 10 years? If they were in Jun Wui's shoes, they would have committed suicide to apologize. However, Jun Wui had stubbornly endured these 10 years of torment until today. After a long time, everyone's emotions returned to normal. Chapter 328. What nonsense are you talking about? Wuxia is our nephew. We can't let anything happen to him. You're also our brother. You can't let anything happen to you either. Dongfang Wenjian glared at him. It's not that I don't want to. However, on the way here I received a few more reports from the military. Although the origin of this Shen beast tide is still unknown, the scale of this tide is huge, and the degree of potential danger is so deep. It's said that the king of Tianfa is furious. He issued an order half a month ago. All Shen beasts of 4th level and above are to leave Tianfa and participate in this war. Jun Wui smiled and looked at Dongfang Wenqing. One of your Dongfang family's vows has been broken by more than half. Isn't Tianfa broken by the Shen beasts? How come there's still half of it? Dongfang Wenqing was happy at first. But then she asked doubtfully. Because it's been confirmed that this war was initiated by the 3rd and 4th Shen beast kings of the Tianfa forest. Tianfa's most mysterious and powerful leader did not participate. Jun Wui took a deep breath and said, "This is the latest news. But I reckon that the Tianfa forest Shen beasts will not be able to hold out as the war breaks out. Then the leader of Tianfa will make his move. I'm very sure of this. So the Dongfang family's vows have only one thing left. The sword peak will collapse. So that's how it is. Jun Moxie's heart stirred. I wonder what the sword peak looks like. I'll go and flip it over if I have the time. Moreover, the Shenxi Empire and the Yutang Empire have also sent their armies to help as the Shen beast tide grows larger and larger. Even the Imperial Court of the Prairies has sent 10,000 elite cavalry. This news has been confirmed by the military. The three empires have deep grievances with each other. So, it's easy to imagine that they will drag each other down in this war. Moreover, the Silver Blizzard City's troops were led by Xiao Buyu, one of the two elders of the Xiao family. So, they were all from the Xiao family. My Jun family's hatred is as deep as the sea. Xiao Han and I are absolutely irreconcilable enemies. So, something is bound to happen. In addition, the Shuehan Manor and my Jun family also have a grudge against each other. So, we must guard against them. Jun Wui finished speaking in one breath, and then let out a long sigh. He said tiredly, the situation is extremely grim. It's so grim that I'm starting to feel discouraged. Among the 8 Supremes besides the first Supreme Yun Biqin, the third Supreme Han Feng Shui, the Heaven-seeking Supreme Mo Wen Tian, and the Azure Supreme Meng Hongqian, the other 4 are all here. Jun Wui's voice was heavy, but his eyes were burning with passion. To Jun Wui, being able to experience the elegance of these supreme being powerhouses up close was something that he longed for. Perhaps there's one more person you don't know. Dongfang Wenqing said in a deep voice, Feng Wanyun, the hurricane swordsman, is already on his way, or perhaps he's already arrived. Feng Wanyun. Jun Moxie, who had been listening quietly from the side, raised his eyebrows. This guy shouldn't be a match for the solitary eagle anymore, right? Apart from the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehan Manor, the other major powers of the continent have also sent their people. The most famous among them are the Bailey family, the Duanmu family, the Beigong family, the Wenren family, the Xikong family, the Zhuoqiu family, the Diwu family, and the Ouyang family. Including me, Dongfang, there are 9 great families gathered in Tianfa. Although there aren't many people from each family, they're all very tough. Especially the Duanmu family, even the Duanmu Chao Fan has come. Duanmu Chao Fan. Jun Moxie snorted, this name is really memorable. Dongfang Wenqing also smiled and explained, the Duanmu family's Duanmu Chao Fan is a bit of a stutterer. When he announces his name, he thinks that he's very arrogant and drags it out. But the longer he drags it out, the more it sounds like Chao Fan to others. Therefore, during a gathering of the 9 great families, everyone just called him Duanmu Chao Fan. Over time, his real name is almost forgotten. Very good. Jun Moxie said solemnly, the handles of the wok are basically made of wood. Duanmu Chao Fan, Chao Fan, is actually quite a story. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. Only then did Dongfang Wenqing continue. In addition, people from the Golden Soup Fort, the 7 Dragon Mountains, the Soul Severing Palace, and the Haotian City have also come. Other than those who are part of an organization, there are also some high-level profound practitioners who come and go by themselves and hermit experts who are innumerable. Dongfang Wenqing smiled bitterly, this is the secret information that Li Ju Tian revealed before I came. As for how many more people have come in during this time, I don't know. Jun Wui's brows wrinkled as he listened to these illustrious names. The more reinforcements there were, the more terrifying the Shen beast tide was. Fu *K. There are so many. Jun Moxie couldn't help but whistle. Then he said, why don't we just flatten the Tianfa forest if there are so many strong people gathered here? Then everyone can catch a few Shen beasts and bring them back as pets. Is it worth making such a big fuss? These people have nothing better to do after eating their fill. What do you know? These words were shouted out by the 4 of them at the same time in unison. 8 ferocious eyes glared at the brat who spoke rudely at the same time. Amosia, your experience is still too shallow. You don't know the dangers of this. The Tianfa forest stretches for thousands of kilometers. It covers almost 1/3 of the continent. How many Shen beasts are there? At the very least, there must be tens of millions of them. And that's only considering the Shen beasts who are at the 4th level and above. These people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth if they were to face them head-on. To be honest, even a mouthful of saliva from a Shen beast is enough to drown these so-called experts to death. Dongfang Wenqing was very angry. So, she tried to wipe out her nephew's ignorance. You know that it's just an if. But you'll need to have such a large area even if you want to meet all of them at once. Tens of millions of Xian beasts, wouldn't they be squeezed to death on the prairie? Not to mention we're in the mountains. Jun Moxie shook his head in disdain. Fighting a war doesn't mean that one side is stronger with more people. In the end, you have to fight small battles one at a time. Many small battles are linked together to form a military campaign. Many battles are linked together to form a so-called war. Many wars are fought before there is peace. Seeing that Dongfang Wenqing was about to flip out again, Jun Wui quickly tried to smooth things over. He frowned and said, "It's because there are so many people. So it's very troublesome. It wouldn't be too difficult if there were only the troops of the three empires and the king of the prairie. Even the Shuehun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City would have been able to control the situation. After all, these people know that the big picture is the most important. So they can control the war. So there's certainly room for mediation. But there are so many forces gathered together. Moreover, they have a long history and deep-rooted history. So it's hard to tell how many people there are. Perhaps a few words from any two forces could trigger a large-scale fight. Who doesn't have 3 or 6 friends? After all, the Xian experts of the Jianghu can't be compared with the disciplined army. This problem is indeed very troublesome." Dongfang Wenqing and the other two nodded. "Moreover, there must be a unified commander for so many people. At least, there must be a supreme commander who can control the situation. Only then can we fight properly. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like sending rations to the Xian beasts if they swarm and attack as they please?" Jun Moxie added. The first half of his sentence had won the unanimous approval of the 4 elders. But the second half of the sentence, sending rations, had successfully attracted 8 supercilious looks. This is a very obvious understanding. But this position of supreme commander is not only in name but also in reality. It's an arduous and unrewarding position. In fact, it can even lead to many disputes. At least, the commanders of the 3 empires and the prairie won't allow themselves to be subservient to others. Because they are here to represent their country. Comparatively speaking, this problem is relatively easy to solve. It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. As long as the higher-ups can come to a consensus, everything will be easily solved. However, the most difficult to solve are the unruly people of Jianghu. These people are originally undisciplined, and they are even more undisciplined. Not only do they refuse to obey each other, but they also don't have the ability to command a large-scale military. Based on the prestige of the major forces, almost no one can accept the command of an ordinary commander. This is the biggest problem of the allied forces. Jun Wui frowned deeply. But the battle of the Xian beasts is imminent. Sigh. He sighed deeply and said helplessly, "I've been in the army for half of my life. I've fought in so many big battles. In terms of the forces that I've commanded, none of them have been as magnificent as this one. In fact, all of them combined might not even be able to compare to this one. But there's never been a battle where I couldn't see any hope of victory before the battle even started. Only this time, I don't even have the slightest chance. But the opponents this time are the Xian beasts. You should know that the strict hierarchy between the Xian beasts is beyond anyone's imagination. Especially when the king of the Xian beasts personally instigates a large-scale battle. Every order must be strictly followed. With a long whistle, all of them can attack. Similarly, with a long whistle, all of them can retreat like the tide. Everything points to disaster." Jun Wui, Dongfang Wenqing, and the others looked at each other and read the same words from each other's eyes. "Since we're already here, can we still retreat? Let's just take one step at a time. Saving people is a good thing, but it's meaningless to throw our lives away just to save people. In my opinion, it's enough that we can guarantee the safety of our people. As for the life and death of the others, does it have anything to do with us?" Jun Moxie smiled heartlessly. In this sudden and strange battle of the Xian beasts, the person who was the most certain and confident in his heart was naturally Jun Dashao. It could be said that if the troops were to be divided into 3 or more groups, Jun Moxie could almost guarantee that his troops would be unharmed. But the other troops would be completely annihilated. If it really couldn't be done, then they could just go out and act tough and be done with it. Chapter 329. You brat, don't talk nonsense. Under such circumstances, how could he still have such selfish thoughts of self-preservation? At least 10 million Xian beasts will flood into the mainland if we lose this battle. How many civilians will suffer when that time comes? Even the most conservative estimate is that it will be tens of millions of them. This is a calamity. Jun Wui spoke up in a stern voice. We can only put our personal grudges to the back of our minds at this critical juncture, and work together as one. Only then will there be a little hope. Yes, Wui said it well. This battle between the humans and the Shen beasts will determine the fate of the continent for the next 100 years. I'm afraid that we will lose miserably if we don't unite as one. Li Tian's arrogance won't allow him to issue a supreme summon if the situation is easy. I'm sure that he saw the crux of the matter, and was forced by the dire circumstances to issue a supreme summon. Otherwise he will be the greatest sinner of all time. Dongfang Wenqing smiled bitterly. Their morale will be boosted if they win the first battle. But if they lose, I can guarantee that at least a third of their men will slip away. After all, they want to take advantage of the chaos to fight for hegemony. But they will be finished if that happens. The deep-rooted bad habits of humans? Everyone wants to fight a favorable battle, and everyone wants to hit a drowning dog. But when the favorable battle becomes a tough bone, and the drowning dog becomes a big tiger, I believe that most people will try their best to hide in the back and let others fight first so that they can take advantage of the situation. In the end, when they see that it's no good, they will just run away. I'd rather lose face than lose my life. The sky is high and the water is wide. In any case, I'm not the only one who's going to lose face. Jun Moxie shook his head as he spoke sarcastically. But he saw that the complexions of the four people were getting darker and darker. It seemed that they were about to gang up on him. Jun Moxie hastily laughed. I'm going to take a piss? I can't hold it in. I haven't even discharged my urine yet. You brothers, take your time to chat. He turned around and left as he spoke. The four people in the tent looked at each other in dismay. They were helpless against this mischievous brat. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in thinking too much. We'll meet Li Tian once we arrive in the southern Heaven City. Then we'll join your army to protect you and Emocia. We'll stay together if things don't work out. We'll have a chance to save our lives. It's like Emocia said, it's a good thing to save people. But it's meaningless to throw away one's life for the sake of saving someone. Let's act according to the situation. Jun Wui nodded solemnly. He looked up at the sky and sighed. I really don't know where the source of this catastrophe came from. What caused such a great disaster? The Shen beasts wouldn't come out of Tianfa for no reason. Something or someone must have provoked them. If I knew who the culprit was, I would skin him alive. This is simply taking the lives of the world as a joke. The other three agreed in unison. Jun Dashao had slipped away, and had returned to eavesdrop in the corner of the tent. He felt cold sweat trickling down his entire body. He felt wronged in his heart. My original intention was to let them teach the Shuehan manor a lesson. Who told them to snatch our Jun family's daughter-in-law? But, in all honesty, I really don't know why this matter has developed to such a spectacular extent. I didn't mean for this to happen. So, you can't blame me for this. Jun Wui found out that Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi had secretly followed him to the southern Heaven City the next day. Jun Wui almost went crazy when he saw the two women hiding in the shadows. In fact, it seemed as if they had done something shameful. In fact, he nearly cursed Jun Moxie to death every time he saw him. In fact, he almost chased them down with a stick. How can these two women come to such a dangerous place? This had led to Jun Emocia and his third uncle playing a game of hide-and-seek. Jun Emocia would escape to any place where Jun Wui might go. He would escape faster than a rabbit and would never meet him. The army finally arrived at the southern Heaven City on the third day. It had already been the 33rd day since they had set out from the Tianxiang city. The army had traveled 400 miles a day. So, they had traversed over mountains and rivers for more than 10,000 miles. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air as soon as they arrived at the southern Heaven City. The land outside the southern Heaven City was barren for thousands of miles. Of course, there were still forests, but the places where people used to live were now in ruins. Especially when he looked in a certain direction, Jun Emocia laughed so hard that his stomach cramped up from the pain of other people's misfortune. That was where the Shuehan Manor used to be. But it had now become the headquarters of the Shen beasts. Along the way, even at the back of South Sky City, there were large groups of high-level Shen beasts howling over. They would swarm and attack a lone Shen expert if they saw one. However, the Shen beasts were very disciplined. Not a single Shen beast could be seen more than 300 miles to the north of the southern Heaven City. It could be seen from this that the Shen beast's target was the people of the southern Heaven City. Perhaps, it was limited to those who had a grudge against them. For example, the Shuehan Manor, Li Tian, or his son. The southern Heaven City was no smaller than the Tianxiang city. It was the largest city in the south of the continent. However, the surrounding mountains had been occupied by the Shen beasts. So, it was tantamount to being surrounded by an iron bucket. Jun Wui and the others could be said to have taken advantage of the large number of people. So, they entered the southern Heaven City without any mishaps. The moment they entered the city, Owu, a long howl suddenly resounded from the northern peak of the southern heaven city. It pierced through the clouds and spread far into the distance. It seemed as if a message was being transmitted. Owu owu, the sound echoed from the north to the south and from the east to the west. The message was being transmitted from every direction. It continued to spread through the southern heaven city and continued to the south. Owu, a loud howl resounded from the south. Then it was relayed back to the north. It seemed as if two people were transmitting a message. One of them was saying, 10,000 enemies have arrived. The Tianxiang city has arrived. The other person was saying, I know, the translation might not be accurate, but it should be more or less the same. These Shen beasts are very organized and disciplined. They're better than many armies in this regard. They're practically the 5 stresses for beauties and 3 loves. Jun Moxie sincerely praised. He shook his head and said, Shen beasts aren't scary. What's scary is that Shen beasts are cultured. 2 tender laughs came from beside him. Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi had their faces blackened by Jun Moxie before they entered the city. They were dressed as 2 skinny soldiers. Moreover, they were the kind of soldiers that people wouldn't take a second look at once. Because of this, the 2 beauties were extremely dissatisfied. But Jun Moxie stubbornly insisted on doing things his own way. He wouldn't bend the rules. This fully reflected his iron-blooded side. Dongfang Wenqing helplessly looked at this incomparably thick-skinned nephew of hers. She was exceptionally flabbergasted that this brat still had the mood to joke at this juncture. The ignorant were truly fearless, she sighed and said, the one who transmitted the message should be a peak 8th level Shen beast, the white jade lion beast. This king of the jungle is actually being used by the king of Shen beasts to transmit messages. Seems that this matter is really big. Big is good. It's lively. It'll be very exciting if we fight. Jun Moxie smacked his lips. He then said in a somewhat unwilling manner, why haven't we seen any flying Shen beasts along the way? It'll be very cool if we catch one and use it as a mount. It'll be a great weapon to pick up girls. The girls' eyes will definitely turn red when they see it. Dongfang Wenqing glared at him. She panted for a long time. Then she finally turned her head away. She was so angry that she almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Uncle Dongfang finally understood that his nephew's reputation as a debauchee in Tianxiang wasn't without reason. He had shaken the entire continent. He also finally understood that a normal person would never be able to communicate normally with this kind of lunatic. It was like a chicken talking to a duck. Everything was in a foreign language. The southern heaven city didn't show the slightest bit of neglect in the face of the arrival of the Tianxiang reinforcements. Wan Wuyen, the commander of the garrison in the city, respectfully welcomed Jun Wui's entire army into the city. Jun Wuyen had been quite doubtful about this at first. It must be known that the southern heaven city was as famous as Tianxiang's capital city. It occupied a vast area. However, it also had a large number of residents. Moreover, reinforcements had arrived from all over the world. So, Jun Wuyen had thought that the city would be overcrowded and overwhelmed. So, he was afraid that there wouldn't be enough space in the city to accommodate these 20,000 troops. But it would be too risky to station most of the soldiers outside the city. So, Jun Wuyen had some concerns about this. However, the 20,000-strong army easily entered Tiannan city. General Wan Wuyen, who was guarding the city, did not show the slightest bit of embarrassment. This was a strange and puzzling matter. Then the entire army entered the city. And the mystery was finally solved. Both sides of the road in the southern heaven city were filled with Jianghu warriors. They were coming and going. Occasionally they could see wounded people with bandages on their bodies and bandages on their heads. Although it was a little noisy, it wasn't very chaotic. But everyone felt as if something was missing in the city. Jun Dashao thought for a long time before he finally realized what was wrong. He said, why doesn't there seem to be any commoners in this city? His words woke everyone up. It wasn't that there weren't any commoners in the city. It was just that there were very few of them. Moreover, most of them were young and strong men. The old, the weak, the women, and the children were nowhere to be seen. Wan Wuyen, the commander of the southern heaven city, smiled bitterly and said, the Shen beast tide is so huge. How could I dare to neglect it? As early as half a month ago, I had already escorted all the commoners in the city out of the city. All the old, the young, the women, and the children have been moved 300 miles away. Only the young and strong men and the necessary goods are left behind. If we can defeat the Shen beast tide in the end, I will personally go there and bring my fellow villagers back. But if by any chance, they can't live and work in peace and contentment there, but at least they can protect their lives. Jun Wui was filled with deep veneration. General Wan, I admire your devotion to the country and the people. Wan Wuyan smiled bitterly and said, to tell you the truth, there have been many powerful and ferocious mystical beasts that have come to the city to wreak havoc at least a dozen times in this unprecedented calamity. Why should we make things difficult for these common people in this cruel war that can easily cause thousands of casualties? I have no one in the imperial court. I have been stationed in the southern heaven city for more than 12 years. I have long since formed a deep bond with every plant and tree here. Although the people here are a little uncivilized, in my eyes they are all my parents, my brothers, and my best friends. Now, even if I have the opportunity to leave, I won't choose to leave. The way he looked at the southern heaven city was like how he looked at the hometown he grew up in. It was full of warmth and nostalgia. The atmosphere became somewhat stifling. There must be a lot of people migrating this time, right? It must have taken a lot of effort, right? June Moxie changed the topic. The southern heaven city is not like the inland. Although the area is large, the population is not large. Including the surrounding areas and the city, a total of 1,543,900 people have migrated. Wan Wuyan was somewhat gratified and proud. He chuckled, it must have taken a lot of effort. But it's still more than 1,500,000 lives. It's worth it even if it's a little hard work. Awesome. Jun Wui looked at the ancient southern heaven city and said in a heavy tone, General Wan's painstaking efforts won't go to waste. I won't allow General Wan's efforts to go to waste. I hope so. Everything depends on 3rd General Jun. Wan Wuyan was silent for a moment. Then he said in a low voice. Wan Wuyan reorganized the army and arranged a campsite. Then he walked towards the city lord's meeting hall with a group of people. Jun Wui and the others were startled when they turned a corner. This is the meeting hall? Crap. This is the meeting square. All the irrelevant buildings in front of the city lord's mansion had been demolished. Only a large drill ground that could accommodate 10,000 people was left. It was unknown when a high platform had been erected in front of the city lord's mansion. It was more than 10 feet high from the ground, and had been wrapped with a thick green cloth. June Moxie almost thought that they were going to put up a stage to perform a big opera at first glance. Countless tents had been set up on both sides of the stage. Large flags were fluttering in the wind in front of these luxurious tents. The autumn wind was fierce, and nearly 100 large flags were fluttering at the same time. It looked very imposing. These flags had the following words written on them: Shuihun Manor, Silver Blizzard City, Ouyang, Duanmu, Baili, Beigong, Wenrin, Zhuqiu, Shenxiai, Yutang, Soul Severing Palace, and so on. Jun Moxie was in high spirits. He beamed with delight and said, I didn't expect that I would witness the legendary martial arts convention today. It's so fucking exciting. I wonder if the beggar clan will be among them. However, Jun Wu-yi wasn't as simple-minded as Jun Wuxia. So he immediately frowned. They would have to rely on the unified command of the military officers if they wanted to win this war. Those Jianghu tyrants might be able to command dozens or hundreds of people in a group fight. But Jun Wui didn't believe that any of these people would have the ability to command tens or hundreds of thousands of troops. However, the military forces were clearly placed on an equal footing with the martial arts families. In fact, the position of the military forces was even placed at the back of the line. The powerful Xian experts wouldn't have paid attention to the military forces in ordinary times. But, was this an ordinary time? Even if they were watching from the crack of the door, they would still have to fight this war first. But they still wanted to deal with the Xian Beast King of the Tianfa Empire with a unified command. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? General Jun, our Tianxiang's military tent is over there. Wan Wuyan smiled and pointed. There was a relatively large tent in the middle of the tent. It was surrounded by a green cloth. The thick pillars on both sides of the tent were deeply buried in the soil. The tent's curtain was rolled up high. It could be seen that the inside of the tent was very clean and tidy. It was also quite spacious. It could accommodate a dozen or 20 people. A blood-red flag was fluttering in the air in front of the tent. The 3 words Tianxiang and Jun were floating in the sky like a divine dragon. They were faintly discernible in the strong wind. This flag was at least 10 feet taller than the other family's flags. Its surface was also much wider. Moreover, it was the only flag with a surname on it. Jun Wui looked at Wan Wuyan in a puzzled manner. Wan Wuyan chuckled. There was a look of reverence in his eyes as he said, The Jun family has 4 generals. They are the military family that I, Wan Wuyan, admire the most. The White General Jun Wu Hui, the Iron Blood God of War Jun Wu Meng, and the Blood General Jun Wui, are the pride of my Tianxiang. I, Wan Wu Yin, have always been proud that our Tianxiang has such an iron blood family. These people are gathered in my southern heaven city. But this is my territory after all. This is Tianxiang's territory. This is the only thing I can do. I won't let the heroes of our Tianxiang bow down to others. General Jun, please. Many thanks. Jun Wui was silent for a long time. Then he solemnly and cautiously said these two words. This Wan Wu Yin has heard many people's opinions about the Jun family from their conversations these past few days. Be careful, General Jun. Wan Wu Yin cautiously warned in a low voice. Jun Wui slowly nodded. There was a look of unswerving determination in his eyes. Jun Moxie's eyes flashed with a cold light. Jun Moxie pushed the wheelchair forward slowly. The 4 Tianxiang deputy generals were lined up behind him. Their hands were on the hilts of their swords and their eyes were focused. Dong Fang's 3 swords were proudly moving forward at his side. The group of people leisurely entered the venue under the watchful eyes of the various families. If anyone were to pay attention, they would have noticed that Jun Moxie was pushing the wheelchair. He was walking in a straight line in the middle of the venue. There wasn't an inch more to the left and there wasn't an inch less to the right. This was an extremely arrogant attitude. This is my land. My territory. I have the final say. I'll walk however I want to. It seemed as if the families on both sides of the road were being inspected. Hundreds of gazes shot towards them like sharp arrows. Suddenly the atmosphere of the entire venue became somewhat oppressive. It seemed as if the arrival of Jun Moxie and Jun Wui had brought a heavy pressure to the Tiannan city. These 6 people were calmly moving forward. However, it seemed as if they were looking at an invincible torrent of steel. They were silently, resolutely, and unstoppably moving forward. The autumn wind suddenly whistled over the Tiannan city. It was getting stronger and stronger. The dark clouds in the sky rolled over and slowly converged towards the center. A gust of wind whistled through the air. Sand and pebbles were sent flying and dust and smoke rose in all directions. Dozens of flags suddenly fluttered towards the south. Even the rustling of the flags suddenly became uniform at this moment. The gust of wind rolled up the dust and blew towards them. The 4 generals and Dongfang Wenqing slightly squinted their eyes. Their bodies paused for a moment. However, Jun Wui, who was at the forefront, looked indifferent. His expression was cold and his eyebrows didn't even twitch. Jun Moxie, who was behind him, was as calm as the clouds. His eyebrows were like a dormant dragon, as if he could fly out at any time. His handsome face had a rare sense of desolation. He didn't move an inch. He didn't care about the changes in the sky, nor did he care about the hundreds of gazes around him. It was as if he didn't see or hear anything. Their advancing speed was neither fast nor slow, and they didn't change at all. In everyone's eyes, this pair of uncle and nephew who were sitting and moving, was like a peerless divine sword, splitting the wind and clouds in half. Splitting open a broad road that could only allow 2 people to advance. This was Tianxiang's territory, and it was also the closest to Tianxiang. However, Tianxiang's army was the last to arrive. Many people had already lost their patience and were very dissatisfied. They were waiting for the arrival of Tianxiang's army to embarrass them. This was also the main reason why the aristocratic families didn't go out to welcome the army into the city. However, looking at this pair of uncle and nephew, no one had any thoughts of going forward to reprimand them. No one thought of the previous discussion. Everyone's hearts were actually heavy. It was all respect. Even Xiao Han, who was most jealous of Jun Wui and wanted Jun Wui to die, couldn't help but feel a little envious at this moment. There was a deep sense of inferiority in his eyes. Don't tell me. I'm really not as good as him. Jun Wui may not have the cultivation of Xin Xian, nor did he have the martial skills of a supreme martial artist. However, this famous general who had once commanded millions of soldiers on the battlefield was showing his unparalleled demeanor to the heroes of the world, to the countless Tianxians, Xin Xians, and supreme martial artists. This kind of demeanor, if not for the fact that he had millions of soldiers in his hands, if not for the fact that he was a great general who could set fire to 1,000 miles with a flick of his finger, if not for the fact that he was a supreme commander who had always been victorious, and if not for the fact that he had the heart to win, no one could have this kind of demeanor. Even the world's #1 Xian expert would not have this kind of demeanor. This was the domineering aura of holding mountains and rivers in one's hands. The aura of disdain for the common people. Although there were only 2 of them. But it was enough. That kind of cold demeanor from these 2 people who seemed to be calm and composed, started to spread out arrogantly. Even if there were mountains of knives and forests of swords and seas of hell in front of them, I will step over them. I will flatten them. The generals of the Xinxi Empire and the Yutang Empire stood up in unison. They couldn't help but straighten their bodies as they looked at their former mortal enemy. Moreover, they were also their military idols. And their gazes were fervent. This was the mutual understanding between soldiers. A line of 9 people slowly entered the tent in the midst of absolute silence. They walked in the same rhythm and slowly entered the tent. The winds and clouds in the sky suddenly changed and covered the sun. And the sky seemed somewhat dark in an instant. Suddenly, someone laughed out loud and said, "You're worthy of being called the Blood General. You're worthy of being called the Blood General. Your demeanor of a commander who can intimidate the entire world is very convincing. I Sikong and Yi admire you. Moreover, I apologize for not coming to the city gate to greet you, General Jun. This Sikong would like to have a drink or two with you if General Jun has some free time." A majestic and heroic laughter resounded. Then a tall and sturdy man strode out of the tent under the banner of the Sikong clan. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His stature was extremely majestic, but it gave people a very harmonious and comfortable feeling. His facial features were rough, and his cheeks were shaved green. But one could still see that his thick, curly beard had sprouted out. Jun Moxie took a cursory look at this man. He was at least 2 meters tall. He stood in front of the tent like a towering iron tower. But he also looked like a steep and lofty mountain. This man was the #1 expert of the Sikong clan, Sikong and Yi. Brother Sikong is too serious. This younger brother is the host. But I've arrived the latest. So I shouldn't have apologized to all the seniors and brothers of the clan. You and I can drink and chat merrily as long as Brother Sikong is interested. Jun Wui's clear and bright voice resounded in a calm tone. Good. Sikong and Yi laughed heartily. Haha, this family's lord, was just about to speak. But you've taken the initiative. Third General Jun, I'm the Duanmu family's lord Duanmu. Fried rice. Greetings. This man was speaking in a drawn-out manner. He was stuttering a bit. But he still had a very serious look on his face. In fact, one could hear a hint of pretentiousness in his tone. Jun Moxie chuckled. One could tell that this man was none other than the uncle Dongfang had mentioned before, Duanmu fried rice. He didn't know whether he was extraordinary or not. But he was certainly pretentious. The Duanmu family's lord is very polite. I'll pay a visit to the family's lord in a moment. Jun Wui's voice was neither happy nor angry. But it gave off a warm and comfortable feeling, like a spring breeze. No, you're welcome. Duanmu fried rice. Duanmu Chao Fan laughed twice. He was about to speak again when an eccentric voice suddenly spoke. These two are putting on airs. The last person to arrive is the Tianxiang Empire's Jun family's Jun Wui, right? Jun Moxie looked towards the source of the voice, and saw that the man who had spoken was 28 or 29 years old. He was tall and straight and had an extraordinary bearing. His facial features were handsome, but there was a hint of maliciousness between his eyebrows. He was standing under the Shuihun Manor's flag. He was dressed in an embroidered robe, and there was an antique sheathed sword hanging diagonally from his waist. One could tell that it was a rare divine weapon at a glance. He was looking at Jun Moxie with a disdainful expression. Jun Moxie instantly understood who this man was. Who else could it be other than Li Tingyun, the son of Li Ju Tian? You're just a pretty boy who relies on Zhu Meng. You're extremely vulgar. How could there be a war between humans and beasts if it weren't for you, boy? I'll find an opportunity to cripple you. Jun Moxie laughed and stood up. How could Jun Wui take part in a war of words between the younger generation? So, the debauchee Jun would naturally step in. He spoke in a light voice. This man's eyes are on the top of his head, and his nose is pointing upwards. Is he the young master of the Shuihun Manor? You're also the local bully here. Young Master Li Tingyun, am I right? Do I still need to rely on my power to deal with you? Li Tingyun's eyes revealed a trace of maliciousness and contempt as he spoke in a gloomy manner. The situation is so urgent, and yet your Jun family has arrived so late. What are your intentions? Can't others ask what you're doing? We're aware of the urgency of the military situation. But why are you so late? First, you want to ask why His Majesty didn't issue an order earlier. Second, I want to ask your Shuihun Manor why you're so late since the situation is so urgent? Why didn't you ask for help earlier? Jun Moxie snorted and said, That's right. The Shuihun Manor's reputation is very important. Your Shuihun Manor had been so arrogant and self-conceited. You've been stubbornly stubborn. You've dragged this matter to this point. How could this have happened? You're so incompetent that you've asked for help. You don't feel ashamed, and yet you have the face to blame others? Everyone here can ask us what we're doing. Only you and your Shuehun manner can't ask. Jun Moxie smiled. Even if you want to blame us, there are so many senior experts here. So, how could you even get a chance to ask? Don't forget that Master Ju Tian is your father and not you. What qualifications do you have to ask? Who do you think you are? You dare to talk to me like that? You've got guts. Who are you? Li Tingyun's eyes narrowed. He knew that he wasn't a match for the man in front of him. So, he changed the subject and started to interrogate him about his identity. My elder brother is Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie smiled proudly. You must have heard of my great name, right? Don't you feel like you've heard of my great name for a long time? It's like thunder piercing the ears and the bright moon hanging high in the sky. But I finally met you today, and I've realized that your reputation is well deserved. So, you're Jun Moxie. That debauchee of the Jun family? That debauchee of the Jun family? That lecherous lecher of Tianxiang. This young master of the manor has heard of you for a long time. Your notoriety is well deserved. Li Tingyun felt that he had caught the man's weak point. So he laughed twice and said, It's just that this place is full of outstanding talents. How can a ruffian like you sneak in here? What qualifications does a lowly person like you have to speak to this young master of the manor? Jun Wuxia laughed mischievously and said, I'm a scoundrel who doesn't shrink from any crime. There's nothing to deny about that. But even if I'm a debauchee, I'm not shameless enough to snatch someone else's wife. Young Master Li, you're my senior in this regard. You're a role model for me to learn from. You? Guan Qinghan was a good girl from Tsinghua University. But she was forcibly taken away by your Jun family. The two of us fell in love with each other. So, what's wrong with me saving her from a fiery pit? Not to mention that your elder brother has been dead for many years. Do you expect her to guard your dead brother's memorial tablet for the rest of her life? Is there such a logic in this world? Li Tingyun's face turned slightly red. He suddenly became angry. He obviously didn't want to admit that he was despicable. So he hastily came up with words to quibble. Fell in love with each other? You saved her from a fiery pit? Did you ask for her permission? Jun Moxie faced upwards and laughed heartily. I didn't expect that someone in this world could be shameless to such an extent. Not only did you abduct a commoner's daughter, but she's also his daughter-in-law. What's more, you even threatened her family. You said that you'd exterminate their entire family if they didn't hand over this woman. Li Tingyun, you fell in love with each other and saved her from a fiery pit? You're very different from the rest. I, the #1 debauchee of Tianxiang City, have no choice but to concede defeat. I'm impressed by you, young Master Li. I'm sincerely convinced and full of admiration. Your shamelessness is #1 in the world. Most of the people present at the scene didn't know about this matter. So they couldn't help but look at Li Tingyun with disdain when they heard these two men speak. The Shuehun manner was overbearing. But it had provoked public anger at this time. So how could they be afraid? The people of Jianghu valued lust above all else. But Li Tingyun would have committed a great taboo if he had done such a thing. Enough. There's no need to say anything more. A deep and angry voice came from inside. The voice wasn't loud, but it shook everyone's ears. Several silhouettes slowly walked out. Suddenly, the entire drill ground was filled with a surging and tyrannical aura. The man in the lead had a tall stature. His facial features were simple and unsophisticated. He had 3 strands of black beard on his chest that were fluttering in the wind. He had a pair of slender eyes that radiated power in all directions. He didn't seem angry, but he had a natural bearing that could dominate the world. Everyone could feel that this man was overbearing to the bones. He wasn't deliberately arrogant. But everyone could feel that no one in this world was worthy of his attention. In fact, he even dared to fight against the blue sky above his head. This was the man who had spoken earlier. Jun Moxie hadn't seen him before. But he knew that this man looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. He had been famous for more than 60 years. He was Li Ju Tian. Apart from him, no one else could have such a domineering style that could shake the heavens and shake the earth. The great master Li Ju Tian was at least 100 years old according to his actual age. But he looked so young. Jun Moxie secretly cursed. No wonder this old man can have a 20-year-old son even though he's over 100 years old. It looks like he can have a few more children. He's a monster. Li Ju Tian was followed by the great master of life and death, Shi Changshao, the cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei, and the divine eagle, solitary eagle. There was another man at the very back. His face was ice cold. He was dressed in black. He had a black robe, black shoes, and a black scabbard at his waist. This person looked like a sharp, pitch-black blade. He was just standing there calmly. But everyone could feel the threatening aura of his sword chi. The aura of his sword chi soared to the 9 heavens. There was no need to think about it. This man was Solitary Eagle's rival, Feng Wan-yun. He was the only substitute amongst the 8 great masters. He was also a peerless swordsman. He was a peerless powerhouse. However, Jun Dashao was confident that the divine eagle, Solitary Eagle, had successfully broken through under his guidance. So, he had thrown off this old rival of his for decades. Everyone has arrived. So, I invite the leaders of each family to gather in the main hall. We will discuss the strategy to repel the enemy. Li Jutian glanced around. He didn't mention the argument between his son and Jun Moxie. However, his eyes were calm when he looked at Jun Moxie. But Jun Moxie could clearly feel that those 2 eyes were like 2 sharp swords that had pierced through the sky. And they had fiercely pierced his eyes. It seemed as if the depths of his heart and soul had started to tremble in that instant. This was a kind of fear that had arisen from the bottom of his heart. I can't match him. I can't match him. This was the first time in Jun Moxie's life that he had felt defeated and dispirited. Jun Moxie hadn't faced a great master before this. He had faced the great masters of life and death, Shi Changshao, the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei, and the divine eagle, Solitary Eagle. But he had felt this way when he looked into Li Jutian's eyes. This was probably some sort of spiritual attack. One would never be able to advance an inch in their life if they were to plant a seed of fear in their hearts. However, this great master Li Jutian's protectiveness had made Jun Moxie very angry. He was angry from the bottom of his heart. This is a quarrel between 2 juniors. You're the second great master, and you're using this method to vent your son's anger? This is a loss of grace. Bullshit, second great master. What kind of joke is this? However, Jun Wuxia also understood how much Li Jutian spoiled his son. He clearly knew that his son was in the wrong. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he used his power to bully the victim's family in front of everyone's eyes. It was no wonder that the 2 Xian Beast Kings had come together to break his son's legs. They hadn't even tried to take his life. But they had still provoked such a strong reaction from him. He hadn't even hesitated to issue an order to summon the great masters. But he still refused to compromise. Jun Moxie had faintly understood why this matter had escalated to such an extent. Jun Moxie quickly closed his eyes, and revolved the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. And that dreadful feeling disappeared in an instant. However, he still felt awed in his heart. Li Jutian's strength was obviously several levels higher than that of the likes of Solitary Eagle and Lei Wu Bei. He was truly worthy of being the second great master of the world. Everyone echoed Li Jutian's words one after another. No one had noticed that Li Jutian had already attacked Jun Moxie. They believed that no one would uphold justice even if someone had discovered it. After all, the biggest fist was the greatest justice. Offending the second great master for a mere debauchee of a younger generation? Everyone would have made the same choice. A long and faintly discernible roar seemed to have come from the horizon. Everyone was startled and pricked their ears to listen carefully. In an instant, the howl suddenly grew several times louder. In an instant, it seemed as if it had already arrived in the sky. In a breath's time, it seemed as if it had passed through tens of millions of miles of space. From being inaudible, it turned into a thunderous roar. Then, it exploded in everyone's ears as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. Puff! Several of the southern Heaven City soldiers fell to the ground. They spouted blood from their mouths. They had been injured by that long roar. And the person who had issued that long roar was at least 5 kilometers away. Such terrifying lethality. The roar suddenly stopped after it had shaken violently. But it seemed as if it had been very determined. Then it abruptly stopped. At this moment, everyone could tell that the whistling sound was actually very clear and melodious. The roar had barely faded when the Xian beasts raised their heads and roared in unison. Millions of Xian beasts roared in unison. The roars of hundreds of thousands of Xian beasts resounded like a tsunami. It was as powerful as an earthquake. The ground beneath everyone's feet slightly trembled and dust rose up. The roar had formed a huge volume and had penetrated the blue dome of heaven. The dense black clouds had suddenly vanished. They had been driven away by that violent roar. The sky was clear and bright. Li Jutian's complexion changed. He looked into the distance with a dignified expression. His voice was filled with unconcealable shock. Tianf, boss has come out. Chapter 330. Millions of Shen beasts roared in unison after that soul-stirring and unforgettable howl. Then 2 different howls resounded one after the other. Everyone in the southern heaven city could clearly hear them. One of the 2 howls was clear and the other was vigorous. They belonged to the Shen beast kings of Tianfa, Long Crane and Bear Mountain. However, only a few people knew that these 2 were the instigators of the Shen beast invasion. With a swoosh, a huge white crane suddenly flew from the north to the south like a bolt of lightning. From afar, that white crane had a wingspan of at least 50 to 60 feet when fully spread out its wings. There was a bright red crane crown on its head. Under the bright sunlight, the crown shone with a dazzling brilliance. Its long sharp beak was like a sharp sword that could cut through the wind and clouds. In the instant it flew over the city lord's mansion, everyone could clearly see that the huge white crane seemed to look down with disdain. Its huge wings covered the sky and in an instant the heavens and the earth dimmed. It was as if a dark cloud had suddenly floated over and then floated away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a huge silhouette was speeding through the forest in the distance. It didn't matter whether it was the road or the trees in front of it. It didn't stop for even a moment and crashed into a big tree that could be hugged by it. And it was broken in the blink of an eye. Then it forcibly passed through the trunk of the tree. That silhouette had already run away without a trace by the time the tree collapsed with a loud rumble. Li Jutian's silhouette suddenly flew to the roof. His hands and feet didn't move during this process. In fact, not even a single strand of his hair moved. But he just flew up in a very abrupt manner. He stood still on the roof, and a vivid and lifelike shadow could be seen at his original position. But it was gradually fading away. This was no longer a movement technique. In fact, it was closer to a magic trick. Is this the Venerable Mei? This Li Jutian has failed to welcome you. Li Jutian gathered his Shen Qi, and his deep and dignified voice echoed from afar. This could be seen from the fact that he had taken some time to speak after he had ascended to the roof. He was afraid that he would lose face in front of this lord of Tianfa, and was unwilling to be at a disadvantage. That sonorous voice suddenly rose into the air and slowly spread out. It floated towards the south in a solemn manner. The people present initially heard it to be calm, but once the voice spread out, it was as if thunder was roaring and 10,000 horses were galloping through the mountains and valleys. Its momentum was unusually great. His voice echoed in the forest like a tide. After a long while he finally rested. My apologies for not welcoming you earlier. I failed to welcome you from afar. Welcome from afar. Welcome, welcome. Cries of alarm resounded in the surrounding forest. It was evident that some of the low-level Shen beasts had been shaken by Li Jutian's voice. This had given rise to a lot of panic. One had to admit that Li Jutian's sound transmission technique wasn't as good as the Tianfa Beast King's roar. Moreover, it wasn't as good as the Shen Fa Beast King's roar. But they were still on the same level in terms of their realms. A long time passed. A clear voice rang out unhurriedly. Everyone clearly understood that the person who spoke was at least a few dozen miles away from them, but when they heard the voice, they felt as if this person was speaking to them right in front of them. This person's voice was very strange. It was neutral and calm. It was impossible to tell whether this person was a man or a woman. Li Jutian, so it's you. Who else could have such a profound cultivation? No wonder. I was wondering why my 2 younger brothers were so furious. They wouldn't even pay attention to an ordinary person. In fact, they even suffered a loss. Not bad, not bad. Li Jutian, you've made progress. You've truly made progress. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They felt as if their scalps were going to explode. Li Jutian was an apex figure in everyone's eyes. He was publicly acknowledged as the second of the 8 great masters. However, this person didn't have the attitude of an equal. In fact, he had even complimented him by saying, "You've made progress." This compliment was like a teacher saying to a well-behaved and obedient child in a kindergarten, "Little friend, you've made progress. You're such a good kid." Li Jutian's voice was matchless and powerful. However, the opposite party's voice was calm, and didn't seem to be exerting any strength. But which one of them wasn't an expert? How could they not hear that this person's cultivation was much higher than Li Jutian's? It wasn't just one level. Even if they were at the same level, it would at least be like the difference between the solitary eagle and Li Jutian. Li Jutian's voice had resonated from the same distance. But the opposite party's words hadn't been echoed. An ordinary person's cough would have resonated in this mountainous environment. But he hadn't been able to get an echo even though he was dozens of kilometers away. What kind of control is this? Just this control ability alone was already at the acme of perfection and had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Li Ju Tian raised his voice and said, "The cause of this matter is that these two have provoked my Shuehun manner for no reason. I Li Ju Tian should have retaliated. But where did I go wrong? And how can Venerable May not see who's the one who suffered a loss? This Shuehun manor is this old man's life's work. But it has now been reduced to ashes. I don't know what Venerable May would say if I were to demand an explanation from Venerable May." Li Ju Tian's words had a hint of condemnation in them. The opposite party's cultivation was higher than his. However, Li Ju Tian was the second most powerful great master in the world. So he couldn't show weakness even if he lost. The distant voice suddenly became sharp. "Li Ju Tian, you've hit my younger brother. Do you think you're in the right? Do you think I'm so easy to bully? Li Ju Tian, are you sure that you're not dreaming?" Everyone's hearts trembled at the same time. This is another extremely protective master. He's unreasonable and cunning to such an extent. Today my horizons have been broadened. Previously I saw Supreme Master Ju Tian shielding his own son and avoiding the sharp topic. Then I met another master who's even more unreasonable. I wonder if this is the cycle of karma and retribution. Jun Moxie stroked his chin and felt some appreciation in his heart. Awesome. He has the same temperament as me. I'll definitely give some benefits to Venerable May in the future. I wouldn't dare. Li Ju Tian snorted and said, "It's just that justice is in the hearts of the people. There's a reason for everything. Even the world's #1 expert can't be unreasonable." The man let out a long laugh. "Reason? Li Ju Tian, your joke isn't pleasant to listen to. Li Ju Tian, have you ever been reasonable with anyone in your life? How come you're the one being reasonable when it comes to your own situation? Justice is in the hearts of the people. You, Supreme Ju Tian, have just said this, but do you believe it?" These words were very bitter. The so-called laws of the world were only used to bind ordinary people. They had no binding power over the strong people of the world. Justice was in the hearts of the strong. But it was just empty talk. In the world of the strong, the one with the bigger fist was the one with the right to reason. The man's words were a little sophistry, but they were the truth. Moreover, he had ridiculed Li Ju Tian. Jun Moxie felt very happy as he listened to this. He almost stepped forward and pointed at Li Ju Tian's nose and scolded him. "You old bastard. You keep saying that justice is in the hearts of the people. But have you ever been reasonable? Has your son ever been reasonable when he snatched someone else's wife? Where is the justice? The wicked will be tortured by the wicked." Li Ju Tian snorted heavily and said, "Venerable May's words seem to indicate that she's going to protect him without distinguishing between right and wrong?" Great Master Li Ju Tian was the second in command of the 8 great masters. So he didn't want to speak against his conscience. So he avoided the previous topic and made it clear. Moreover, more than half of the world's strongest experts were gathered here. So, it would be difficult for the Venerable May to deal with the formidable forces present here even if he had the ability to transcend the heavens. The man spoke in a cold and unyielding voice, "I'm going to protect him. What can you do, Li Ju Tian? The 8 great masters have shaken the world in the secular world. But I don't care about you. Li Ju Tian, please think about who you're talking to before you speak." The man paused as he spoke till here. It seemed as if he had something to say. But then, he suddenly roared in anger and asked in a very fierce manner, "Li Ju Tian, when did you enter the elusive land of the immortals? How dare you leave a wound on my 4th brother's body? You've got guts." The power of this roar was earth-shattering. In fact, even the winds and clouds in the sky were stirred up by this roar. It could be seen that the Lord of Tianfa was very angry. It seemed that the injured bear Shan Shan had arrived in front of him. So he had also seen the wounds on his body. Jun Moxie's heart stirred. Hermitage? What kind of place is that? Why haven't I heard of it? He looked around and saw that everyone had a perplexed expression on their faces. It was obvious that they didn't know. Jun Moxie pondered a little deeper while everyone was puzzled. The hermitage wasn't something that he could touch upon for the time being. But Li Ju Tian's ability to injure Bear Shan Shan was a Xian beast king of Tianfa. It must be known that a Xian beast's physique was far superior to a human's. And Bear Shan Shan was a Xian beast king. So, he had withstood the attacks of Shi Changshao and Solitary Eagle. And he hadn't sustained any serious injuries. In fact, he had even managed to escape unscathed. So, it was easy to imagine the formidable defensive power of his body. But, Li Ju Tian had managed to injure Bear Shan Shan with the elusive vein-splitting sword. Let go when you must. Venerable May, Don't provoke a calamity because of a moment's impulse. Li Ju Tian's voice was laced with warning. Venerable Mei will have to think carefully if you cause too much trouble, and incite the dissatisfaction of the Holy Land, right? Li Ju Tian had unexpectedly evaded the question of when the other party would enter the hermitage. Ha ha ha. The man laughed out loud with a bone-chilling voice. His laughter reverberated in the air and didn't stop for a long time. Then he spoke word by word. Li Ju Tian, are you threatening me with the Holy Land? Chapter 331. Today's second update. I'm going to faint. I've typed the word ticket incorrectly. I've corrected it in time. I won't dare. I won't dare. I'm merely advising the Venerable One to reconsider. Li Ju Tian's voice was calm. Venerable Mei, the heavens and earth cannot be insulted. The Holy Lands are not to be trifled with. I'm afraid that you've already committed a taboo. Reconsider? Reconsider? Taboo? Li Ju Tian, don't overestimate yourself. Since when have I ever cared about such taboo? Even if the Hermitage, the Great Golden City, and the illusory ocean of blood were to come to Tianfa, what can they do to me? The voice was wild and arrogant. 8 years ago, Mei could make Yun Bichen never dare to show his face in this world again. Now, I'm confident that I can make the 3 Holy Lands return from Tianfa in defeat. Venerable Mei has spoken in such a manner. Then this Li will wait and see. Li Ju Tian's figure floated down from the roof as soon as he finished speaking. This indicated that he was done with the conversation. A clear roar was heard from the distant forest. Immediately afterward, a series of earth-shattering rumbling sounds rang out. From the east, west, and north, all 3 directions shook the sky at the same time. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky, covering the sun, moon, and firmament. Countless Xian beasts came out of the forest like a tide. They were lined up in neat formations, and were galloping through the open space outside the city in waves. There was only one direction, south. It seemed that the Tianfa king had also pulled back his forces. However, the Xian beasts' forces from these 3 directions made everyone in the southern heaven city's scalp tingle. Dozens of golden tigers were lined up in the east. They had a sharp silver horn on their heads and were lined up in front. A snow-white tiger king was at the forefront of the formation. The horn on its head was golden in color as it galloped forward like a gust of wind. After that, the various dark beasts formed a long and orderly square formation, and they flashed past like they were on parade. With such a speed that was like a bolt of lightning, they actually continued for an entire 2 hours. Level 9 Shen Beasts Golden Tigers. Solitary Eagle was standing behind Li Ju Tian. His eyes were wide open. There are so many of them. I'm afraid the Tiger King leading them is already at the peak of level 9. In the west, dozens of beautiful lions that looked like they were carved out of white jade led the way, and they also rolled past. The one in the west is the white jade lion beast. Dongfang Wenqing explained in a serious tone. Both of them knew that Jun Moxie was still a greenhorn, so he wouldn't know too many high-level Shen beasts. So when they saw him walk over to them, they intentionally explained to him. The sound of heavy footsteps could be heard from the north as hundreds of giant bears led an army of tens of thousands of Shen beasts. The mountain-splitting bear is also a level 9 mystical beast. The Tianfa forest actually has such a strong foundation. Suddenly, countless silhouettes soared into the sky from the surrounding mountains and valleys when the troops were halfway through. It seemed as if 100 birds were paying homage to a phoenix. All kinds of colorful birds were circling in the sky. After a moment of confusion, all kinds of beasts gathered together, and flew over the southern heaven city like a colorful cloud. These are flying Shen beasts. There are too many of them, too many of them. Dongfang Wendao sniffled as he opened his mouth to reveal his teeth. Every one of them is at least level 8. Oh my god. How did Li Ju Tian provoke this group of ancestors? How did they create such a big battle array? The sound of rustling in the mountain forest made everyone's scalp tingle. It was the sound of the Shen beasts crawling on the ground. One could only imagine how many of them there were if they listened to the torrential sound. Everyone was standing at a high place. Their faces were deathly pale as they looked at the spectacular scene before them. The appearance of these high-leveled Shen beasts would normally cause a sensation, and would make people want to buy them at sky-high prices. But now dozens, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of them were passing by them. Oh my god. This world is crazy. Not a single one of these thousands of Shen beasts is below level 6. Almost everyone's mouth had turned into an O shape. There was one exception who didn't have an O shape. Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao were also watching this scene. But no one knew what they were thinking. There were countless question marks in their hearts at this moment. Everyone in the world knew and recognized the two strongest forces of the Xianshan continent, the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehan Manor. No one could deny that the strength of these two great clans was transcendent. But now this mysterious king of Tianfa had spoken another name. Hermitage, Great Golden City, Illusory Ocean of Blood. What do these names represent? What does it mean? Where are the three holy lands? How tyrannical are the people of these holy lands? Why haven't I heard of these names before? He recalled the words that Li Jutian had said, the heavens and the earth can't be insulted. The holy lands can't be passed down. Li Jutian had raised the so-called three holy lands to the same height as the heavens and the earth in his mind. What does this mean? There were a total of 10 top-notch experts in the world. They were the 8 great masters. Then there was the hurricane swordsman, Feng Wanyun, and the great assassin, Chu Chihuan. However, these great masters were nothing compared to the number one king of Tianfa. They had only heard his voice but hadn't seen him. Anyone with ears would have been able to hear it. Anyone with eyes would have been able to see the formidable strength of this number one king of Tianfa. Yun Biqin didn't dare to show his face 8 years ago. And I'm confident that I can make the three holy lands return from Tianfa in defeat. These words were still ringing in everyone's ears. One word. Only one word. And it was enough to make the number one great master, Yun Biqin, never to show his face again. What kind of strength does this require? Jun Moxie's face was as calm as still water while everyone else's faces were filled with shock. However, his heart was in turmoil. And several new questions had arisen in his mind. This number one king of Tianfa possesses such formidable strength. Moreover, he has already decided to show his face. So, why didn't he wait for a few days before the war breaks out? Why didn't he show his face and deal a heavy blow to the Allied forces? The Allied forces would have suffered a fatal blow if he had done so. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would have been able to determine the outcome of the war between the humans and the beast race. Moreover, this conflict has been going on for 2 months now. But he hasn't shown his face yet. So why is he showing up now? He has already endured for 2 months. Can't he wait for a few more days? It was undeniable that his appearance had created a strong deterrent effect. In fact, it could be said that it was incomparable. His strength was like that of a god in the clouds. And it was an indelible blow to the experts of the Allied forces. Moreover, it had an irreparable effect on the morale of the Allied forces. However, the problem was that he didn't need to do this. What was there to be afraid of if he had such strength? No matter how the Allied forces attacked, he shouldn't have taken it to heart. As long as he showed up, he would have been able to turn the tables and change everything. What's the purpose of all this? This series of questions made Jun Moxie's head spin. He rubbed his eyes and discovered something strange. When the Xian beasts had retreated in full force to the south, almost everyone had gone to watch from a high vantage point. However, there was one person who hadn't moved from his original spot. At this moment, this person's silhouette seemed so lonely and abrupt. It was a young man. He stood proudly under the Bailey family's flag. His face was calm and indifferent. His posture and his expression clearly expressed one thing. I'm not interested in any of this. Everything that happens here has nothing to do with me. Apart from his indifference, there was a faint feeling that his heart had turned to ashes. It seemed as if he no longer cared about anyone or anything in this world. Jun Moxie suddenly developed an interest in this young man. It was an extremely strong interest. Not because of anything else but because of his loneliness and indifference. Jun Moxie couldn't help but think of himself in his previous life. He had drifted away from the crowd and was indifferent to everything. Wasn't I like that? Jun Moxie was undoubtedly a freak. Therefore, he wasn't interested in ordinary people's flattery. Those who could attract his attention were always lonely people. At this moment, Dongfang Wenqing and the others had once again gathered around him. When they realized that Jun Moxie wasn't by their side, they immediately gave up on watching the Xian beast tied outside the city and hurriedly looked for him. Right now, Jun Moxie was a treasure in the eyes of the three of them, a genuine treasure. The three of them were even imagining that their precious nephew would be brought back to the Dongfang family. Their mother, the old lady of Dongfang, would be delighted to see such an outstanding grandson. Moreover, a mother and son are connected by heart. Perhaps he would be able to awaken their little sister who had been asleep for 10 years. Therefore, the three of them were like old hens that had just hatched their chicks. They wouldn't allow Jun Moxie to escape from their line of sight. Their nephew's miraculous agility wouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. But the three of them were still worried. The people of the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehan Manor were present. Those people wouldn't use any gentlemanly methods. They wouldn't be able to cry even if they were to cry in case of an accident. Therefore, they immediately came to Jun Moxie's side once they realized that their nephew wasn't by their side. Even the spectacular scenery outside wouldn't be able to attract their attention. Do you know who that person is? Jun Wuxia pointed at the young man who was standing alone below. He's a member of the Bailey family. Moreover, he's destined to be abandoned by the Bailey family. What's there to ask? Dongfang Wendao glanced at him and replied disdainfully. What? Why are they destined to be abandoned? What's the reason? Jun Moxie asked in a puzzled manner. Look at these people. The great families aren't fools. They are well aware of the ferocity of the Xian beast tide. They've been pressured by the Shuihan Manor and Li Ju Tian to send people to help. But they've sent people who are at the peak of Tian Xian's strength. So how can they be weak? Even if they can't defeat such a powerhouse, they'll still have an opportunity to escape. So they won't suffer too much damage in this way. But do you see any of them sending young experts? Dongfang Wenqing's face was full of ridicule. Throwing away their lives? Cannon fodder? Jun Moxie was somewhat surprised. Chapter 332. I don't dare to turn on my computer again. There's a huge rainstorm and the lightning is as dense as the hairs on my legs, one after another. I don't want to transmigrate. Exactly. Youngsters with such cultivation bases coming to the Heavenly South region to assist in the battle at this critical juncture are basically throwing their lives away. In the face of so many high-level Xian beasts, a mere Yu Xian and an Earth Xian wouldn't have much of a chance of survival. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? To put it bluntly, they are the cannon fodder that you mentioned just now. Dongfang Wenjian smiled mercilessly. Wuxia, don't ever think that your movement technique is exquisite. But if I were to throw you into the profound beast tide and surround you from all sides, then no matter how exquisite your movement technique is, it would be difficult for you to escape death. So, don't act recklessly and don't leave our line of sight. But this young man is only 25 or 26 years old, right? He was obviously at the peak of Yu Xian's cultivation level, and was probably only one step away from the Earth Xian realm. With his age and cultivation level, he was a rare genius. Which family wouldn't treasure such a talent? Why was the Bailey clan willing to send such a young man to his death? Isn't that a pity? Jun Moxie was puzzled. This reason is not worth mentioning at all. It's actually very simple. It's because this person is not a direct descendant of the Bailey clan. He's the son of a concubine. Dongfang Wenqing revealed a regretful smile. This man's name is Bailey Luo Yun. He is a rare genius of the Bailey family. Usually, when a baby is born, the person with the highest cultivation in the family will comb through the meridians of the baby. This is to reduce the number of illnesses and also to lay the foundation for the cultivation of Xian Qi. When this Bailey Luo Yun was born, there was no one to sort out his meridians, but he still started cultivating Xian Qi at the age of 3. At the age of 10, he successfully broke through the limit of the 9th grade Xian Qi. At the age of 15, he broke through the peak of the silver grade and reached the gold grade. At the age of 22, he broke through the gold grade again and became a Yu Xian warrior. Looking at his current cultivation, he is indeed at the peak of the Yu Xian realm. Among the younger generation, he was already recognized as the #1 genius. Very few people could compare to him in terms of aptitude. Of course, you're not included in this limit. You're only at the Yu Xian realm, yet you're able to fight with a powerhouse like Xin Xian and even win one move. You're a real demon. Such an outstanding talent, even if he isn't a legitimate son, he shouldn't be treated like this, right? Even though he wasn't a legitimate son, he still had the bloodline of the Bailey family. Even though he couldn't be the successor of the Bailey family, he was still a rare expert of the younger generation of the Bailey family. Based on his age and his current progress, it wasn't hard to imagine that within 10 years, he would certainly be able to reach the level of Tian Xian. He might even be able to reach the level of Xin Xian within 30 years. Could it be that such a character had to give up on such a rare genius just because he wasn't a legitimate son? Aren't the Bailey family's actions a little too unwise? Jun Moxie was flabbergasted as he heard this. This matter was simply incomprehensible to him. In fact, it was hard for him to even imagine it. One must know that such an outstanding, young and limitless cultivation genius was a rarity even in the Silver Blizzard City or the Shuihan Manor. In fact, it was hard to find even a handful of such geniuses in the entire Xian continent. It was believed that any family that possessed such a genius would treat him like a precious jewel and treasure him. Not to mention anything else, but one could imagine how much the 3 Dongfang masters cherished Jun Dashao. That's not the only reason. The main reason was because of his father. His father was the eldest son of his grandfather, who had raped a maidservant when he was drunk. However, the Bailey family had never acknowledged their status. So they had been oppressed by the family. His bloodline had become even more estranged. The more talented he was, and the faster his cultivation progress was. But the more miserable he had been oppressed. His father and his father had an awkward status in the Bailey family. In fact, they were equivalent to servants in the Bailey family. In fact, they weren't even as favored as maids. Therefore, his desire for vengeance was exceptionally strong. Especially after his Xian Qi had advanced to the Jade Xian realm. Then he did something by chance. There was a look of pity on Dongfang Wenqing's face. In fact, he hadn't taken the initiative to do this. The process was very simple. He had gone to his house to cause trouble for the Bailey family. He had taught a fierce lesson to the Bailey family. Moreover, he had been particularly ruthless. This had aroused the Bailey family's anger. His Xian Qi cultivation had been much faster and more outstanding than those direct descendants who had relied on external forces to advance. Moreover, their meridians had been sorted out since childhood. However, he had lost his status in the Bailey family. The reason why the Bailey family didn't kill him on the spot was because they cared about their kinship. However, now that he's here, it's obvious that some people in the Bailey family don't intend to let him off. This trip to the Southern Heaven region was undoubtedly a good opportunity to kill him with a borrowed knife. So, that's how it is. Jun Moxie heaved a long sigh of relief. He murmured, "Bailey? Luo Yun?" His eyes flickered. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. "But, we think that the Bailey family is destroying themselves by doing this. It's just as you've judged, Moxie. This kid's natural talent is outstanding, and he's only slightly inferior to you at most. I believe that as long as he has 30 to 50 years of time, I'm afraid another supreme-level expert will be born. You must know that the emergence of a great master-level powerhouse in an aristocratic family, especially one that belongs to the Jianghu, then they'll be able to break away from their original scope in one fell swoop, and become one of the super forces. This is tantamount to a qualitative leap. The Shuehun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City are examples of this. This kind of opportunity would only appear once every several hundred years or even a dozen generations for any aristocratic family. However, the Bailey family had let go of such an opportunity. I felt that it was a pity. But I was even more puzzled. I didn't know whether the Bailey family was too short-sighted, or if they were afraid that Bailey Luo Yun would take revenge. Or is there another reason behind this? Dongfang Wenqing shook her head. She chuckled and said, "However, it's a pity. After all, it doesn't have much to do with us. In fact, it's a good thing for our aristocratic families to eliminate such a potential future expert. So, everyone would be happy to see this happen. After all, the rise of every hero is bound to trample on the corpses of countless enemies. And the hands of every powerhouse are bound to be stained with blood. But we're all part of the 9 great families. So, even if we're not mortal enemies, we're still potential competitors." The people of the aristocratic families had already come down from the high ground. Their leaders were walking towards the meeting hall. Dongfang Wenqing looked at them from afar and said, "I'll accompany your third uncle inside. Otherwise, those dregs of the Silver Blizzard City will continue to mock and ridicule us. But they won't dare to be too presumptuous in my presence." She smiled faintly and walked away. After a while, she pushed Jun Wui's wheelchair inside. Jun Moxie looked at the third uncle sitting in the wheelchair and suddenly thought, "Third uncle's legs have been healed. But I don't know when he'll be able to stand up from the wheelchair. When will the Blood General be able to stand proudly in front of the people of the world, and show off his proud demeanor? All of this depends on strength, absolute strength. Strength is equivalent to talent." Jun Moxie suddenly strode towards Bailey Luo Yun as this thought crossed his mind. The people of the Bailey family had already returned by this time. The 3 of them returned to their tent while chatting and laughing. They didn't even look at Bailey Luo Yun, who was standing at the entrance. Bailey Xiongfeng was the leader of the group. He looked straight ahead and entered the meeting hall with an indifferent expression on his face. Bailey Luo Yun's indifferent eyes gazed at the hustle and bustle in the sky. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He thought, "I don't know how many days I'll be able to watch such a chaotic scene. Will being torn apart by 10,000 beasts be my only ending?" Bailey Luo Yun's heart was clear as to why his family had sent him out for this matter. If Luo Yun doesn't die, the Bailey family won't be able to rest in peace. This was the evaluation that Master Da Xiao's father had given him. He was the current master of the Bailey family. And he had been living under this huge shadow ever since he had broken through to the 9th grade at the age of 10. Sometimes he felt that it was ironic when he thought about it. In other clans, as long as a child had a little bit of talent, he or she would receive the full support of the clan. And everyone could see his or her talent. So, why was he treated like this in the Bailey family? That man was afraid that I would run away. So, he didn't hesitate to use my father's life to threaten me to come to the Southern Heaven City to participate in the war. Why did he do this? My father would evade my questions every time I asked him. He wanted to say something but then hesitated. The most valuable sentence he had ever said was, "Alas, Luo Yun, your desire for revenge is too strong. There are some things that you know now. But it's not a good thing. Desire for revenge? I don't want to stir up trouble. Would I have disregarded the consequences if I hadn't been forced to the point where I couldn't bear it?" Everything that had happened that day was right in front of my eyes. How could a man not resist in the face of such a thing? Could it be that there's some inside story that I don't know about? I'll get to the bottom of this mystery if I'm lucky enough to survive this time. Bailey Luo Yun's expression was indifferent. He turned around and was about to enter the tent. It's true that they don't care about me. But I don't see them as a family either. The sooner I die, the better it would be for them. But isn't it the same for me? Suddenly he saw a youngster walking towards him. He didn't recognize this youngster, but he knew that his name was Jun Moxie. He had heard that this youngster was a debauchee and a prodigal second generation. He was very similar to some people in his family. He didn't need to take a second look to know that this Jun Moxie had come to look for him. That was because the direction in which Jun Moxie was walking was very clear. Not to mention, the two eyes on his face were staring at him with a strange expression. Bailey Luo Yun? Jun Moxie tilted his head and looked him up and down. Jun Moxie? The Jun family's third young master? Bailey Luo Yun's face was as indifferent as ever. He looked at this youngster who had suddenly come to look for him. He didn't seem surprised or happy at all. He didn't even try to guess why this youngster had come to look for him. Find a place to talk? Come with me, Jun Moxie invited him. He had asked for his opinion, but his tone had been firm. In fact, he had even added a commanding tone. He had been a proud and aloof assassin in his previous life. His personality had changed a lot in this life. But he knew how to deal with such a proud and aloof person. One should never hope that the opposite party would take the initiative when dealing with such a person. Even if their heart desired it to the extreme, it would still be difficult for them to open their golden mouths. After all, the hitman Jun himself was such a person. Only by taking control of everything in one's own hands and grasping the absolute initiative, then the other party would unconsciously act according to one's arrangements. Even if the opposite party was disgusted in their heart, they would still follow your rhythm because they were unwilling to accept it. Jun Moxie wanted to even out his disadvantage and seek the right to talk on equal terms. At the very least, it would be an opportunity to talk on equal terms. I'm not familiar with you, so I don't want to talk. Bailey Luo Yun indifferently turned his head, and was about to enter the tent. Even he was disgusted by the tent. I've heard that you're one of the few Xianqi geniuses in the world. Don't tell me you don't dare? Jun Moxie took a step forward. Bailey Luo Yun's tall and straight figure suddenly stopped. I've heard that you're only 26? You're at the peak of Yu Xian's realm. But you don't dare to talk to me? Are you afraid that I'll plot against you? Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. Bailey Luo Yun suddenly turned around. His face was still expressionless, and his eyes were calm as he calmly looked at Jun Moxie. So, the rumors were wrong. It's no wonder. 9 out of 10 rumors can't be trusted. Jun Moxie turned around and walked away. He left behind a few words. I shouldn't have come with such courage. Jun Moxie didn't walk back to his tent. Instead, he walked towards the periphery. The sound of footsteps could be heard behind him. Bailey Luo Yun was quietly following him. A trace of pride flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. If he said, "Can you talk to me? Why can't we talk?" Bailey Luo Yun would have gone back to his tent and taken a nap if he had asked that question. But he wouldn't have followed me like this. Jun Dashao didn't turn around. Instead, he walked faster and faster. The speed of his agility was shocking. Bailey Luo Yun didn't seem to have any intention to speak either. He still followed Jun Dashao at a close distance. He didn't fall behind much. 2 youngsters who had reached the same realm of Yu Xian's were chasing after each other. Everyone's attention was focused on the meeting hall. So, no one had noticed these 2 outstanding youngsters. Jun Moxie gradually increased his speed. He was getting faster and faster. In fact, it seemed as if he had left the ground and was flying. The distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. Bailey Luo Yun's indifferent eyes revealed astonishment and shock. I can't believe that this notorious Lord Dashao is faster than me. He didn't want to admit defeat. But he couldn't catch up with him no matter how hard he tried. Moreover, he couldn't shorten the distance even by a little bit. Instead, the distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. I've already lost this competition of speed. Bailey Luo Yin didn't want to admit it. But he clearly knew that this youngster was much faster than him even though he was younger than him. At least, he was faster than him in terms of speed. Jun Moxie took the lead and walked up to a small hidden slope more than 5 kilometers away from the city. He sat down without a care for his image. Then he patted the grass next to him and said, "Sit down." Nobody responded. Bailey Luo Yun was still standing as straight as a javelin. He was used to being nervous for a long time. So he wouldn't allow himself to relax even for a moment. That was because all the so-called cousins of the same generation couldn't wait to put him to death. He had long been used to being nervous like this. However, there was a trace of admiration in the depths of his eyes. "What's your purpose?" Bailey Luo Yin asked. He was a man of few words. Jun Wuxia wasn't used to speaking at length. Therefore he kept everything in his heart. The fact that he was willing to take the initiative to ask this question was already because of Jun Wuxia's outstanding skills. Jun Wuxia was younger than him, but his cultivation wasn't inferior to his. "You've come to throw away your life." Jun Moxie didn't turn his head around. Jun Moxie hadn't turned his head around since they had left the field. It seemed as if he was very sure that Bailey Luo Yun would follow him. Moreover, Bailey Luo Yun couldn't surpass him. However, this was what made Bailey Luo Yun feel the most uncomfortable. "What does it have to do with you?" Bailey Luo Yun was as indifferent as before. "Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. After all, your stink won't reach my family's land if you die." Jun Moxie smiled, "But I'm curious. Why did you come even though you knew that you've come to throw away your life?" "This has nothing to do with you." Bailey Luo Yun was somewhat angry. What is this lad talking about? What is he trying to say? "Someone is threatening you, right?" Jun Moxie muttered. "Moreover, the person who threatened you is the person you care about the most? Well, that must be the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come even though you knew that you were doomed. You don't look like a fool." Bailey Luo Yin finally became silent. His opponent's guess isn't wrong. Moreover, he has accurately grasped my weakness. I haven't said anything but he has seen through me. It's rare to see someone so young. "You want to be the master of the Bailey clan. Is that right?" Jun Moxie held a half-withered stalk of grass in his mouth. He seemed to be talking to Bai Yun. "You're very calm, cold, and cruel. You dare to do what you do. And you dare to take responsibility for what you've done. You're very vengeful and your desire for power is enormous. You want to take revenge but you don't have enough power. You don't have a future in the Bailey clan. But you yearn for the greatest power in the clan. That's the only way you can take revenge. What does this have to do with you? You're talking to me like this. It's ridiculous." Bailey Luo Yun's words were very impolite. Moreover, his tone was very annoying. However, Jun Moxie knew that he had hit the nail on the head. He had spoken from the depths of this indifferent youth's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so much with such an eccentric personality. "Indeed, this has nothing to do with me. But you'll never be able to fulfill your wish if you continue to stay in the Bailey clan." Jun Moxie stood up. Then he suddenly turned around and looked straight into Bailey Luo Yun's eyes. Then he spoke word by word, "Follow me and I can fulfill your wish." "You." Bailey Luo Yun sized him up with a lengling look. "Why should I? The Jun family's fortunes aren't necessarily better. The Bailey family is one of the 9 great families. So, I know about the Jun family's affairs. Even now, the Bailey family can't be compared to the Jun family." "You're wrong. The Jun family's fate has nothing to do with you. You only need to tell me what I can do for you to follow me?" Jun Moxie smiled. "Tell me your conditions. You should know that you don't have the slightest hope in the Bailey family. In fact, you'll die 10 times out of 10 in this journey. Believe in me, and you'll have the opportunity to escape from death. You'll have no choice but to accept it even if I'm lying to you. Because I'm afraid that you'll die in this Tianfa forest in a few days if you don't grab onto this life-saving straw. And even your bones will become a meal for the Shen beasts." Bailey Luo Yun calmly looked at him. Jun Moxie smiled back at him. A good while passed. Then Bailey Luo Yun suddenly tilted his head and spoke in a soft voice. "So what if I die? Life and death are nothing to me. Living in this world isn't much fun. Death may be a release for me. At least it's a good release for me." "Release? But I'm different from you. In fact, I'll choose to die after I've taken my revenge." Jun Moxie calmly replied. "Revenge? Bailey Luo Yun's eyes flashed. It seemed as if Jun Moxie had spoken his mind. So, he suddenly turned his back to Jun Moxie and spoke word by word, I have 2 conditions. I'll follow you after Tian Fa ends if you fulfill them. First, defeat me. Defeat me with your own strength. I know that you're very strong. But, I need to confirm that only the number 1 person of the younger generation is worthy of my following. Second, the Bailey family has sent 5 people to the southern Heaven City. Tian Xian and the other 2. Count me in. I want the other 4 to die. I'll follow you for 10 years if you can fulfill these 2 conditions. I'll still leave if you can't fulfill my wish within 10 years. On the other hand, not only will my life be yours if you fulfill them, but the entire Bailey family will also be yours. These were Bailey Luo Yun's conditions. Jun Moxie watched Bailey Luo Yun walk away with a straight back. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This lad didn't turn his head even once until his silhouette disappeared from my sight. These conditions aren't a problem for me. This young master can deal with you right now. As for those small fries of the Bailey family, it won't be difficult for me to send them back home. Why can't you give me a challenging condition? Lad, just wait for me to train you. Jun Moxie secretly returned to the campsite using his swift agility technique. He saw that the 20,000-strong army had already set up their tents in an orderly manner. The tents were placed against the city walls even though they were in the city. They were guarded by barricades, traps, and archers lying in ambush. The front of the camp was even more heavily guarded. The patrolling soldiers had their own duties. 2 groups of soldiers crossed each other at the border of different camps at every moment. The warning gongs were divided into 4 groups. 2 groups would take turns. 1 group would be in the light and the other would be in the dark. They were ready at any time. The security of the army had reached such an extent. It could be said that such an army would never have to worry about a sneak attack under any circumstances. Moreover, it could ensure that the soldiers who were resting in shifts would get the best sleep. It was a pity that there was no place for these ordinary soldiers to use their skills in the Shen Beast Tide. Jun Moxie was even more certain of one thing when he saw the densely packed Shen Beast Tide. These 20,000-strong army, along with the commanding officers and the disciples of the aristocratic families, have come to throw away their lives. They are all cannon fodder. Jun Moxie sighed softly. He then walked towards his own camp. He had just walked through the gate when he felt that the atmosphere was unusual. Guan Qinghan was trying to comfort Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Xiaoyi's face was stained with tears. It seemed as if she had been greatly wronged. What's wrong? Boo-hoo. Brother Emosia. Little White. Little White is gone. Dugu Xiaoyi threw herself at him and burst into tears when she saw him return. Hey, I thought it was something serious. It's gone if it's gone. Jun Moxie smiled bitterly in his heart. Bringing Little White here is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Besides, the number 1 Shen Beast King had issued an order to gather all the Shen Beasts. So, how could Little White be an exception? It would be strange if Little White was still here. Boo-hoo. I must find him. He hasn't eaten lunch yet. Dugu Xiaoyi was extremely distressed. Little White is my precious baby. Alright, we'll look for him when we have time. Maybe he went out to play and will come back soon. Jun Moxie comforted her in a weak voice. In the depths of the Tian Fa forest, Long Crane and Bear Mountain were standing respectfully behind them. 2 other Shen Beasts were standing behind them. The Shen Beast Kings were squatting behind them. They were using their tails to sweep the ground from time to time. They were cleaning the area until it was almost spotless. A strange silhouette was standing in front of them. Even his hair and feet were shrouded in black cloth. It was so black that even his eyes couldn't be seen. They couldn't even see his silhouette, let alone his face. Tell me what's going on. I've been in closed-door training for less than 2 years. How did you manage to stir up such a big commotion? You've summoned all the experts of the continent. You've got guts, ah. The voice belonged to the Shen Beast King who had spoken to Li Jutian before. Big brother, this. Bear Mountain and Long Crane looked at each other in dismay. They stammered but couldn't say anything. 3 million Shen Beasts of level 6 and above have been driven out of Tian Fa. You've exposed the strength of our Tian Fa in front of everyone. The black-cloaked man sneered, that's a big move, ah. Is it worth mobilizing such a large force just to deal with an insignificant Li Jutian? Big brother, it's not all about this. Long Crane smacked his lips. He was about to say something but he swallowed it back down. What's going on? The black-cloaked man's robes fluttered and a boundless oppressive aura spread out. I want to know the whole story. Fourth Bear, you tell me? Bear Mountain's entire body trembled as he stuttered. A silhouette flashed and Bear Mountain let out a long howl. His majestic body rolled away like a rubber ball. A loud rumbling sound was heard behind him as he rolled away. He had crashed into 3 large trees and had broken them in the process. "Come back!" Bear Mountain shouted. He covered his back and grimaced in pain as he ran back. Then he stood there in a well-behaved manner. "Speak." Bear Mountain had a bitter expression on his face. He had started from the time he had received the Shen core of a level 9 Shen beast in Tianxiang City. Then he told him about how he and Long Crane had gone to steal it. Then he told him everything that had happened afterwards. Chapter 333. Today's first update. Yes. Long Crane was the first to give an affirmative answer. Then he continued, "I'm very sure of this. He had used his chi to test it out on me and the 4th brother at that time. Indeed, the chi in our bodies had become 10 times more active after he had used his special method. Even the bottleneck that had been holding us back for a long time had loosened up. Therefore, I can guarantee that there's no doubt about this matter." Long Crane spoke in a serious manner. "So, there's really such a thing," the black-cloaked man muttered. His voice was somewhat indistinct. "There's nothing wrong with it if that's the case. But why didn't you and the 4th brother try to capture him? You could have gotten rid of him once and for all if you could have controlled him. That man's strength couldn't compare to Li Ju Tian's, right? How could there be such a super expert in the secular world? You and the 4th brother wouldn't have been any weaker than Li Ju Tian if you had attacked him in your original form. At the very least you should have tried to probe him." Long Crane smiled bitterly. "Do you think we didn't want to, eldest brother? That's why we proposed this competition. But you don't know how much pressure that person gave us at that time. Just based on his aura alone, to put it bluntly, he gave us a much more oppressive feeling than boss. Moreover, he had the means to help us increase our cultivation. So, his strength couldn't have been worse. We would have had to bid farewell to this matter of advancing if we hadn't been able to defeat him in one strike. After 3 rounds of competition, Old Bear and I willingly admit defeat. We weren't a match for him. It's not like you don't know how tempting this matter was for us. The 4th brother and I have been trapped here for nearly 40 years. We haven't seen the 2nd brother for many years. But he may not be able to advance either. Moreover, that man's conditions were very simple. He only wanted to stop the Shuehan Manor from moving north. Moreover, he wanted Li Ju Tian's son to be bedridden for a month or 2. It wasn't a difficult task. So, the 4th brother and I agreed without much discussion. Indeed, it wasn't a difficult task. In fact, we were the ones who had the advantage. But how did things end up like this? Half of the world's profound practitioners have actually gathered at our doorstep. The black-robed man leaned slightly to the side. In fact, my original intention was to take advantage of the night to set the Shuehan Manor on fire. Then I would personally take advantage of the chaos and beat up Li Ju Tian's son. Then no one would be able to find out about it. But Big Bear, he brazenly jumped into the Shuehan Manor in broad daylight and shouted that he would break Li Tingyun's legs. Then he arrogantly asked the other party to take the initiative to bring Li Tingyun out so that he could break his legs. Let alone Li Ju Tian, even I wouldn't have agreed. Long Crane fiercely complained to Big Bear. "Third brother. Fuck you, Crane Third. You sold me out just like that? Don't I want to get it over with as soon as possible? What a waste of time you propose. Besides, sneaking around like that isn't satisfying at all. What if they insist that it has nothing to do with us after we're done?" Bear Mountain shouted with a flushed face and neck. He hadn't even finished speaking when he felt a chill run down his spine. So he didn't dare to speak again. Who would have thought that the Shuehan Manor wouldn't listen to Big Bear's words? So we started fighting on the same day. We had the upper hand and even injured some of their men. But Li Tingyun didn't come face to face with us. However, the Master of Life and Death, Shi Changshao, suddenly appeared at the Shuehan Manor the next day. So, it became very difficult for us to take advantage of the situation. So, we continued fighting for several days. But it wasn't a big deal at first. Li Tingyun wasn't there, but the Shuehan Manor was basically destroyed. But that old dog Li Ju Tian unexpectedly returned at this critical juncture. Long Crane's lips twitched and he didn't say anything else. But his eyes evaded, and his face revealed an indignant expression. "You went to their door to cause trouble, and even asked them to hand over their young lord so that you could break his legs. And you still blame them for not cooperating? You're still angry? According to your logic, Li Ju Tian would have died of anger. The Shuehan Manor is a huge place. And it's gone just like that. Which force would be willing to endure such humiliation? The black-cloaked man sneered. Do you two really think that there's no one else in this world? That's ridiculous. You acted in the dark, but you acted so brazenly. Bear Mountain, it said that you have the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. But I'd like to see how big a bear's guts are. I'd like to see if it's bigger than a leopard's. Bear Mountain was tongue-tied. He stammered twice and then closed his mouth. What happened after that? The black-cloaked man asked. After that, we started to fight. Then I suddenly discovered that Li Ju Tian's body was emitting a Shendan's aura. It seemed that he had swallowed some kind of Shendan. Moreover, it was at least level 9. It was similar to the aura of the Panther King. But it hadn't started to circulate. So I became suspicious. Long Crane's face became angry as he continued. The Panther King had mysteriously disappeared 2 years ago. Old Bear and I had been investigating for a long time. But we hadn't been able to find any news. Then we heard that a peak level 9 Shendan had appeared in the Tianxiang city. So we went there with that in mind. But we didn't expect that it wasn't the case. But we went to the Shuehan Manor in accordance with the bet made by that mysterious expert. But we found the Panther King's Shendan's aura on Li Ju Tian's body. The Panther King, the black-cloaked man's voice tightened. The real Panther King? What's going on? Tell me everything you know. His tone had become very cold. I was wondering why I hadn't seen the shadow of the Panther King this time. But it turned out that it had been killed and eaten. Even the Shendan had become a part of someone else's body. Good. Third brother, fourth brother, the two of you have managed Tian Fa very well during my closed-door training. Even the Panther King has disappeared. And you're telling me that it has mysteriously disappeared? Very good. Long Crane and Bear Mountain's complexions changed. They knelt down with a thud. Their foreheads were sweating profusely. The two of them could hear it, and they also understood that as long as their boss spoke with this kind of intermittent tone, it meant that he was extremely furious. It seemed that the two brothers were in deep trouble this time. The Tian Fa forest had 10 beast kings when the king was still alive. Even the 3 holy lands didn't dare to look them in the eye. Moreover, it was known as the most dangerous place in the universe. What kind of glory was that? Ever since the king's immortalization, the 9 beast kings were all disheartened and went into seclusion. That's how we rose to prominence. In just a few hundred years there were 12 new beast kings. I thought that even if we couldn't continue the glory of the past, we could at least maintain the prestige of Tian Fa. But who would have thought that in just a few decades the second brother, the Eagle King, would be cheated away by Yun Bichen in a bet? He actually became that old man's mount. He has become a disgrace to Tian Fa. The 6th brother, the Lion King, and the 7th brother, the Monkey King, were beaten back to their original forms by the 8 great masters 60 years ago. They haven't been able to recover in the past 60 years. His voice was desolate. Behind Big Bear, the White Jade Lion Beast King and the Golden Furred Monkey Beast King lowered their heads sadly. The 2 Beast Kings that had been beaten back to their original forms were the 2 of them. The 5th brother left Tian Fa 30 years ago. But he was suddenly besieged by 9 mysterious Shinshen experts and died a violent death. Even the Shendan's whereabouts are unknown. Now the 11th brother, the Leopard King, is dead. Even the Shendan is in Li Ju Tian's stomach. Of the 12 Beast Kings, only the few of us are left. The Crane King, the Bear King, the Snake King, the Tiger King, and the Eagle King. The aura of the black-robed man was getting more and more repressed. He was getting more and more furious. He suddenly shouted, "Is this still Tian Fa? Is it worthy of being called Tian Fa's most dangerous place? You 7 Beast Kings and millions of brothers attacked together, but you couldn't even take down the Shuehan Manor?" The aura of his entire body exploded like a bomb in the Tian Fa forest. The fierce aura dispersed in all directions. The 7 Beast Kings didn't resist. They didn't dare to resist. So they were sent flying by this enormous aura. All the trees within a 300-meter radius were snapped in half. Then they were turned into sawdust in midair. A large piece of land had appeared on the ground. Not even a blade of grass had grown. The might of Tian Fa's strongest Beast King had reached such a level. "Big brother, please calm down. This is a critical moment for you. You mustn't be so angry." The 7 Beast Kings knelt on the ground and pleaded bitterly. The black-robed man was hidden in his black robe. But he looked up at the sky and sighed. "Snake King, Tiger King, Eagle King. You 3 are already at the peak level, right?" The black-robed man exhaled. He seemed to have calmed down as he calmly asked. A golden-robed man, a black-robed man, and a green-robed girl bowed and replied, "Yes." Apart from Long Crane and Big Bear, these 3 were the only ones who were still in their human form. The White Lion Beast King and the golden-haired Monkey Beast King revealed a look of admiration and indignation in their eyes. The two of them had reached this level 60 years ago. But they had been beaten back to their original forms. So, they hadn't been able to reach their original level no matter how hard they'd cultivated for the last 60 years. It's time for a breakthrough. But, where can we find so many Tian Fa's sacred fruits? The black-robed man sighed. Everyone remained silent. And the forest suddenly became quiet. There's no turning back since we've started this war. So we'll make the situation as big as possible. I want to re-establish the reputation of the Tian Fa forest as the most dangerous place in the universe after this war. We may not be able to make the three holy lands recognize us. But we can't let Li Ju Tian and Yun Bi Chen enter Tian Fa as they please.